that follow, the narrators rather than the heroines, represent a set piece in high style on compromise and moral necessity. There were many such asides: how language, German, English, French, Arabic shape perception, how culture shapes language. There was another set piece, a comic scene by a lake near Strasbourg that made Roland laugh against his will and laugh again when he turned back to reread it. Later she meets a young French woman who has been tarred and feathered. There follows a long aside on the nature of retribution. She has an affair with an Algerian Muslim who fought for the Free French. Their love ends in a comedy of misunderstanding. In a barracks prison in Munich, she has a long conversation with a high-ranking Gestapo officer awaiting trial in Nuremberg. He speaks freely to her. He has nothing to lose because he mistakenly believes he will be hanged. This gives rise to a meditation on the nature of cruelty and the imagination. The description of Munich in ruins has a hallucinatory quality. In a departure from the source, it looks like Catherine will make it across the Alps to Lombardy, and it will be a dangerous journey. She will lose a trusted new friend. As early as chapter 5, it is hinted that the White Rose movement lies in Catherine's future. Roland saw Jane Farmer in Catherine, and he saw Alyssa too. In none of the men encountered along the way so far had he seen himself. He was relieved, but his vanity kept him alert to the prospect. He got up from the bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Then he stood at a window looking down into an empty side street, still a long way from the November dawn. Then, to his surprise, he saw a family, parents, 3 children, surely from the east, coming slowly along the pavement. Dreamlike steps. How much easier it would have been if she had deserted her son and husband to write a mediocre novel. Then he could set loose his contempt. But this he thought of their sorry little house in Clapham Old Town, 2 up, 3 down, leaking, damp, crammed with books, papers, useless portions of household items waiting without hope to be repaired and reunited, clothes and shoes that could be of use but never would be, electric leads for lost or abandoned devices, light bulbs, batteries, transistor radios that might still work but who would ever set aside the minutes to find out. Nothing could be discarded. 2 adults, a baby, broken nights, excrement and milk, laundry piles, a small shared table in the bedroom to work on, otherwise the kitchen table piled with its immovable litter. Face it, could she have written the journey there? The lapidary prose, the high-flying digressions offered up to the ghost of George Eliot, whom Catherine admires, the fine, painfully attuned consciousness of the heroine, the hovering, watchful eye, the ever-generous, tolerant narrative self-consciously organizing, as if in slow motion right before the reader, the vast body of its material. No, impossible. No one could conceive a book of such ambition and execution in that house. Unless she was alone there. Or rather, taking the other view, yes, it was more than possible it was her duty to write in whatever place, in whatever situation, including motherhood, her own grown-up decisions had landed her. But that was unreal. He knew Auden's famous line, he must forgive her for writing well, as unbearable as not forgiving her, had she not been self-serving and cold in withdrawing her love. But now, in this bound proof, she offered unlimited creative warmth. Paragon of humanist virtue. What a deception. Permitted only in fiction. Dangerously, it was down to this: he loved her novel already, and he loved her for writing it. All that steady thinking at the bar downstairs was undone. No ghost was laid, and he should write to her. Forget everything that passed between us. It's probably no, it is a masterpiece. He had to tell her before anyone else did. But he wouldn't. He had failed to ask for her address, a weak excuse. What stood in his way was his ridiculous pride. A little before 5 a.m. on a Saturday in mid-February, Lawrence brought 2 stuffed toys into his father's bed and, eager for the day, sitting upright in the cold bedroom, began to recite the stream of his thoughts. Some of it spoken, some chanted recent events, story fragments, rhymes, and a run-through of names. The entire cast of his busy life, which included his friends, teachers, 4 grandparents, Roland's friends, certain soft toys, Daphne, the neighbor's dog, Daddy and Mummy. Roland lay listening, not charmed, waiting, hoping for Lawrence's energies to run down. Demanding it was pointless. After half an hour the boy subsided, and with no school, they slept until well after 7:30. At breakfast, Lawrence sat on Roland's knee working away at a piece of a building set that had fascinated him this week, a plastic bolt, nut, and washer. He screwed the nut onto the bolt until the washer locked in place with a satisfying snap. He unscrewed the nut, turned it over, screwed it down against the washer in place with a different click. What engaged him was that there were 2 ways of getting it right. Roland was opening a letter from his old school. The secretary was responding to his query of a month ago. The typing was neat. A word processor. Nearly everyone he knew had one now, but he and they complained about them, about printer interfaces, and having to learn coded instructions. People, Roland included, urged the laggards to get one. It would save time, they said. Then they complained about lost work, wasted hours, bitter frustration. It might have made sense to resist. Sometimes he thought he might look out his old portable typewriter. It was in its case, somewhere under a pile of books. The school secretary had looked through the files and regretted that she could be of little help. Miss Cornell had left the school in 1965, 25 years ago. The forwarding address was Irwharton. The bursar, who had lived in the village all his life, thought Miss Cornell had moved to Ireland but was not sure of the date. She left no address with the neighbors. The secretary closed by wondering if Roland was aware that the school would be shutting down for good in July. Their Saturday was like many others. Ritual tidying up the house, for which Lawrence gave willing token assistance. Scooting on Clapham Common, lunch at the Windmill Pub with friends who had children Lawrence's age. In the afternoon, a play at the Children's Puppet Theatre in Brixton, tea at the house of Lawrence's current best friend, Ahmed, then home. Supper, bath, a thrilling game of snap, stories, bed. That evening Roland copied out a couple of translated Arabic poems in celebration of wine and love for epithalamium cards. He suspected from Oliver Morgan's evasive attitude lately that the enterprise was coming to an end or was about to change. That would be fine. He was tiring of it. He reread the letter from school. It had been on his mind during the day. He was surprised by the tension in his stomach at the sight of the familiar device at the top of the letter, a wolf's head in profile with the Latin inscription underneath. Berners Hall. 5 years of his life. All the routine, the deprivation, his turning away from friendships, his flight from her. It stirred him strangely to see her name in print as if in a book, and the name Irwharton, moving to Ireland without him. He stood up from the desk in his bedroom, peeped in at Lawrence and went downstairs to sprawl on an armchair. Yes, he felt the reverberation of old longings, the desperation. He had not seen her in 26 years and it had crept up on him, a hollow sense of being bereft. He indulged it. Why not? It was harmless. So was his indignation. She had left him behind. Where in Ireland, why, and doing what and with whom? Another schoolboy perhaps. In the summer holidays of 1964, he was staying with his sister and her first husband near Farnborough. Roland wanted a job not easy in Germany, where his father, now the major, had been posted. He was in his bedroom after work when he opened with shaky fingers the brown envelope that contained his O-level results. He sat on the bed staring at the list, trying to make one particular letter look different. 11 subjects and he hadn't scraped through one. The flimsy printed slip with F by every subject was a physical shock, even English. Everyone said you had to be a moron to fail English. Even music. He hadn't bothered to learn the right kind of stuff. No sixth form then, no English, French, and German A-levels, no university. He had always thought he'd get through a half dozen O-levels on his wits. 11 times F. machine printed like a telegram, delivered to inform him 11 times over what a failure, a fraud, and a fool he was. He was almost 16. The examiners had not been impressed by his precocious sexual experience. That summer he had been working as a laborer for a landscape gardening company. He was getting half the adult wage. He hated it. The boss, the man they called the gaffer, frightened him. Now it could become his sort of life. With these results, the school would not accept him in the sixth form. Most boys clocked up 9 or 10 passes. He was out. It was fortunate that his parents had both left school at 14 and would not grasp the scale of his disaster. His father had lied about his age to join the army at the age of 17. He was a great believer in starting at the bottom. Rosalind went straight from school into service as a chambermaid. In the wider family, no one was expected to stay on at school past 16. No one ever had. The shame was all his own. He couldn't even tell his sister. Susan would have been cheerful and consoling, full of practical advice. The only contemporary he could have told would have been the boy with a worse result. That was not possible. He knew what he had to do, and it was making him sick with anticipation because he knew what she would say. The phone box was half a mile away. He reversed the charges as usual. As soon as she picked up, he told her. Miriam said simply, "They won't take you back." "No. So what now?" "I don't know. You don't have a plan." "No. Then you'd better come and live with me." He felt his legs go weak. He slumped against the side of the kiosk. His heart hurt from thumping. If someone had tapped on the glazed door and offered him 11 grade A passes, he would have had to refuse. "I'd have to get a job." "No, you don't. Just come. I'll look after you. You'll be fine." He was silent, as if thinking this through, but she already knew his answer. The next day he was back to digging drainage ditches with 2 older men, well into their 40s. They were working on a patch of weedy land under the flight path of the Farnborough airfield. All day, fighter jets and lumbering transport planes screamed or thundered above him. Too close. At first he had instinctively ducked as they came in. It was impossible not to stop digging and watch them. But it became possible because the gaffer, Mr. Heron, shouted at them afterwards. In terms as loud as the fighters, he reminded them that they were not paid to be plain spotters. The previous month, all the papers had carried the new pictures of the moon sent back by an American spacecraft. 1,000 times better than any image seen through a telescope. The sharp images of craters and their shadows had excited him. Everyone involved must have had far more qualifications than he would ever have. So too did the pilots dropping bombs on North Vietnam. Even some of the Beatles, still triumphant across America, had been to art college. Mick Jagger had been to the LSE. All weekend Roland luxuriated in premonitions of doom, even as he knew he was deceiving himself. The reality was overwhelming in its simplicity. He had no other choice. He had been condemned to a life of erotic bliss. On Monday after work he found another letter, handwritten, postmarked Ipswich. Good news. Mr. Clayton, the English teacher, was writing to explain that he had intervened with the headmaster. At first he had made no headway. Then the physics teacher, Mr. Bramley, had pitched in. Next, Mr. Clare had told the tone-deaf head that Baines was a 1-in-a-million pianist and had shown him the Norwich press cutting. Reluctantly, an exception was granted. It was agreed that Baines was a bright boy whose potential was obscured by his exam results. He was permitted after all to join the 6th form in September. "You're going to have to work hard," Clayton wrote. "You'd be a bloody fool not to. Peter Bramley, Merlin Clare, and I are out on a limb here pleading your case. Don't you dare let us down. I've written to your parents to tell them we're expecting you. Don't worry. I've assumed you haven't told them your results." Roland took the letter upstairs, removed his boots, and lay on the bed. 2 years ago, for just 10 minutes, he had impressed the physics teacher. Not since. He had approached him after class. His question was genuine. If he tied a piece of string to one end of a 12-inch ruler and pulled gently, but not enough to overcome the friction between the ruler and the table it rested on. Then something must be happening between the front of the ruler where the string was attached and the far end. Some force or tension was running from front to back, and if he pulled a little harder, the ruler would start to move, all of it, front and back at the same time. So information of a sort must be instantaneously transmitted along the ruler. And yet Mr. Bramley had told the class that nothing could travel faster than the speed of light. He had been too interested in the cleverness of his question to remember the explanation the physics teacher had given. 2 years later, Roland wished he had kept his mouth shut. And what had he ever done to impress Mr. Clayton? It must have been his Lord of the Flies essay. As Roland lay on the bed, gaze fixed on one polystyrene ceiling tile, he accepted that he had truly deceived himself. His terrible exam results had promised a grand adventure, a beautiful break with routine, a wild sortie, a liberation, a Gurgi camp at the time of Suez. Now, without his permission, the adventure had been cancelled and a weight of expectation, of duty and boring scholarly labor had been laid on him. He had been devising a simple explanation for his parents. He had been about to tell them he did not want more school. He wanted to get on with life. His father would have understood, and his mother had no voice in the matter. After a personal letter from his teacher, they would be proud of him staying on, and naturally insistent. When he told Miriam on the phone she was angry with everyone, he knew she would be. She was also seductive. That Clayton's an idiot. I know him, always interfering. It's none of his business. I know. You're old enough to be making your own decisions. I'll still be coming to see you. It'll be just like before. I want you here all the time. Yes. I want you to leave school. I want you in my bed. He supported himself against the kiosk door. His head was light. It was getting hard to breathe in the narrow space. All night, do you understand? And in the morning, waking up together every morning, can you imagine that? Yes, he said it faintly and she didn't hear him. He repeated the word, the delicious fateful assent, to the night, to the morning. So you're leaving school. Okay, I will, but I can't. Look, I'll think about it. You'll phone me again in 1 hour. This continued over many calls. When he listened to her, he was ready to obey. He was almost 16 and he was free to choose. She was right. He had to be with her. All night, every night. The rest was trivial. When he came away from the phone box, he was back in the real world with real people and what they were doing for him and wanting from him. He had already written a letter of thanks to his English teacher. He had confirmed to his parents that he would be staying on at school for his A-levels, English, French, and German. Another 2 years. But Miriam was also the real world, and she was the only one actually talking to him. It took courage to say to her during one conversation, "But what am I going to do all day while you're out teaching?" She didn't hesitate. "You'll stay in your pajamas and wait for me. I'll lock your clothes in the shed." They both began to laugh. He knew that this was a tease, that really she expected him to be back at school. But he was powerfully drawn to the idea of himself in pajamas all day with just one purpose in life. Finally, they reached a compromise. He would come to her well before term started, and then, she said it softly over the phone, "My darling, we will see." Rather than confront Mr. Heron, Roland walked out on the job, sacrificing a week's wages. He had saved £60 in £1 notes, a thick wad inside his buttoned-up back pocket as he followed a porter with his trunk and saw it loaded into the guard's van of the Liverpool Street train to Ipswich. She was waiting on the platform for him. In greeting, they hardly touched each other or spoke. That was for later. In silence, they hauled his trunk over the footbridge. Roland was pleased that when he showed his child's ticket to the inspector at the gate, he wouldn't believe he was under 16. He was ready for that and showed his passport. Miriam said, "See, he's not a cheat. You should apologize." The man, not so old but short and shriveled, spoke quietly to her. "Just doing my job, ma'am." She put her hand on his arm and said warmly, "I know you are. I know you are." As they crossed the gloomy concourse, they had a fit of giggles. He admired the way she had parked right outside the station, half on the pavement, right under a no parking sign. For him, a joyous sensation of freedom hit him hard right in his chest. Of course, he wasn't going back to school. What reckless folly that would be. With an effort, they squeezed his trunk onto the back seat of her car. The rear door would not close. She took some string from her handbag and passed it to him. He threaded the handles of the trunk and door together, secured them with a reef knot. He felt not only liberated but capable, more so when he sat beside her and they kissed at length with no thought for the scores of passengers coming out of the station entrance. Kissing in a car. In his swoon he felt he was in a movie, that this was Paris, not Ipswich. He should take up smoking, however much to his shame tobacco repelled him. They had not seen each other in 5 weeks. Even in his most dedicated fantasies, he had forgotten so much. The warmth, the feel of her, now the touch of her hand on his nape and then her tongue. He was in the early approaches, the long ice slide of an orgasm, right here in her car. That never happened in trough-out movies. Wisely, gently, he pulled away from her. She reached down in one smooth movement to turn the ignition key and flick the car into gear and bump off the curb and into the flow of traffic. She was so much more in control than he was. He must learn to be cool. But 10 minutes later, as they turned onto the narrow road by the boatyard and went along the foreshore, he experienced some churning minutes of excitement and dread. This was the familiar route he had first taken with his parents on the 202 bus on a warm day like this. Now, the big blue space of river and sky belittled him, pulled him back into bewildered childhood. There was nothing in this landscape which did not anticipate the destination and his immediate future. Berners Hall. The oak trees on the far bank were school trees. Likewise the telegraph poles and their dipping wires, the uncommon pastel green of the roadside grass, the warm air that carried the rotten salt mud tang of the foreshore, a school smell. All of it belonged to school, and so did he. "You've gone quiet," she said. They were passing the concrete water tower at the Freston crossroads. Another school item. Beginning of term feeling. She put her hand on his knee. "We'll see about that." They carried his trunk up the garden path into the house and set it down in the sitting room. His name stenciled on the lid announced his proud return. She stood close to him, kissed him lightly, unzipped his jeans and fondled him as she spoke. "It can't stay there, can it?" "No, we'll put it straight in the shed." He laughed. She turned from him and gripped a handle. "Lift your end." They carried the trunk through the kitchen and into the garden. They put it down while she unfastened the padlock on the shed door. While he waited, it seemed to him that he was hundreds of feet below murky water, that light and sound were denied him, and desire was the pressure of many tons. He would do anything she asked. They pushed the mower aside and heaved the trunk in among the spades, hoes, and rakes. When she had shut the door and snapped the padlock onto the hasp, she kissed him again and plucked at his shirt. "These are coming off anyway, upstairs." They were standing close in the center of the small lawn, looking into each other's eyes. A small tree cast some broken shade over them. Her eyes appeared to bulge, and there were tiny scraps of color he had never seen before, fragments of yellow, orange, and blue, mere pinpricks around her pupils. It came to him, a passing treacherous thought, that she was indeed mad, like some boys said. She was completely mad and was keeping it a secret from him. Even as the idea frightened him, it also thrilled him that she might be out of her mind, beyond self-control, and he would have to go with her, go down with her into some hellish paradise. This was his adventure, his journey. Most would be too scared to go on it. Others wanted dull and reliable partners. He put his hand under her skirt, and as his finger moved lightly over her, as she had taught him, she murmured a long sentence in a low monotone, most of which he did not catch. The repeated word "have" was all he heard. He would have felt an idiot asking her to say it all over again. They went indoors. Roland took her hand and led her up the stairs. The bedroom was in perfect summer order. The windows were open to the late afternoon sun. The tide was full on the river Stour. The bed covers were neatly stripped back from the laundered and ironed sheet. He undressed her where she stood on the faded yellow rug, guided her to the bed, spread her legs, and with his tongue performed for her in respectful silence what they called in one of their private jokes, Prelude Number 1. Then he went into the bathroom to wash. The little pink room with the sloping floor was also full on to the sun. As he took off his shirt, he saw himself in the mirror. Weeks of digging trenches for Mr. Heron had served his torso well. He looked amazing, he decided. Fierce light from one side enhanced the effect. It needed to be inscribed in memory, he thought, how good he felt, how his every action had a discreet and beautiful flow as though he moved to the sound of an orchestra, the theme from Exodus, and such glorious anticipation of what was about to happen. He raised one arm to tense his biceps and turned to catch sight in the mirror of the muscles across his back. Cool. She called his name impatiently from the bedroom. They made love for what seemed like an hour, but it was hard to tell. Later she lay on his arm and murmured, "I love you." His eyes were closing. He grunted in assent. It pleased him how manful he sounded. They dozed for 20 minutes. He woke to the sound of the bath she was running for him. He lay in it a long time, admiring how the rich light of the setting sun transformed his pallor, promoting him to a race of honey-skinned supermen whose intellectual capacities could never be measured by mere exams. He went naked into the bedroom and saw that his clothes and shoes had gone. She had made the bed. By the pillow on his side was a folded pair of yellow cotton pajamas. He spread them out. There was pale blue piping around the cuffs and lapels. She hadn't been joking. She was brilliant and mad. He put them on. They fitted loosely but well, though his erection showed ridiculously. He went to the window and looked at the river, a stream of molten gold, to distract himself. Downstairs she was making a salad with shrimps. She put her knife down and stood back to admire him. "Gorgeous. I got you 2 other pairs, blue and white." "Oh God," he said, "you really mean this?" He went to kiss her. She hitched up her skirt. She wasn't wearing knickers. Everything was planned. They fucked standing against the flimsy kitchen counter. That forbidden word was the right one, he thought as it started, not made love. They didn't speak. There was no tenderness. They were energetic, as if showing off before an invisible presence. Homely cups, saucers, and teaspoons in the stainless steel sink tinkled comically, and they tried not to hear. It didn't matter, it was over in minutes. Now he felt like a god. She told him to open a bottle of wine. He had never opened one before, but he knew how to do it. She took down 2 glasses. He filled the first, then she stopped him. "Not to the brim, child, half, never more than 2/3. She tipped some of the first glass into the second and gave it to him. "To your new life," she said. They touched glasses. Before supper they played a duet, one of the Mozart pieces they knew well. He hadn't practiced in weeks. There were no pianos where he had been. But he fumbled his way through, he winged it. He was a god after all, a winged god. They ate outside on a rickety wooden table. She refilled his glass while he told her about his summer. 2 weeks' stay with his parents in the officers' married quarters at a huge, dull army camp near the little town of Fallingbostel. The captain was now a major in charge of a tank repair workshop. He also conducted courts-martial against disorderly or criminal soldiers. His mother was attentive to Roland, bringing him breakfast in bed and cooking roasts every evening. His father drank heavily at dinner, became merry first, then cantankerous. "In the day there was nothing to do except think about you," Roland said. It was an understatement. He was supposed to be reading his set books for school, Mansfield Park, Less Foam on Yours, Der Tod in Venedig, but he could not concentrate. He could not keep his mind off Miriam. In the long July afternoons, the very titles, the weight of a book in his hand, made him want to sleep, which was what he did. Some evenings he went to the Army Cinema, the ACK, with his mother. They saw Marlon Brando in Mutiny on the Bounty. Oh, to be there in that century with Miriam, even on that troubled ship far from the nearest school. Walking home with his mother, companionably arm in arm. She talked to him about his father, how Roland was the apple of his eye. On another evening she told him that the major sometimes hit her after he'd been drinking. Roland did not tell her that he already knew this from Susan. It had always been hard to imagine. Rosalind was frail, barely 5'3", while the major in his late 40s was as strong as ever. He could have killed her with a punch. Susan had tried to persuade Rosalind to leave the marriage the day that Roland started at boarding school. On that hot bus ride along the foreshore, on the upper deck with his parents, he had known nothing. But the memory was altered. He was on his third glass and talking freely. He was no longer bothered about his pajamas. The thin cotton was well suited to the warm evening of late August. He was telling Miriam that what he had seen during his stay in Germany had happened, with variations, 3 times. The dinner was over. He was helping his mother carry plates and dishes into the kitchen. His father came in and clapped Rosalind hard on the back and complimented her on the meal, once and then again. It was a real blow, barely concealed behind a show of affection. "Robert, I wish you wouldn't do that." It was brave of her saying this much. "Ach, Rosie, just praising your cooking, isn't that right, son?" And he did it again, clapping his hand down hard on her shoulder so that she buckled slightly at the knee. It was not affection, but the pretense was there, just enough of it, a raw challenge that made it impossible to know what to say. "I've asked you so many times, you know it hurts." Then he became petulant. "Is that all I bloody well get for being kind?" In such a mood he was adept at a blend of sulk and fury. The exchange prompted his shift from wine to a beer and chaser. Rosalind stayed in the kitchen, clearing up, then went straight to bed, while Roland sat in the living room with his father, who was conscious of the awkwardness in the air, and said, as he always did when he wanted to move on and have Roland move on with him, "Never mind, son. Never mind." That night, as they were preparing for bed, Miriam gave Roland a replacement wash bag with toothbrush and razor. "I want you naked in bed. Pajamas are for daytime." It was as exquisite as she had promised, to sleep in each other's arms. They made love before they got up. That morning she was driving to Audiobook to teach all day at a piano summer school. His job, she told him just before she went out to her car, was to be ready for her return. As she stepped out of the house she added, "Shed key is with me, so don't turn the place upside down." Today he was wearing white. He sat at the piano a while trying to improvise around some jazz standards, the music she hated. Then he invented freely and after several minutes played himself into a melody he rather liked. He found some manuscript paper and jotted it down, and for most of the rest of the morning tried out different harmonies until he was satisfied and wrote out the new version. He was beginning to make a discovery about himself, or it was a discovery about sex. In the immediate aftermath of making love to Miriam, his thoughts expanded outwards, away from her into the world, into ambitious plans which entailed bolder versions of himself. His thoughts were cool and clear. Then slowly, over an hour or two, with narrowing focus, his thoughts turned back to her, into delicious acceptance, which soon became a selfish hunger. He only wanted her. Everything else was pointless. This was the rhythm, inwards, outwards, like breathing. So it was that during breakfast and after she had left, he knew very well that they were indulging in a sexy game with his stuff locked away, and he loved her for it. It was playful and silly, mortifying if anyone he knew found out about it. His return to school, only a week away, was inevitable. There was a momentum set by others. The rugby season was starting, and he expected to be asked to captain the second 15, or even make it into the first. Now that the gifted Neil Noak had left, Roland was by far the best pianist in the school and would be depended on to accompany the hymns at the Sunday evening assembly. He was due on the first day of term to meet Mr. Clayton for a pep talk. The physics teacher also wanted to see him. In the shed, in his trunk, were the books he should be reading. Not only the untouched novels, but Dryden's All for Love, Racine's Fetter, Goethe's selected poems. He had noticed a steel poker by the fireplace. He guessed it would be easy enough to prise the hasp off the shed door. Also, the tune he was writing was interesting. It had a sweet, melancholy lilt. It needed words. The Beatles might sing it. He could be rich. He went outside. It was another warm day. If he had lived in the tropics, this was how he would be dressed. A reassuring scrap of a D.H. Lawrence poem came to him. They had to write about it back in the third form, and I in my pajamas for the heat. He was by the shed, looking for a way he could get in under the hasp and lever it off. It was not as straightforward as he had thought. The ironware was countersunk into seasoned hardwood. He was still looking when he heard the over-the-fence neighbor, the very chatty Mrs. Martin, open her back door. Almost certainly about to hang out her washing, most certainly eager to chat with Roland. She hadn't seen him in weeks. What was he doing in his pajamas with that poker in his hand? He moved swiftly back into the house. This was when the process began to reverse. The exhalation was on the turn, and Miriam, her body, her wild possessiveness rose before him, though not so powerfully, not yet. Upstairs, he had a good view of Mrs. Martin. She was setting out a deck chair in the shade of her Victoria plum tree. On the grass beside her were 2 magazines. He turned. Here was the bed with its smoothly stretched counterpane, and at its foot his third pair in case he was in need, blue with green piping. He could not go out the front. People walked past from time to time. He was confined to the house, and now Miriam, 35 miles and 6 or 7 hours away, was right before him, her voice, her face, everything. And everything not her was receding. His tide was racing out. He couldn't get into the shed, and what did it matter? He wouldn't read the books anyway. No concentration. Pajamas were his only clothes, if that was the word. His money was in his locked-away jeans. The world that included teachers, rugby, the Beatles, and all European literature was not available to him, and he didn't care. There was nothing he could do about any of it. What he wanted was coming towards him, but so slowly. He had to wait. He returned to the piano. His tricky little melody had shrunk. It was trite, derivative, embarrassing. Impossible to improve it when the entire area around his groin ached almost pleasurably, and he kept yawning. He couldn't even hold himself to playing right through the easiest of the 2-part inventions. He abandoned the attempt and went into the kitchen to look in the fridge. If only he was hungry, it would take up some time. He made himself eat anyway. It was a mess, his attempt at frying eggs. Cleaning the place up he left for later. In the sitting room, he patrolled her bookshelves. Biographies of composers, music theory, guidebooks to Venice, Florence, Taormina, and Istanbul, fat 19th-century novels, and many poets, too many poets. He was about to take down a book, any book, then he couldn't be bothered. The world was brimming with pointless endeavor. Besides, he was supposed to be reading Dryden. He wondered if Miriam's was one of the few homes in the country that did not have a television. He found instead a little pink transistor radio with the name Perdio in silver scroll on the front. Too early in the day for Radio Luxembourg, and no one cool at Berners listened to it anyway. It played only releases from the big record companies that sponsored the shows. The thinking man's station was Radio Caroline, broadcast from a ship anchored not so far away, beyond where the Orwell, the Stour, and the North Sea met. The ship lay just outside the 3-mile limit. The DJs were renegades, rebels, and the authorities were in a panic a section of the nation's youth had set up just beyond its control. For a while he listened, usefully distracted, to a whole program dedicated to the Hollies. He lay on the sofa, radio pressed to his ear because the battery was running down. Close 3-part harmonies in pop music interested him. If he had the energy, he could write something for them. He could go to the piano now. But he didn't move, and then Cliff Richard came on. No right-minded boy at school tolerated him beyond move it. He snapped the radio off and fell into a light doze. The hot afternoon passed in a haze. When he went upstairs, Mrs. Martin was still on her first magazine. At her side now was a low table and a pot of tea. Back in the kitchen, he ate a half-pound cube of cheddar cheese. He couldn't be bothered with bread. A buzzing fly had to be tracked down. Eventually, he crushed it against a window in the folds of the cheese wrapper. He went back to the piano, tried improvising, and was soon irritated by his limitations. His classical training was a burden. He lay on the sofa and reckoned it would be the work of a minute or two to give himself. Donate was the word that came to him, an orgasm, and free his thoughts. But he was waiting for Miriam. He didn't want to be free. Or could he get away with it? In answer, he went back upstairs to stare at himself in the bathroom mirror. Who was he? Captain of the Second 15. An abject housebound halfwit in his pajamas. He didn't know. The boredom of a 15-year-old can be as refined as Portuguese gold filigree, as the spiral orb web of the Carragini spider. Painstaking, skillful, static, like the embroidery that Jane Austen's women persuaded themselves was work when nothing else was permitted. Slowly, with care, he cleaned up around the chaos of his fried eggs. The kitchen wall clock stopped along with his existence. He hovered over it, his life, supine on the sofa, with nothing left for him but to long for her. And when at 6:30 he heard her car and saw her coming up the garden path, and she breezed in after her busy day, embraced him tightly, kissed him deeply. The time behind him collapsed into a vanishing point of amnesia, and when she asked as they were on their way up the stairs if he had been unhappy, he told her, No, I was fine. Completely fine. The 3 days passed like those hours of the first, a clever torture that left no mark. In a state of deep excitement, he kissed her goodbye in the morning and rediscovered the sweet pain of waiting through the day. The heat wave yielded to cold winds from the east and then steady rain. She washed and ironed his pajamas. One day she was in Bury St. Edmunds for the premiere of a choral piece by an old friend. She spent the other 2 days at the summer school. In the evening they made love as soon as she returned and ate the supper she cooked. 3 days before his birthday, there was to be a celebration dinner. She would be working late on the day of his 16th, she had said. She came back earlier than usual. He lay in the bath after their reunion while she was busy in the kitchen. He was to stay upstairs until she was ready to call him down. He put on freshly ironed pajamas, the white ones again, and sat on the bed waiting for her summons. His thoughts were agreeably clear. School would be starting soon. His plan was to go to the sixth form library in the evenings and catch up on the set books during the first week of term. He was a fast reader and would take notes. Mr. Clayton had taught them how to gut a book. All that was needed, Roland decided, was focus. She called his name softly up the stairs as if asking a question, and he went down. There was a tablecloth, 2 lit candles, champagne in an ice bucket, his favorite meat, roast lamb. At table they clinked glasses. She was wearing a low-cut red dress, and a playful touch had put in her hair a red rose from her garden, one of the last of the summer. She was more beautiful than ever. He didn't tell her that he had never drunk champagne before, like lemonade but sharper. She passed him his present, a thick brown envelope tied up with white ribbon. She raised her glass again and he took his. Before you open it, just remember, you'll always belong to me. He nodded and drank deeply. Sip it. It's not fizzy pop. It was a wad of papers held together with a paper clip. On top were 2 railway tickets to Edinburgh on the express first class. The day after tomorrow. He looked at her for an explanation. She said softly, "Keep going." The next sheet was a letter acknowledging her booking of a suite at the Royal Terrace Hotel. They would be there the night before his birthday. Fantastic, he murmured. The next page confused him. He read it too quickly, saw some kind of official form already filled out. There was a heraldic device at the top in blue. He saw his name in block capitals and hers, then the address of a registry office. Marriage. The absurdity of it was so extreme that he began to laugh. "Isn't that exciting, darling?" She was refilling his glass, watching him intently with a sweet half-smile. Her eyes were wide and glazed. The absurdity faded. Now it was fear in the form of a tumbling sensation. He was going to need strength, and he wasn't sure he had it or wanted to have it, but he needed it. An hour ago they had been making love. In the bath he had been whistling his Beatles song and had seen how it could be rescued, heard some better harmonies in his thoughts. The world beyond Miriam, the domain of gutted books. But now he was on the borders, drifting back towards her domain. After all, it was 7:30 and he was in his pajamas. He looked at the form again. A lifetime of nothing but making love. It was a colossal effort, but there remained to him some dwindling resources of clarity, a broader sense of the real. To be her husband, to assume the condition of his parents. Insanity. He had to resist before he started to persuade himself that insanity was a bold adventure. Perhaps it was. It was an effort, but finally it was the captain of the second 15 who spoke. He fumbled, but it was the captain. "But we haven't even talked about it." She was still smiling. "What are we going to talk about? Whether that's what we both want." She was shaking her head. Her confidence frightened him. Perhaps he was wrong. "Roland, we don't have that kind of arrangement." She waited for him to speak, and when he didn't, she said, "I know what's best for you, and I've decided." He could feel himself yielding. He didn't want to seem ungrateful or spoil the occasion. Was it possible to throw his life away in order to be polite? He had to say it now, quick. "I don't want it." "What?" "It's too soon." "For what?" "I'll be 16. That's why we're going to Scotland. It's legal." "I don't want to. I can't." She pushed her chair back and came round to his side of the table and stood over him. Her breasts were close to his face. "I think you'll do as you're told." He knew that voice from his first piano lesson. But this could be a game they were playing. If he nodded, even faintly, they would soon be upstairs, and how he longed for that now, even though he knew it could destroy him. Once they were together on the bed, he would say yes to everything. Afterwards, when his mind was clear, he would regret it and it would be too late. He had to keep going. The main thing was to get out from under her. While she was so close he could not think, as she knew well. It was awkward standing up without touching her. He crossed the room so that the sofa, where he had lain for days, was between them. It might just protect him. She regarded him steadily. "Roland, what do you think this has all been about?" "Loving each other." "And what does love mean? Where does it lead?" He still believed that whenever she asked a question he was obliged to answer it. He said, "It doesn't lead anywhere." He had a brilliant idea, something half-remembered. "It's a ding and sitch, a thing in itself." She smiled sadly and shook her head as she corrected him. "No, it isn't, darling. It's a commitment to each other, to the future, a commitment for life. That's what love is." "Not necessarily." This was weak, and it was too late to call it back. She was coming towards him, smiling faintly. There was nowhere for him to back into. She said as she approached, "Come here, we shouldn't be arguing. I want to kiss you." He took a step towards her and they kissed. At the same time she touched him through the thin white cotton. She would have felt him instantly swelling in her hand. He broke away, pushed past her roughly, and went to stand by the dining table. The untouched roast was going cold. She pointed. "Look at you." "What's that saying?" "It's saying I love you and I don't want to get married." He was pleased with this reply. They were silent. Her expression did not change, but he knew from experience that something was about to happen and he had better be ready. As always, she surprised him. From an armchair she picked up the satchel she took to Audiobook and bent over it to rummage among her sheet music. When she straightened, he saw that she was flushed. To his horror, he also saw tears in her eyes. But her voice was clear and steady. "All right, too bad. You'll spend the rest of your life looking for what you've had here. That's a prediction, not a curse, because I don't wish it on you. Love is all about chance and good luck. You happened to meet the right person for you when you were 11. You were far too young to know it, but I did. I would have waited longer, but you showed up and it was obvious why. I should have sent you away, but I wanted you as much as you wanted me. I had plans for us. They would have thrilled you. Now you're backing out and I'm sorry. So get out, Take your stuff and leave and never come back." She threw the garden shed key at his feet. When he started to protest, she spoke over him louder than before, but not quite at a shout. "Do you hear me? Get out." While she accused him, as long as there was anger in her voice, he felt usefully unaroused. He picked up the key and, prompted by a vague notion of decency or gratitude, gathered from the table his birthday present, the envelope and papers. Without looking in her direction, he turned and went through the kitchen. Outside it was still just light enough and raining steadily. He walked barefoot across the waterlogged lawn to the shed door. He needed both hands to turn the key. His trunk was not locked. The clothes he had worn when he arrived were on top. He dressed hurriedly in the doorway of the shed. The cash, his precious wad, was still in his back pocket. The pajamas he screwed into a ball and tossed them out onto the lawn. A parting note. They would be sodden in the morning. She would be sorry when she had to carry them into the house out of Mrs. Martin's sight. He put the envelope in the trunk, closed it, lifted one end and dragged it across the lawn, round the side of the house, across the front lawn and through the gate. He knew from sending it by British Road Services that his trunk weighed around 50 pounds, a weight he could have carried, but it was too big, too awkward. He set off along the road towards the pub. There was a grass verge and the trunk slid along it easily. By the pub car park was a phone box, but he had no change, only pound notes. He went into the public bar and ordered a half pint of bitter. The cigarette smoke, garbage from the lungs of others, was suffocating in the damp air, and he was glad to be out again. There was a one-man taxi service in Holbrook Village, and after he had spoken to the driver, he waited with his trunk by the curb. The rain kept on, but he did not mind. He had been indoors too long. From time to time he looked along the road towards the cottage. He was feeling the first touches of regret. If she had come out looking for him and had been persuasive, he might have gone home with her and taken his chances. But it looked like the weather was keeping everyone inside tonight, and in 10 minutes his taxi arrived. He asked to be taken to Ipswich railway station. While he was helping the driver lift the trunk onto the back seat, he had no plan, no idea where he was going. But as they descended the hill past Freston Water Tower and went along the darkened foreshore, it came to him. Pack a carrier bag with a change of clothes and his books, deposit the trunk at the left luggage, and check in to the station hotel. It looked run down and cheap enough. He would hole up and read his set books and arrive on the first day of school well prepared for the 6th form. That plan fell apart as soon as he was standing on the pavement, watching his taxi draw away. A London train was just in. People were brushing past him. Traffic on the main road was unusually heavy. There was tinny pop music playing from somewhere. He drew strength from this bustle. He was in the real world again. It was plain what he had to do. Last time she threw him out, she had taken him back within days. A hasty note, a summons without explanation, delivered by the boy who resembled a mouse, and whose name was actually Thomas Meek. Next day there was Roland on his bike, pedaling in a frenzy to her cottage, delivering himself up to her for lunch. It would happen again. She would come to claim him. He could never resist her. There was only one way to be free. He had to act quickly before he changed his mind. A friendly boy his own age helped him carry the trunk to the ticket office. His request was proud: a full-fare adult ticket, one way. A porter took his luggage on a trolley to the guard's van. Roland tipped him 2 shillings and 6pence. Probably too much, but this was his new existence, the one in which he was in command. Before his train pulled out, he had time to buy a newspaper. On the way to London, he read about preparations for the grand opening of the Forth Road Bridge in Edinburgh, the city he had escaped from. He was too late into town to make an onward connection. The place he found near Liverpool Street Station was even seedier than the one in Ipswich. He had never checked into a hotel before. The feeling it gave him confirmed that he was doing the right thing. The next morning, before he took a taxi across the city to Waterloo Station, he phoned his sister. She was on the platform to meet him at Farnborough Station. Her car was the same make as Miriam's, so he knew how to fit his trunk in. Susan was not surprised about his change of plan. As Roland put it, like her and their brother Henry, like their parents and their parents, he would benefit from the minimum schooling the authorities required of him. He was done with classrooms and timetables. She stopped outside his old place of work and waited while he walked the quarter-mile to where Mr. Heron was supervising the digging. It was clear from the mud on his boots and jacket and the sweat on his face that he was short-handed. The gaffer seemed to have shrunk. Roland was fearless. He asked for the wages he was owed, and he offered he did not ask to work again. When he got the nod, Roland set out his condition. He could work faster and harder than the 40-year-old chain-smoking fellows. He must be paid at the full adult rate or he would go elsewhere. As Mr. Heron turned away, he agreed with a shrug. After they had brought in his trunk from the car and heaved it upstairs to his bedroom, Roland and Susan had a cup of tea and settled on £4 a week for his keep. Over the weekend it was beautiful weather again and he helped his sister in the garden. While she made a bonfire, Roland went back into the house to bring out his books. Camus, Goethe, Racine, Austen, Mann, and the rest. He dropped them one by one onto the flames. It would have been satisfying to believe that All for Love was consumed faster than the rest, but everything burned with equal ferocity. He wrote to his parents about his decision, assuring them he was earning good money. Over the following week, worried letters came from school, from Mr. Clayton and Mr. Bramley. A day later there was one from Mr. Clare, who urged him to return and continue the vitally important lessons with Miss Cornell. "You have a stupendous talent. Roland, it can be nurtured here for free." He ignored them all. He was already busy working extra hours at time and a half, and he had met a lovely, sweet-natured Italian girl, Francesca, in an Aldershot pub. By mid-1995, Roland was out of funds, though hardly impoverished. Alyssa forwarded the child benefit that had helped sustain her while she was writing The Journey. This weekly allowance of £7.25, hard fought for by campaigners, went straight from government to all mothers, rich or poor, and now came from her London to her German bank to his London bank. She added a decent £250 a month for Lawrence's maintenance. She passed a message through Rudiger that she would send more if Roland wanted her to. He didn't. There was enough to eat and drink, almost enough for clothes and school trips. Repairs, holidays abroad, a car, spontaneous presents, and the piano tuner fell off the list. The bank overdraft was closing in on £4,000. He could not face a return entanglement with social services and join fellow supplicants slumped on steel benches screwed to the floor. He and Lawrence had lived well for 2 years. The rest went on tax at the new low rate. The household survived by Roland collating some of his earlier freelance careers. He wrote a little journalism. He taught tennis 7 hours a week. He played lunchtime munch music at a superior small hotel in Mayfair. How could he be poor when he and Lawrence lived on an income just above the national average? Because poverty was not an absolute, so he had read, it was relative, and his friends, many of them graduates, were doing well in the professions, in science, TV, and print. One couple, evangelists for a digital future, had opened an internet cafe in Fitzrovia. They were flourishing. There was an interesting term going about that he liked and used to console himself. Social capital. How could he complain when he was soon to be married? When he had a lovable, interesting child, friends, music, books, and health, when his son was not at risk from smallpox or polio, or from snipers hidden in the hills above Sarajevo. But he would have preferred social capital plus capital, and if his life was safe, it was also too safe. He rarely left London these days. Look what others of his generation were doing. He had not left home to publicize the Sarajevo siege and its atrocities as bold Susan Sontag had, by staging Waiting for Godot in the city's National Theater. He and Daphne had decided to merge households. The 4 children were keen. Peter, down in Bournemouth in a peeling seafront apartment with his new friend, didn't mind Roland living with the woman he had left. Roland had formed a suspicion that Peter had hit Daphne on occasions, but she refused to talk about it. It turned out that she and Peter, pushing against convention in their youth, were not actually married. Whatever had happened, the bitterness of their parting was largely spent. That was a bullet Roland and Alyssa had dodged. He had signed papers prepared by German and English lawyers, paid for by Alyssa. Now, with Daphne, the plan was clear. Find a big house and garden where Lawrence and his best friend Gerald and the 2 girls, Greta and Nancy, would be happy and free. Roland was counting on Daphne's genius for organization. They had long been confidants, now they were lovers. It had started out wonderfully, had faltered a while, and now was well again. Or well enough. At last he understood that there was no liberating elsewhere beyond the sandbag defenses of Gurji Camp, that on the other side of the best orgasm he'd ever had, a better one was not waiting. He was just over 3 years short of his 50th birthday. His tennis clients were mostly decent players in their 30s wanting to hit. After a long session on court, he noticed dull aches around his hips and electric twinges in his right elbow. He had his heart checked out a bit ragged, some of the beats, but not so bad. At his doctor's suggestion, he submitted to a camera journeying around his large colon in search of polyps. Nothing so far. A humiliating process, but one of the drugs, fentanyl, gave him a taste of the old days. Thinking seriously for the first time in his life about his health, and his inevitable deterioration added to his certainty that it was time to arrange a different kind of existence. Too late for Sarajevo. The future he had in mind was solid, secure, friendly, ordered, and he was coming to it after many delays and denials. Months had passed since they had elatedly made these plans, but Daphne worked a 50-hour week and was raising 3 children. Her au pairs came and went often. The public housing stock was pitifully diminished. The demand for affordable London homes to rent was overwhelming her mid-sized housing association. Roland's hours were spread all over the day, and he was needed at the school gates by 3:30. In 6 months, they had seen 11 places, all hovels or overpriced or both. For now, they lived in 2 small houses in Clapham. Epithalamium Cards had not collapsed. It had been sold on to a big mainstream concern for a sum that was never disclosed to Roland. The money owed to him was on its way. The elusive Oliver Morgan had been telling him for 4 years. Certain legal and financial issues were being resolved. He was not to worry, his portion was increasing in value all the time. Roland's recycled birthday and condolence verses were now on sale everywhere, with a company said to be bigger than Hallmark. At school long ago he had read several pages of a set book, a novel by Georges Duhamel, Le Notaire du Havre, enough to get the general idea. A hard-pressed family was waiting to receive a generous inheritance. The fortune was always about to arrive. Frustrated hope was slowly destroying these poor people. The money never came, or perhaps it did. He didn't read far enough to find out. It was a cautionary tale. He could go weeks and the matter hardly crossed his mind. He was too busy, and he reckoned he was more resilient than the family from Le Havre. But occasionally, waking in the small hours, his brooding insomniac mind would go searching for a cause. Then he would hear Morgan's reassuring voice from a recent conversation. "Roland, just be patient. Trust me." Lying in the dark on his back, he attended to unspooling dramas written and directed by someone else. He had no responsibility for the hiring of the East End thugs who snatched Oliver Morgan from his car and brought him to an abandoned bacon factory in Ipswich, where soon he, along with some senior executives from Crazicard's Inc., dangled naked, upside down, their ankles secured by the chains of a moving belt transporting them towards the steel doors of a giant blast furnace. At their approach, those doors slid open. A roaring jet of white flame rose 20 feet high. The bound men, writhing on their chains, squealed like pigs for mercy. By chance it looked like Oliver would be going in first. Time for Roland to intervene to pause the conveyor belt. He spoke into Oliver's upside-down ear. There were certain conditions. With what ease and speed the money was in his hands. But now the bedclothes were too hot and his noisily beating heart would not let him sleep. It was during those early days when the old friends became lovers that Daphne explained her theory of domestic order. The center of the modern home was no longer the sitting room, the parlor, or the study of the paterfamilias. It was the kitchen, and the heart of the kitchen was its table. This was where children learned basic manners, including the unspoken rules of conversation and how to be in company, and where they would absorb for a lifetime the vital rhythm and rituals of regular meals, and begin to take for granted their first simple duties in helping to clear away. It was where the post was opened, where friends sat around talking and drinking while their host prepared their supper. And it was where, she pointed out, at his table they were squeezed up at one end because of the mountain of crap that occupied almost all the space. Under there was a nice old pine table. Clear it and the effect on the rest of the house would follow. It took him a weekend. Most of the mountain he binned, the rest he distributed around the house. She was wrong, there was no effect on the other rooms, but the kitchen was fundamentally improved. As a new convert, Roland worked hard to keep the table clear. It became a kind of hearth. Even Lawrence noticed. Round this table various friends gathered during 1995. It could accommodate 10 at a squeeze. If Daphne was not working too late, she could get across by 9:30. Her girls took Roland's spare room and Gerald doubled up with Lawrence. Roland had limited cooking skills and ambitions. One course only, lamb chops, roast potatoes, green salad. To feed 10, he would count on 40 chops. They made little impact on his overdraft. The wine was taken care of by the guests. They formed a shifting, ill-defined group. Many worked in the public sector: teachers, civil servants, a GP. Joe Coppinger came with Sophia, the doctor he was about to marry. There was also a cello maker, an independent bookshop owner, a builder, and a professional bridge player. The average age was around 45. Most were parents, none was rich, though everybody earned more than Roland. Most were heavily mortgaged, many had been married twice and had complicated families and complex weekly arrangements. Almost all had been educated by the state. There was a fair national and racial mix. The two school teachers were third-generation Caribbean. The bridge player was of Japanese extraction. Occasionally, Americans, French, and Germans passed through. 2. Myril and Carol, Roland's previous lovers, came with their husbands, one of whom was from Brazil. Some were people Roland had met through tennis. The gatherings overlapped with other groups in other houses where the food was more sophisticated. On any given occasion, about half would know each other. They were all still young enough for the subject of aging to be a running joke. It remained paradoxical that they now found themselves older than senior policemen, than their doctors, than their children's head teacher, and now senior to the leader of the opposition. A related and emerging topic was the care of elderly parents. These grown-up children were at that hinge of life when parents must begin to shrink and fold. The decline of mobility, reason fading in and out like shortwave radio, the trickle of minor ailments that fed a deeper river. The subject was vast, and not all of it was unfunny. They could smile at comedies of misunderstanding when a vague parent came to live with a busy family in a house that was too small, the children too noisy, the weekly timetable too complex, when the family's supper was fed in error to the cats while everyone was out. The conversation embraced the logistics as well as the guilt and sadness of moving a parent from home to care home. One friend said she loathed her mother almost as much as her mother loathed her, but she was shocked by the way she felt when she had to put my mother away. The subject was mortality, and therefore limitless. They looked ahead to their not-so-distant 50th birthdays and knew they were discussing their own future decline. Some were already contemplating knee and cataract operations or forgetting a familiar name. There were good selfish reasons to be kindly to the old. That apart, there was much optimism about, though 25 years later it would be hard to recall. Politically, the median position was not very far left of center. There were no revolutionaries here. They suffered somewhat from like-mindedness. Much that was predicted the night the wall fell had come about. Germany was united, the Soviet Union had vanished. Already, 8 nations of its Eastern European empire had joined the European Union with a couple more to follow. Military spending was down, though nuclear weapons remained. There was an academic consensus that democracies never invaded other countries, and that was cited around the table. After centuries of war, ruin, and torture, Europe had found a permanent peace. First the dictatorships of Spain and Portugal in the 70s, now the rest, tumbling into a condition of openness and future prosperity. There was a Democrat in the White House. Bill Clinton was seeing through benign welfare reform and children's health insurance. His administration was showing a budget surplus all good for a second term. Recent by-elections predicted that the president's British colleague, the new Labour Party leader, Tony Blair, would sweep away the tired, fractious government of the embattled Tory Prime Minister, John Major. Some round the table had connections with various Labour groups working on policy. The Conservatives had been in power 16 years. Labour had to become electable again. At Roland's table and in other houses, in different combinations they dissected and welcomed the third way. Equality, always unattainable and incompatible with liberty, was to be replaced by social justice, equality of opportunity. The old Labour ambition, no longer taken seriously, to nationalize all the major industries to be junked. The Bank of England to become independent and depoliticized. Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, no voter, left or right, could argue with that. Education and health would be central. Human rights to be brought into British law. A minimum wage. Free nursery places for all 4-year-olds. The creative energies of properly regulated capitalism would drive and fund these projects. Fixed-term parliaments, peace in Northern Ireland, a Welsh Assembly, a Scottish Parliament, lifelong learning, internet-based national grid for learning, the right to roam the countryside freely, incorporation of the European Social Chapter, a Freedom of Information Act. All this in a plausible future. The evenings were long, the mood was high. At 2 in the morning, one friend said as she was leaving, "It's not only rational, it feels so clean." On occasions, the like-mindedness broke down. A faction under the influence of the sociologist Anthony Giddens insisted that commerce, the market, could never promote social justice until the financial sector was cleaned up and made socially responsible. To some, that was utopian. To others, a quibble. One evening, early on, sitting at an end of the table so that he could be near the roasting chops, Roland stayed out of the conversation. He had spent a sleepless night, and shopping, tidying and cooking had been arduous. Now it was a relief to be sitting down, removed from the cross-currents of conversation. Earlier in the day he had read a poem by Keats, Ode to Psyche, long ago urged on him by his ex-mother-in-law. Despite his tiredness, it had left him with a tranquil inward feeling. The topics round the table narrowed to a single issue: targets. Everyone approved. A policy working group had just completed a paper. If Labour came to power, the public sector was to be made efficient and humane by being set clearly defined outcomes. Fear of failure would raise performance. Fulfilling targets would lift morale. The public interest would be met. To be targeted and increased. Appendix removals and breast screenings, apprenticeships, ethnic minorities visiting national parks, kids from disadvantaged backgrounds at universities, literacy levels at ages 7, 10, and 14, crimes solved, rapists tried and imprisoned, people moved out of unemployment. To be targeted and reduced. Numbers of homeless, suicides, schizophrenics, air pollution, accident and emergency waiting times, lonely old people, infant mortality and child poverty rates, class sizes, street muggings, traffic accidents. Clear ambitions. In the name of transparency, success and failure would be set before the public for its judgment. Roland was drifting away, it felt like upwards, and entered a state of detached contentment. He looked down the table. These were good and serious men and women. Intelligent, hard-working, intent on social justice. If they had privileges, they were determined to share them. The world, so his mood allowed, was full of such people. All was well. He remembered himself around Lawrence's age, watching 2 ambulances pull away with their accident victims as he concealed his tears of joy at a revelation. How good people were at heart and how well organized and decent things were. His father had acted heroically. It was clear, then as now, every problem was solvable, even in the murderous Balkans, even in Northern Ireland. Roland drifted further away. He was in an unreal and sentimental state. Mushy was his word for it, as if someone had slipped a psychotropic substance into his drink. Now, as the voices around him rose, he was going further as he entered a condition hopeless to have tried to explain it, in which he took pleasure in mere existence. What luck just to have a mind, an asset never entered in the credit columns of social capital ledgers. He remembered a fragment from the Ode to Psyche, the wreathed trellis of a working brain. That was anyone's privilege and Roland's patrimony, low on cash, but he had a working brain, a mushy one, as intricate as a mature rose trellis. At which point he snapped out of it, filled his glass and joined the conversation, whose level unfortunately had sunk. Roses are barbed. The heartless sport of the moment was to celebrate the travails of John Major, the Prime Minister, a decent put-upon man, trapped between, on one side, a cult of parliamentary right-wing cranks determined on the fantastical project of taking the country out of Europe. And on the other side, from every faction of the party, a sequence of ministerial peccadillos, splashed everywhere to much glee. Just when this was how the press construed it, the PM had urged on the nation the cold blessings of chaste family values. Months later, Lawrence sat at the same cleared table on a Saturday afternoon in September, 3 days after his 10th birthday, arranging newspaper pages, scissors, paste, and the folio-sized scrapbook he had asked for as a present. Daphne was at work. Her children were in Bournemouth with their father, meeting 24-year-old Angela for the first time. Roland sat across the table from Lawrence. They had less time together alone these days. In a certain mood, Roland studied his son's face and saw only Alice's, and felt an old love stir, or the memory shadow of love. He could almost recall what it was like to love her. The pallor, the large dark eyes, the straight nose, and that habit of glancing away before speaking. Then, brewed out of what both parents had donated on that furtive night in Liebenau, all that was Lawrence's own. An unwieldy head too big for his frail shoulders. When he agreed intently, it wobbled rather than nodded. The lips were in the classic form of a Cupid's bow. Daphne said that one day someone kissing that boy would die of pleasure. And the head again, already so full of thoughts, too many of them unspoken. It was a relief, a joy, when Lawrence sidled up, took Roland's hand, and confided a thought that implied much contemplation, much study behind it. 5 years before, he and Lawrence had stayed with friends in their country cottage. Their daughter Shirley was 5, same as Lawrence. There were some older children too. The two youngest were encouraged to play together, and the adults kept telling them how they were just right for each other. When a ride on a pony trap was arranged, they sat together, up with the driver, and took turns holding the reins. In the evening they shared the bathtub, then a bedroom. Just after 3 a.m. Roland was woken by a gentle tap on his shoulder. Lawrence was standing close, silhouetted against a moonlit wall. "Can't you sleep, darling?" "No." "What's up?" The grave head tilted forward and he spoke to the floor. "I don't think Shirley is the girl for me." "That's all right. You don't have to marry her." There was a silence. OHOK. By the time Roland carried the boy back to his bed, he was asleep. The following evening, adults and children were standing in the garden together to watch the moon rise from behind a stand of oaks and ashes. As it coyly peeped clear of the highest branches, Lawrence, determined to be conversational, tugged at the arm of their host and made the solemn pronouncement that passed into family legend. "Do you know, in my country we also have a moon." The 10th birthday, anticipated daily for many months, had deep significance for Lawrence. Double figures at last, but something beyond that, almost like adulthood. The boyish presents were all around the kitchen. From Daphne and family, inline skates and street hockey clobber. But also, as requested by him, an introduction to mathematics for adult beginners, a grown-up 2-volume encyclopedia, and the scrapbook. A while ago, in answer to more questions from Lawrence about his mother, Roland had shown him a folder of press cuttings Rudiger had sent over the years. Perhaps it was a mistake, but the boy's pride was intense. He stared at her photographs a long time. Her fame amazed him. Is she as famous as Oasis? Number book famous is a lot less than that, but still famous and more important. You think? I do, but you're right. Lots of people would disagree. The heavy head moved slightly side to side as he considered. I think you're right, more important. Then the familiar question. Why doesn't she come and see me? You could write to her. I don't know where she lives, but I know someone who does. I think Oma knows where she is. Perhaps. His letter, written over many evenings after school, covered 10 pages in his extravagant loopy hand. He described his school, his friends, his house, his bedroom, and his last holiday on the Suffolk coast. At the end, he told her he loved her and added in terms of an intimate personal secret that he also loved maths. Roland knew that Jane would not forward the letter. He marked the envelope personlich and sent it to Rudiger with a covering note. 2 months passed, nothing. Roland was not surprised. Since their meeting in Berlin, he had written to her 3 times without a reply, encouraging her to be in touch with Lawrence. He had spoken to Rudiger when he was in London. They met in the bar of his hotel near Green Park. The publisher said he was sympathetic, he understood, but he knew it would be more than his professional life was worth, to try and intervene in his author's private affairs. She doesn't want to talk about it. But Lawrence was not deterred. He was intent on compiling the book of Alissa Eberhardt, so the scrapbook was now headed in gold crayon. He explained that the articles were to be in chronological order, English to be followed by German. Scissors, glue pot, marker pen, and a damp cloth he arranged in a line. He sorted through the folder until he found an English review of the journey. It was a single column, which he cut around and pasted onto the first page. It was neatly done. He was right about his grandmother. Since publication of the first novel, Alissa and her mother had been reconciled. Jane was under instruction not to give Roland her daughter's address. He was irritated by this, and on a visit, after Lawrence was in bed, they had argued. He told her she owed a duty to her grandson to put him in touch with his mother. Jane told Roland he failed to understand the complexities of families, of literature. Had he actually read The Journey? It was beneath him to reply. She convinced herself that he was too jealous of Alissa's success to bother with her extraordinary book. How petty of him. After that, things went cool until they didn't speak or write at all. It made sense when she failed to invite him to Heinrich's funeral. The vengeful son-in-law would have turned up with Lawrence to embarrass Alissa. He discussed this with Daphne. Her view never varied. She could be the second Shakespeare for all I care, she should write to her son. And 2 evenings ago, she needs a good kick up the backside. One woman clearing the decks of another. No, far more than that. But there was symmetry in these upheavals. Lately, he had been referring to Peter as a fuckwit, a term that was pleasing on the tongue. Daphne may have been right about Alyssa's need of a metaphorical kick, but it wasn't helpful, Roland kept telling her. His animus against his ex-wife was consigned to the basement of his thoughts where it wrestled with his admiration for her work. The higher matter was Lawrence. His awareness had expanded to this point. His mother was glamorously alive, not so far away in familiar Germany, and she did not wish to know him. What to do? It could have been a mistake to show him her press. It formed a pile 6 inches deep. Whenever Rudiger sent the latest Eberhardt cuttings, Roland read through them and put them in his folder. He too was intrigued by her fame. While Lawrence leaned over the scissors to concentrate on a precise cut, Roland took a page off the pile. After 5 years it was yellowing at the edges. The long review by an esteemed critic in the FAZ, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, that had set the tone for the journey's ecstatic reception in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Rudiger had clipped a translation to the cutting. Roland skipped the extensive plot summary and read again the closing paragraphs. At last, a leader with a commanding voice has emerged from among the generation born after and born of the war. Untainted by the arid experimentalism, the solipsistic, existential enemy of our subsidized literary culture, she bursts into our presence, a writer who understands her responsibilities to the reader, and yet remains in complete control of an exquisite literary prose and the boldest imaginative ambition. Only her title escapes her capacity for brilliant invention. Alyssa Eberhardt is not afraid of our recent past, or of history itself, or of a gripping narrative, of full and deep characterization, of love and the sorry end of love, and of profound and informed moral speculation that sometimes makes a respectful curtsy to the magic mountain, and even to the magic of Montaigne. There seems to be nothing that she cannot evoke, from the ruins of bombed-out Munich, to the wartime criminal underclass of Milan, to the spiritual desert of the post-war economic miracle, as experienced in an obscure little town in Hesse. Tolstoyan in sweep, with a Nabokovian delight in the formation of pitch-perfect sentences, Eberhardt's novel delivers without lecturing us a quietly powerful feminist conclusion. Her heroine, even as she fails, exhilarates by what she illuminates. There can be nothing left to say beyond the obvious. This novel is a masterpiece. Ein Meisterwerk. Nabokovian, winner of the Kleist and Hölderlin prizes, and Roland was first. He was right, even about the title. He should have written the letter. If he had, she might have been preparing now to spend Christmas with her son, who was holding up the book of Alyssa Eberhardt with a proud smile to show his father the first page. Brilliant, nicely arranged. What's next? Something in German. This was one of the first. Have a look. Lawrence set to work on the FAZ page. He was not interested in trying to read the translated articles. He wanted to arrange them and tame the mystery of his mother within his own book. Roland was looking now at a magazine piece in English. In a full-sized color photograph, she was in a white summer dress, cinched at the waist in the style of the 40s, sunglasses pushed back above her forehead. The styled hair was cut in a bob without a fringe and tucked behind her ears. She leaned against a stone balustrade. In the panoramic background were conifers and a distant wisp of river. The smile looked forced. 10 interviews a day. Beginning to loathe her own voice, her repeated opinions. She never came to London for publication. Coverage in the book pages saved her the bother. The copy, 6 months old, was an extended caption in breathless prose. Like awesome Doris Lessing before her, glamorous Alyssa Eberhardt made the sort of scary leap many women only dream about. She abandoned baby and husband and hightailed it into the Bavarian forest, sea above, where she lived on leaves and berries, just joking, and wrote her famous first novel, The Journey. The book world pronounced her a genius, and she's never looked back. Her latest, The Running Wounded, is our book of the month. Watch out, Doris. This one Roland decided he would keep back from his son. It was as far as the well-known story ever went. Alyssa never elaborated, never named her abandoned family, never spoke about the scary leap and its absolute nature. An energetic British press could have found Roland easily. What luck, the Left Behind were not interesting. So far, 3 novels and a collection of stories. Whenever he read her, he looked for the character who embodied some elements of himself. He was prepared to be indignant if he found him. The kind of man her heroine might hole up with for many sensual months. The pianist, tennis player, poet. Even the failed poet, the sexually overdemanding man. The restless, unfulfilled man of no settled work that a reasonable woman might tire of. The husband and father that a woman character deserts. What he found instead were, among many others, 2 versions of the big Swedish sailor with the ponytail, Karl. As 5 short years passed, the books and prizes in Germany and around the world accumulated. She rewrote and brought to life one of the novels that Roland had typed up and publishers in London had rejected. She published a collection of linked stories about 10 love affairs. She was astute, even hilarious about the contradictory demands of her clever heroines. There could have been room for him in there. In her novel about London, her heroine worked for a stretch at the Goethe Institute. But he wasn't the student she fell in love with. He wasn't even in her class. Another character lived near Brixton Market, but not in Roland's old flat. The Eberhardt mode was defiantly realist. It addressed a world that was collectively known and felt. There was nothing, material or emotional, that she could not vividly depict. And yet, for all the intensity of their time together, the Lady Margaret Road tryst, the emotionally wrought visits to Liebenau and the walks by the river, the outdoor thrills of the Danube Delta, their little shared house, and above all, their child, nothing, not even disguised or displaced. Their shared experience bulldozed from her creative landscape, including her own vanishing. He had been expunged. So had Lawrence. There were no children in her fiction. The break in 1986 was total. He had prepared himself for indignation. Now he was coming at it from another direction. He read the profiles for evidence of Alyssa's lovers, but she never spoke of her private life. Next question, was the calm response, even if she was blandly asked which part of Germany she lived in. An unposed picture in a magazine showed her at a happy restaurant table. No one around it looked like a possible lover. The German press was not as doggedly intrusive as the British. But because she didn't visit and therefore belonged to no literary circle, had no known affairs, was never seen in favored restaurants or at red carpet openings, and was almost 48, she was poor material for the gossip columns. Selected British journalists traveled to Munich and met her in her publisher's office. They were mostly bookish types, respectful, even awestruck. As the years stacked up behind them, their time together shrank, at least by the calendar. A mere 3 years, 83 to 86, but the emotional span was greater and Lawrence was its embodiment. Also, the Goethe Institute in 77 and 4 years later, meeting outside the Dylan concert when Mick Silver got nutted. Then Berlin, the Adler, the Alley in the Rain. That span extended when he wrote to her about Lawrence and received no reply, and extended further when he quietly admired her latest book and noted again his absence. Whenever he saw her photograph, a fine thread was reconnected to a distant past. 18 years on, it seemed unchanged. The face of the woman who had once declared her literary ambitions in slow and simple German for the benefit of her class. An anti-monarchist friend, hit and killed by a motorbike 10 years back, had once told him that by their intense media presence, Certain young members of the royal family were constantly invading his privacy. "Stop reading about them," Roland had replied. "I never do, and they never bother me." Now he saw what was meant. Alyssa occasionally bothered him. He had to read each book as it came. He had to sift through the press Rudiger sent. She wouldn't leave him alone. She refused to stop writing, well, even as she ignored him in her novels. After so many years, he didn't much mind, but it would have helped if her face, artfully lit in quality magazines, had faded from his view. But even if it had, it would linger, not only in their son's eyes and that habit of glancing away, but in his consuming seriousness. Above all, that was what Lawrence and his mother shared. 2 years later, the Clapham household still had not merged. Talk of marriage was not dropped. It faded. They were busy, house prices were rising unevenly across the postal districts, and it was less perilous somehow to have two places barely a mile apart. Daphne's children were spending every other weekend with their father. That caused an imbalance, for Daphne valued her 4 days a month alone. That was fine. Roland was long used to and liked time alone with Lawrence. The families overnighted in each other's places. The parents babysat for each other. It was messy sometimes, but his and Daphne's 4 kids liked each other, and living this way was easier than taking a big decision that would be hellish to undo. They never felt like spelling it out. Some love affairs comfortably and sweetly rot, slowly like fruit in a fridge. This might be one such, Roland thought, though he was never quite sure. The sex, increasingly sporadic, remained intense. They talked easily, profoundly when it was possible. Politics bound them, and there was much excitement as the general election approached. So all 6 of them, all the stakeholders, as new labor economists now said, lived in an agreeable fog of arrangements too settled or interesting to be easily dispersed. Inertia itself was a force. In the spring of '97 there was a death in Roland's family. Once, no one advanced far through childhood without confronting a dead person. But in the prosperous West, after the mass carnage of 2 world wars, to live without death became the peculiar privilege and vulnerability of a protected generation. Loud and hungry for sex and goods and much else, it was squeamish about extinction. To Roland, it seemed proper to forbid 11-year-old Lawrence from coming with him. He traveled alone to his first close encounter with a corpse. He arrived early by train. To settle his thoughts, he took a circuitous route from the station through the town. Aldershot looked like it had been beaten up the night before by drunks, soldiers or civilians. In the center, by the market, there were scatterings of bottled glass on the pavements and gutters, and spilt blood or tomato ketchup diluted by rain. It was round here that his brother Henry, then 18, had bumped into their mother in 1954, and she had failed to recognize him. That old mystery, why Rosalind sent Henry and Susan away in 1941, would never be solved. She insisted that she was too hard up to raise them, but no one was convinced. She was no poorer then than she was before the war. The question was so old they had stopped thinking about it. Roland came out by Woolworth's where, as a 3-year-old, he had been in awe of a dark red colossus just inside the swing doors, an I speak your weight machine. Near it, he had once lost his mother by absently following the wrong skirt. Colored dots on a white background just like Rosalind's. When an unfamiliar face looked down at him, he went numb with horror. When he was reunited with his mother, he wept. In memory, the acetate flavor of his grief was that of the Pick-N mixed sweeties piled on a nearby counter. Pear drops. He crossed the road by Woolworth's and passed 2 large freestanding cinemas side by side. In one of them he had sat through 2 consecutive showings of Elvis Presley's Blue Hawaii. He was 13 years old. He must have been on holiday from Berners. His parents had left Tripoli and were waiting for the next posting. First Singapore, then Libya. Soon it would be Germany, their life of exile. of Rosalind's buried homesickness, as if they were fleeing something. That long afternoon in the ABC, Roland could not bear to leave Elvis's sunny beaches and beautiful friends to join the drabness outside. His father had turned up unexpectedly to collect him and was furious at having to wait around in the foyer. Eventually, he came into the cinema with an usher, whose torch beam found Roland in the front row. Father and son walked back in silence through the rain to where they were staying with Susan. Now, Roland retraced part of their route across a deserted car park and went towards a dismal part of town where married soldiers and their families were once quartered in late Victorian, two-story terraces, cramped, unheated, damp. Susan had lived there with her first husband and their two children when they were babies. Roland had stayed in Scott Moncrief Square occasionally. In Parliament it had been referred to as a slum. Cold buildings of sooty brick surrounded a grassy mound around which the women hung out their washing. The terraces were knocked down in the late 60s when everything Victorian was an abomination. But the quarters were solidly constructed. Better to have refurbished them, for now the cheap replacements were ready for demolition too. He looped back towards the center of town, then up a hill towards the Cambridge Military Hospital where he was born. A fine Victorian edifice with a locally famous clock tower whose bells were spoils of the Crimean War. Closed 2 years before, destined, he had heard, to become luxury apartments. The windows had the smudged blind look of an abandoned wreck. Somewhere in there, separated from him only by a thin wall of time, he had been slung upside down, naked and bloody, and in the fashion of the day, welcomed into the world with a brisk slap on the buttocks. He took a wide detour, dropped behind Aldershot Football Club ground with the floral clock outside, still telling the time. He crossed the road and slowed as he approached Bromley and Carter's establishment in a parade of shops. His father was waiting for him. No silent fury this time, no usher's torch. He went on past, then, 100 yards further, walked back, hesitated, and rang the bell. The news had come early in the morning when he was at work, playing tennis on a Portman Square court. His opponent and client was a 30-year-old, working himself back into his game after breaking a leg in a skiing accident. He was a wiry county-level player with a whip-like forehand. Roland was a set and 3 games down, and trying to look as though it was part of his teaching method. Encouragement through victory. His job was to keep the rallies long and interesting, but that demanded more running than he was used to. When his new little Nokia phone rang from the bench, he raised a hand in apology and was grateful to take the call. As soon as he heard his sister's voice, its flat tone, he knew. For the next hour, a blank indifference settled on him, useful in a competitive game. He took the set and allowed himself to be beaten in the third. Lawrence's love for his grandfather was simple. The major was a craggy ogre who made comic but frightening growling noises, and played the mouth organ or made a hilarious wailing sound on a set of miniature bagpipes. As the boy grew older, the ogre was free with his 1-pound coins, and made sure the neat house on a modern estate near Aldershot was well stocked with lemonade and chocolate. The ogre became more exotic when he acquired an oxygen tank to keep at his side, with a tube from it running into his nose with a gentle hiss. From early childhood, Lawrence was interested in a grotesque figurine that the major had brought back from Germany. It sat hunched on a windowsill, a bald, gnarled gremlin with a long, curved nose, leaning on a stick. The major made a custom of presenting it to Lawrence as soon as he arrived. As a 5-year-old, he handled it with delicacy. The slow realization that the monster could not harm him endeared it to him. The fearful could be contained, even loved. The gremlin may have been a surrogate for his grandfather. That evening, the two households were eating together at Roland's place. When he arrived from his afternoon session, the children were doing their homework at the kitchen table while Daphne cooked. The girls, Greta and Nancy, were at one end, Gerald and Lawrence at the other. Between clients, Roland had phoned Daphne with the news. Now he had to find the right moment to tell Lawrence. Losing Granddad Heinrich had been baffling and abstract. Being at the Liebenau funeral might have helped. Granddad Robert was another matter. After Daphne, he had made the more difficult call to Rosalind. Her voice was distant and he had to ask her to move the phone closer. The Major had fallen against her, trapping her against the kitchen worktop. There was blood spilling from his mouth. As she struggled to get out from under his weight, his head had dropped forward and fell hard against the counter. "I killed him," she kept saying faintly. To reassure her, he pretended to medical insight. "Put that thought away. If there was blood coming out of his mouth, he was already gone." "Say that again," she said. "I want to hear it again." He sat down among the silent children. It touched him, the way their heads were bent so studiously over their writing. In 15 minutes all four would be loud again. His feet were throbbing, his knees and right arm ached. Daphne brought him a mug of tea. As she left him, she laid a hand on his shoulder. The sounds from the kitchen as she prepared a shepherd's pie were soothing. The table remained clear of junk. Here it was, the tranquil bliss of domesticity, orderly, secure, loving. Certain of his friends evoked it when they encouraged him to marry Daphne. Often, as now, he could see the point: the unasked-for tea, the murmuring radio news from the kitchen transistor. A chemical weapons ban would soon come into force, the children on their assignments, the scent of their freshly washed hair. He could let go, sink himself in the warmth. To suffer and drown. There had been some stronger hints lately of problems between Daphne and himself. No, it was singular, his problem, the old one. He couldn't help himself. She had said in a tight voice that he could and must. He glanced across at Lawrence's work. Maths again. The book he had wanted for his birthday had made an impression. He had developed an understanding of differential equations, di over dx, by means of which he had left his father behind. When Greta asked Lawrence, as Roland had wanted to, what the point of these sums were, he replied after a thoughtful moment, "They're all about how things change and how you can get right inside the change." What change? There's speed, then you sort of fold, and there's acceleration. He couldn't explain more, but he could solve the equations. His understanding was immediate, almost sensual. His teacher thought he should go to a maths summer school for gifted under-12s. Roland believed in holidays and was skeptical. Enough school. There was also the question of money. He didn't want to ask Alyssa. Daphne had offered to pay. The matter remained undecided. While he was taking a shower, he decided to break the news to Lawrence at supper in a kindly, familial setting. Gerald, Greta, and Nancy had lost a grandmother 18 months ago. They would understand. And Daphne was very tender to Lawrence. How could he, Roland, resist merging his life with hers? Too difficult to think about now. He dressed and went downstairs. As soon as they had finished eating, he told the children that he had some very sad news. When he delivered it, he spoke directly to his son. The large head was still. The boy's eyes were darkly fixed on him, and Roland, the messenger, felt himself accused. Lawrence asked quietly, "What happened?" "Aunt Susie told me. They had just finished lunch. Granny was clearing away the plates. Granddad followed her carrying a bowl, the orange bowl." "Yes." Just as he came into the kitchen, he collapsed on the floor. You know how his lungs weren't much good, so his heart had to pump extra hard, getting oxygen around his body. His old heart was worn out. Roland suddenly could not trust his voice. His own altered version had detached a splinter of sorrow. It felt artificial, more to do with storytelling and that loaded word heart than the fact of a painful death. Lawrence's gaze was still on him, waiting for more, but Roland could not speak. Nancy put her hand on Lawrence's arm. She and Greta were starting to say something sympathetic. They were more expressive than their brother, who sat rigidly, and than father and son. With a wagging movement of a forefinger, Daphne stilled the girls. The table was silent, expecting Roland to continue. Lawrence may have seen the brightness in his father's eyes. It was the boy who would comfort the man. He said in a tone of gentle encouragement, "What did they have for their lunch?" Chicken, potatoes. He was going to say peas. The bathos of the question had made him want to laugh. He cleared his throat noisily and stood up, crossed the room, and went to the window to stare into the street while he got himself under control. It was fortunate that the girls were irrepressible. They were out of their chairs, making cooing noises. Their hugs and commiserations were useful cover. Even Gerald was joining in. "That's really bad luck, Lawrence." This caused the girls to giggle, then Daphne and Lawrence joined in. Laughter all round. Such a relief. The muscles of Roland's throat relaxed, and now here it was again, a sentiment he had failed to banish earlier in the afternoon. It had come back to him riding the northern line to Clapham, standing in the crushed tennis gear over his shoulder. And again on his short walk home through the old town and down Rectory Grove, a terrible, inappropriate thought. Liberation. He stood under a bigger sky. You are no longer your father's son. You are the only father now. No man stands between you and a clear run at your own grave. Stop pretending elation is proper as well as sorrow. He was a novice at death, but he knew to be suspicious of first feelings. Surely they were proof of a reasonable derangement, and they would fade. With his back to the room, watching the slow procession of traffic, he reckoned up the options. You buried your parents, or they buried you and grieved more piteously than you ever could for them. There was no greater affliction than losing a child. So count yourself and your father lucky. A thin teenage girl in a tight black trouser suit opened the door of the undertaker's and made a formal nod as he entered. She appeared under instruction not to speak, or she was impaired in some way. As she gestured him towards a chair in a little red waiting room, his thanks sounded too cheerful. She made a placatory gesture with both hands and vanished behind a red velour curtain. The room was tastefully without magazines. On the wall was a framed photograph of a river, too narrow and fast-flowing to be the Styx. More like the East Dart, where he had once fished illegally in his teens and caught a large trout with hook and worm, a method to outrage a proper trout fisherman, he learned later. He gutted the catch and roasted it over a campfire and ate it with Francesca, the Italian he had met at the bar of the Crimea in Aldershot. They had a fine weekend, he thought, sleeping rough on Dartmoor in a borrowed tent when he might have been at school, studying for university entrance. But when they got back, she wrote to say that she never wanted to see him again. A mystery he failed to solve. He became aware of a drizzle of sound from a hole in the ceiling above his head, a sustained chord on a whispery synthesizer, backed by far-off breaking waves. After a minute, the chord shifted minimally. New Age death music. He was in what was once the living room of a modest house, set between a bike shop and a pharmacy in a low-cost Edwardian terrace. The pine coffee table, almost touching his knee, had tiny bubbles and the black hair of a brush or perhaps a scalp, trapped in its heavy dark stain, a handmade restoration. None of the chairs matched. The waiting room's makeshift air touched him. Bromley and Carter were trying their best with not much money. They faced the same hard problem as the designers of the grandest tomb, like Napoleon's in Les Invalides, where Roland had once queued with Alyssa. The departed was here, then not here, and was not coming back. Polished red quartzite or genteel improvisation, what difference could it make? He felt anxious, as if his father's death had not yet happened. A suspended outcome, as for Schrödinger's cat. Only the son's presence as witness before the corpse could collapse the wave function and kill the father. He recalled sitting in a room like this with his mother, waiting to be called into the doctor's surgery. As a child of 8, he had breathing problems, to which the words sinuses and adenoids were intimately attached like additions to his Christian name. Rosalind also did not know what they were and used them interchangeably. A deadly contest developed between them when they sat before the ear, nose, and throat surgeon. Nauseous with dread, Roland listened to his mother exaggerate his symptoms. Shy as he was, he forced himself to butt in and convince the specialist there was little wrong. A little breathing difficulty was nothing to him. On low shelves by a deep square sink were sinister white bowls with dark blue rims where soon might lie some ruined organ torn from his body. He had heard them called kidney bowls. He would say anything, deny everything, to dissuade the doctor from reaching into his wall cupboard where needles, scalpels, and steel pliers were stored. No one had explained to him that the procedure he might undergo would take place in the future, elsewhere, and with an anesthetic. Today's procedure would be without such relief. As for his mother, he would come with her the next day. The curtain parted and the girl's father came towards him with his hand extended. Roland stood to shake it and listened to Mr. Bromley's pleasant expressions of condolence. His resemblance to his daughter was comic. They shared a button nose over a strong jaw. But where her pallor had a retro-punkish appeal, his looked like a skin complaint. He needed to get outdoors more. Roland followed him along a narrow corridor to the back of the house into a larger room. Here the tranquil New Age music was louder. The smell was of a department store cosmetics counter. The body was laid out in the coffin that Rosalind had spent much time choosing. Black suit, white shirt, black tie and shoes, with a hint of gray socks. The ruched and frilled satin lining gave a suggestion of cross-dressing. The Major would have loathed it, but there had been an embarrassing mistake. This was not him. It was gone. The little toothbrush mustache he had first grown during the war when he became a sergeant major, no longer combat fit after Dunkirk, and was drilling recruits on the parade grounds of Blandford and Aldershot. The mouth was an enormous slit of a smile, a post-box mouth, round which the entire face was formed. Across the forehead it forced a thoughtful frown that had never been his. Roland turned in bewilderment to Mr. Bromley. The undertaker calmly anticipated him. "This is your father, Major Robert Baines." His mouth was likely wide open at the moment he passed away. The muscles, of course, would not have retracted. "I see. I'm sorry. Now you'll probably like some time alone. Would you mind turning that sound off?" With a sympathetic smile, Mr. Bromley pulled up a chair and left him. The synthesizer gave way to the hum of traffic. Roland remained standing. He put out a hand to touch his father's chest. Iced mahogany beneath the thin cotton shirt. There was nothing so surprising or horrific about a corpse after all. Merely a banal absence. What else could he have expected? How easy and tempting to believe in the soul, in an element that had fled. He stared into the coffin at the closed eyes, looking not for some final truth in the Major's unfamiliar face, but for some feeling of his own, some decent sadness. But he felt nothing, no sorrow, no liberation, no angry accusations, not even numbness. His only thought was of leaving, as at an awkward hospital visit when the conversation flags. What restrained him was what Mr. Bromley might think of a man who could not spare a few minutes beside his father's remains. But he was that man. The sort who takes his lead from a score of half-remembered movies and bends across the coffin for a final kiss. Except this would be the first. The forehead was colder than the chest. As he straightened, a taste of perfume clung to his lips. He wiped them on the back of his hand and left. The funeral 4 days later was a dull affair rescued by comic error. It was the day after the general election, the reckoning of New Labour's landslide victory. A 179-seat majority far beyond expectation. The right's long hold on power was broken. The John Major government had become tired, divided, soured by trivial scandal. Blair and his ministers were young. They had 1,000 new ideas. Their confidence was boundless. They would shake off the old left and be business-friendly. They would pay attention to the concerns of ordinary voters' classroom sizes, hospitals, and crime, especially among the young. Supporters and activists wore their pledge cards, 5 policy promises, with pride. The shift was also cultural. It had already been decided that to be a member of cabinet and openly gay would no longer be a matter of scandal and dishonor. Tony Blair had been to see the Queen and was in Downing Street giving his first speech as Prime Minister. Copious hair, good teeth, an energetic stride, he was received like a rock star. The flag-waving crowds along Whitehall were vast. The general euphoria was intense. Caught up in final preparations for the 5 p.m. funeral, Roland followed events in London with some detachment. He was at his mother's house, phoning Mr. Bromley several times, discussing details of dress with a Cockney bagpipe player who specialized in what he called family occasions. Susan thought the sandwiches, beer and tea were not enough. The order went out for sausage rolls, cake, chocolate fingers, crisps, lemonade, and cider. Roland glimpsed the TV coverage in the living room between errands. Old habits of mind as a Labour Party member made him suspicious of people waving Union Jacks. No good ever came of it. He could have tried for an association between the demise of a Tory administration and his father's death. But it wouldn't fit. The Major was a Glaswegian working-class man at heart. Many times he had told the story of being a teenager looking for work in the shipyards along the Clyde. Early in the morning, a foreman would address the crowd through the gates. 6-day jobs going. The men gathered there would compete among themselves to bid the pay rate downwards. The jobs went to the lowest bidders. That left a mark. Robert Baines, unlike his fellows in the officers' mess, was always warm to the idea of a trade union. He had been contemptuous of the attempted takeover of the Labour Party by the hard left. Electability was the thing. Get power first. Then if you need to, go left. Working alongside his mother, Roland set out sandwiches on plates and covered them with clean tea towels. Behind them, the TV's inadequate speakers broadcast the tinny roars of the crowds. For Rosalind, keeping busy was a balm. She had entered a heightened state of normality. She issued instructions in the form of timid prompts. But she had aged and shrunk. She couldn't sleep. The skin under her eyes showed deep wrinkles like a walnut. The funeral guests were all family on her side, with a few neighbors coming out of respect for her. They had rarely spoken to the Major, and he never could remember their names. No one had come from Scotland. For the first time in his life, Roland, surveying the spread, little of it to his taste, realized a simple fact. His father had no friends. Colleagues in the army, drinking pals in the sergeants' and officers' mess force of circumstance. They had not been in his life for many years. Only now was he beginning to come into clear view. The lawnmower story was one small element. An isolated man, too dominant and forceful in his opinions and a little too deaf for friendships, for being in easy company in the local pub, impatient with ideas that differed from his own, high intelligence frustrated of purpose by a lack of formal education, no interests beyond his daily newspaper. His devotion to military order and timekeeping grew obsessional with age and masked a profound boredom. Drink made everything tolerable, at least to himself. But he warmly greeted Roland whenever he made one of his widely separated visits. Always keen to sit into the night, drink beer, talk politics, tell stories. If he had not repeated them so often, Roland would not remember them now. Those welcomes became warmer still as the Major aged. A robust smoker from the age of 14, he tasted frailty and illness for the first time in his late 60s. Soon, he depended on the tall oxygen cylinder by his chair. Even as he knew he was dying, that his lungs were giving out, he wanted to keep going, to be merry and not complain. What was to be done with the memories of adventures with him in the desert to hunt for a scorpion, of firing a .303, learning to swim and dive, climb ropes, to balance on those broad, slippery shoulders while he counted slowly? Where was the son to place his pride in the tough captain, service revolver on his belt, pacing across the oily sand of Gurgee Camp? How was he to place the hours fishing with him on the banks of the Weser? He would patiently untangle the boy's line from the bushes several times in an afternoon. He taught him to play snooker in the officers' mess, in a paneled room of an old German Schloss, was always keen to take the boy out for steak and chips, to repair his toys, help him build camps. And who else in the family would sing so readily or take out a mouth organ? To find people singing ordinarily in company, you'd have to leave England and go to Scotland, Wales, or Ireland. Robert Baines entranced his grandson with his absurd bagpipes and growling noises. He had got his hands bloody helping the injured motorcyclist. He had got up in the night, past 3 a.m., to drive 40 miles to collect 18-year-old Roland from a motorway hitchhiking drop-off, and was cheerful when he greeted him, always keen to press a 5-pound note into the teenager's hand. Gave him his first driving lesson, reminding him that when he sat behind a steering wheel he was in possession of a 3/4-ton steel weapon. Perhaps Robert had taught Roland how to be a father. If so, there were things to unlearn. The man whose love for him was so fierce, so possessive, so frightening when he was small, was also the man who hit Rosalind, who swindled a widow and boasted about it, who dominated all domestic occasions, often drunkenly, who mercilessly repeated his thoughts, who had done some untold thing to earn Susan's hatred. In everything his father was, Roland was implicated. So much he would prefer to set aside and forget. The untangling of these lines would never be complete. The plan devised by Roland and his sister was to have a Scots piper in kilt and sparran approach slowly from among the trees of Aldershot crematorium while playing "Will Ye No Come Back Again?" until he arrived in front of the congregation, and while he continued to play, the coffin would begin its slide towards the furnace. The piper said he only did "Amazing Grace." The simple ceremony, stripped of hymns and eulogies, as requested by the deceased, proceeded well enough, with a dignified address from the civil celebrant recommended by the undertakers. When she had finished, she looked across at Susan, who gave Roland a nudge. He went outside to signal to the piper to begin his lament. It had been agreed that he should wait by some Leylandii trees on the far side of the car park, 100 yards away. But an unseasonable mist had descended and Roland could not see his man. He began walking in his direction, but just then the pipe started up and Roland went back inside. The congregation listened as "Amazing Grace," distant but clear enough, slowly began to fade. The piper was marching towards the wrong building. The sound receded to nothing. Roland went out again to look, but the mist had thickened and there was no sign of his man. He returned and apologized to the assembly. He said it was likely that the piper was now entertaining the bathers at the Aldershot Lido up the road. The major would surely approve. Everyone, even Rosalind, laughed. Then the official stepped in and, raising her hand for silence, suggested a minute of contemplation. As it ended, the major began his last journey, feet first towards a green curtain. 2 weeks after she lost her husband of 50 years, Rosalind came to stay in London. On the nights that Daphne and her children came over, Roland was gratified to have his mother see him as part of a noisy, cheerful family. Greta and Nancy immediately attached themselves to her. The three were often in a huddle. For the first time in their lives, Roland and his mother talked at length. The major, even at his most benign, was a jealous presence. The past was his preserve. He set the terms and the limits. He had been angry when Roland asked him once how, and when he had met Rosalind. When he asked his mother the same question, she was loyal and evasive. The standard account remained intact. After the war, 1945, Rosalind did not seem to be in mourning. She had cared for her husband tenderly to the point of exhaustion. She had lived a half-century in his domain as a compliant army wife. Now, after a glass of sherry before dinner, she laughed easily. She was animated, expansive. Roland had never seen her like this before. She had met Sergeant Robert Baines in 1941. She told Roland and Daphne when the children were in bed. "You mean 45, Roland said. "No, 1941. She seemed unaware that she was contradicting the usual version. The lorry runs with the driver, Old Pop, were not made to an army depot in Aldershot, but to one by Southampton docks. The sergeant at the gate was a brute, fussy and meticulous with documents and very gruff. But he asked her to a dance in the sergeant's mess. That was difficult. She was scared of him, and she was a married woman with 2 children. She declined. He asked her again a month later. This time she faltered. Her mother got out an old dress, and between them they altered it. The dance was an awkward tongue-tied affair, but Rosalind and Robert started going about together, but no more than that. I would never have done a thing like that with Jack, a soldier at the front. Jack's mother, known to Roland as Granny Tate, came to hear of what she thought was an affair and was furious. She wrote to her son to tell him what his wife was up to. He had been in the North Africa campaign and was now stationed in Malta. When he got the letter, Jack went absent without leave and came back to England. Without papers from Malta, in 1943, not possible. Or he got compassionate leave. I don't know. When he came home, he said to me, "I want to meet this man you've been seeing." So they met over a couple of pints in the Prince of Wales, across the road from the gasworks. Roland remembered the coking station. Mothers used to take their children to stand about in the yard breathing the fumes to cure their colds and coughs. Rosalind paused, then spoke directly to Daphne. Another woman would understand. Jack gave me the runaround for years. Now it was his turn. So it was an affair, but Roland said nothing. The meeting, Rosalind said, went all right. That was hard to believe. Jack, an infantryman, took part in the D-Day landings June 1944 and months later entered a wood near Nijmegen, was surrounded by German soldiers and shot in the stomach. They left him for dead. He was found by his own platoon and brought back to England and taken to Alder Hey Hospital in Liverpool. The first thing he said to me when I went into the ward was, "I led you a terrible life, Rosie." Rosalind's pass allowed her to stay for 2 days. 10 days after she got back, he died. 8-year-old Henry was already living with Granny Tate. Susan had been sent to a place in London founded originally for the daughters of able seamen who had died at sea. In the 40s, it kept up a tough regime. She was miserable there, but was only allowed back after she developed a cyst in her throat, which required surgery. The children were away from her, Rosalind said, while I tried to sort my life out. One old mystery solved. No need to ask why Granny Tate hated Rosalind. She died of cancer, screaming in pain. Rosalind hesitated. She was drifting away in her memories. The walnut skin around her eyes was a deeper brown, closer to black. The eyes were sunk and stared out with the unknowing look of the old. What she said next revealed a side of her he had never known, a message from a harsher time. The form of words was unfamiliar too. God takes his debts in more than money. Roland didn't express surprise at this revision of the past or challenge his mother with the old account. He wanted her to keep telling her history. During her stay in Clapham, she spoke less of Robert than of Jack. Before the war, it was always the village policeman who brought him back after he had vanished for weeks or months. While Jack was away, Rosalind would be destitute and on the parish, living off meager state assistance. It was obvious that Jack did not go off to sleep under hedges, or not alone. Despite that, he now appeared to flourish in Rosalind's memory as a romantic figure, reckless and unfaithful but thoroughly interesting. He was no longer a forbidden subject. Unlike her second husband, it was adventures he craved, not discipline and order. He had fought in North Africa and Italy, France, Belgium and Holland, and had died for his country. He shone now, and she could claim him. To have sexual relations with a woman whose husband was on active service during a war would have earned Robert Baines a dishonorable discharge. In a small village like Ash, Rosalind would have been an object of shame and disgust. Perhaps this was why she moved from her parents' cottage to lodgings in Aldershot. When Roland asked her on another evening, she was vague and confused and started to fall back on the old story of meeting Robert at the end of the war. He didn't press her too hard. Later he regretted it. He now understood why Jack Tate was a forbidden subject, the secret blemish on the Major's spotless army record, and why he chose overseas postings when he had the option of returning to England, to Aldershot and its environs. There were many in the area who would still remember Rosalind morally betraying her husband with Sergeant Robert Baines. In a bout of insomnia during his mother's visit, Roland recast his parents' story, not as one of shame and concealment but as a grand passion. Two young people, the handsome sergeant, the pretty young mother falling in love despite themselves, against all current notions of decency. In their innocence they thoughtlessly harmed two children. A tale haunted by a soldier's death, such as Thomas Hardy might tell. Later during that sleepless night the story appeared dreary and sad, and there loomed in the darkness of Roland's bedroom a montage of cigarette clouds, beer puddles on concrete floors, never enough money, of lives ruined by war or constrained by army regulations, by class and the narrow hopes of women's lives. He borrowed Daphne's car and drove his mother home. She was cheerful at first as they made their slow way through South London. At last she was talking of Robert. She was in a mood to forgive and celebrate him. He was very intelligent and loved a good time, and they had lots of good laughs, especially when they were young. He worked hard to get where he did, and he was devoted to her really, and she never wanted for anything. Then she recalled again the very first time she saw him as she and Pop stopped their lorry at the barrier by the guard house. Sergeant Baines came out, straight-backed and glowering, and demanded to see their bona fides and their lists. He scared Rosalind to death. Roland said, "What year was this?" "Oh, after the war, son. 1947 it would have been." He nodded and put the old Beetle into gear as the Wandsworth traffic moved forward again. It had gone from her. The usual story was 1945. She and Robert were married on 4 January 1947. The unease he had felt on and off during her stay was growing. He was too hot. He wound his window down an inch and turned the conversation to ordinary things: the traffic, the weather, the children. She joined in and told him how she adored Greta and Nancy. Gerald, she thought, was a little too withdrawn. She had spent as much time with the girls as with Lawrence. "When are you going to get married, son?" He made himself sound earnest. "I'm thinking about it very seriously." "That's what you always say. It would be good for you." "I think you're right." He closed the matter down. He knew what good sense it made to others. Daphne was warm, clever, kind, brilliantly organized, still beautiful while he was looking ragged. Lawrence was for it. Her children were wonderful. He also knew what held him back. He couldn't talk himself round. It was not a matter for reasoning. It came down to everything he could not think about now. When he pulled up outside his mother's house, she hunched forward and began to cry silently. He put a hand on her shoulder and murmured useless comforting words. She partly recovered and leaned back in her seat, staring straight ahead. The seat belt was still around her. Delicately he unfastened it, but he was not prompting her to get out. She said, as if to herself, "Married 51 years. It took him longer than it should have to make the calculation. Not correct, married in 47, so 50. Either way, even after 50 years, a good marriage or a bad one was a cause for tears." Recovering more, she repeated her number, in a tone of wonder. Divisible by 17, Lawrence would have told them. He liked pointing out such things. "Mine didn't last too. I'd count yours as a triumph." She didn't respond. They were parked in a close of 10 semi-detached houses, 20 years old, in bright red brick and unenclosed front lawns in the American style, but tiny. He did not know how he could leave her here alone. He had in mind his father's armchair by the window, monotonously declaring his absence. "I'll come in with you for a cup of tea." The suggestion of an immediate plan helped her out of the car. Indoors, she rallied as she asserted herself over her realm. She wanted him to fill the bird feeder with nuts, to mow the back lawn, move the TV nearer the wall. Writing out a shopping list for him made her cheerful again. The empty chair was no threat. When he came back from the village, his mother was setting out a cream tea and arranging pink and white delphiniums from her garden in a vase by a lemon cake she had conjured from an instant mix. While he was unpacking her groceries, he saw on the top rack of the fridge, next to a piece of cheese, a bar of soap. He put it back on its dish by the kitchen sink. She was animated over tea. It was possible she could be happy here, on her own for a little while. Soon she would go to live with Susan and her husband Michael. The house would be sold. When he reminded her of that, she said, "I haven't seen Susan in 2 years. She doesn't speak to me now." "You saw her last week." She looked up, startled, and struggled to make the adjustment in her confabulation. "Oh, that's Susan." "Which Susan were you thinking of?" She shrugged. They chatted happily, and afterwards, she took him round the little square of back garden to show him the beds crowded with flowers in full bloom and the Penelope roses growing above the patio. She was cheerful as she went out to the car with him and took on a maternal role, asking him if he had enough money to get home. He reassured her, but she had a 1-pound coin ready in her hand and pressed it into his palm and wouldn't take it back. 10 miles into his journey, he was looking for a place to stop. In his distraction, he had already taken a wrong turn and was heading along a minor road in exactly the wrong direction. Mile on mile, southern England appeared to be an infinite suburb interspersed with parades of shops. Tires, coffee, baby clothes, dog parlors, burgers. New exhausts infested a land whose rich soil and decent rainfall had once nurtured woodland of giant oaks, ashes, and wild cherry. Now lonesome survivors lurked on housing estates, at roundabouts, among nettles and litter on the borders of garage forecourts. Traffic and provisions for traffic were the dominant feature. Every van was driven by a teenage madman, every truck pumped out a blue stench. Every car was superior to his. He came to the town of Fleet. As he crossed a bridge, he saw a canal, perfect. There would be a towpath. The Basingstoke Canal was beautiful, and he took it all back. The modern age was not yet lost. He walked away from the town and considered the string of instances during his mother's visit, not the minor moments of forgetfulness, but vivid failures of cognition, brief delusional episodes. "She doesn't speak to me now." There had been a previous soap-in-the-fridge moment while she was staying in London. Later, a vegetable knife. His mother had less than a working brain. The wreathed trellis was tilting at an angle to the actual. He doubted that she could live alone, even for a few weeks. He took out his mobile phone. It was still a novelty to be able to call his sister on this compact device from under a weeping willow along a deserted stretch of canal. After she had heard him out, she told him she had reached the same conclusion. She was intending to phone him to talk about a scan. He said, "If it's neurodegenerative, they can't do anything. It will tell us what to expect." Afterwards, he kept walking. A canal was a set of thin lakes arranged in steps, a brilliant invention. He would never have thought of it or anything else in the built world. A month ago he had taken Lawrence for a walk in the country one Sunday afternoon. They were in the Chilterns, a few miles north of Henley, walking along a track near a farm. Lawrence left the path to look at a wreck of abandoned farm machinery. He trod down a thick growth of nettles. "Dad, come and look." He wanted Roland to count the teeth on a rusting cog. There were 14. Then Lawrence asked him to count the teeth on a larger cog that meshed with the first. 25. See, the two numbers are relatively prime, they're co-prime, meaning the only number that divides them both is 1. That way the teeth of the cogs wear out evenly. Why would that be? But he did not follow the explanation. In the management of his life he was foolish. In mathematics, moronic. His ick must have halved, for here was another of those moments when he knew he had reached the summit of his understanding. A ceiling, a mountain fog through which he could not pass. His 11-year-old son was on higher ground, in a clear space his father would never know. As he walked, he thought that, apart from raising a child, all else in his life had been and remained formless, and he could not see how to change it. Money could not save him. Nothing achieved. What happened to the tune he had started to write more than 30 years ago and was going to send to the Beatles? Nothing. What had he made since? Nothing beyond 1,000,000 tennis strokes, 1,000 renditions of Climb Every Mountain. He blushed now to read his earnest poems. His father was cut down in an instant. His mother was beginning a decline into mindlessness. He knew that a scan would confirm it. Both fates spoke to his own. In theirs he saw the measure of his own existence. He remembered his parents well enough at his age now. From then onwards nothing changed for them apart from physical decline and illness. How easy it was to drift through an unchosen life, in a succession of reactions to events. He had never made an important decision, except to leave school. No, that too was a reaction. He supposed he had put together a sort of education for himself, but that was messily done in a spirit of embarrassment or shame. Whereas Alyssa, he saw the beauty of it. On a windy, sunlit midweek morning, she cleanly transformed her existence as she packed a small suitcase and, leaving her keys behind, walked out the front door, consumed by an ambition for which she was ready to suffer and make others suffer too. Her new novel, set in Goethe's Weimar, was already in proof and on its way to him from Rudiger. According to the publisher's flyer, one of the novel's key moments was the meeting between the poet and Napoleon. Power, reason, and the inconstant heart was the publicity tagline. At this point he turned back along the canal towards Fleet. He remembered his mother's question. Marrying Daphne because everyone said it was a good idea would not be a break from his past but a continuation, so would not marrying her. There was no third way. 2 hours later, when he entered his house, he sensed a difference. Lawrence was over at Daphne's, but that wasn't it. He went into the kitchen, tidier than usual. His suspicion grew as he walked up to the bedroom. Also neat, he understood moments before he had proof. It was not the first time a woman had deserted this bedroom. He opened the wardrobe where Daphne kept her clothes. Empty. As he turned away, he saw her note on his desk. He sat on the bed to read it. It was hardly necessary. He could have written it for her. He too would have made it short. It was clear that they were not going to move forward, with the pressures of work and family and school runs, etc. She could no longer manage to live in 2 houses. She was sorry for the secrecy, but she had been talking to Peter. Since Roland was reluctant to commit, she and Peter were going to make another attempt, not only for the children but for their own peace of mind. She hoped that Roland would remain her close friend. Lawrence must continue to come and play or stay whenever he wanted. She was sorry, too, that he should read this letter so soon after his father's funeral, but Peter had turned up yesterday unexpectedly. She didn't want Roland to hear her news first from Lawrence. She signed off with love. As he went downstairs, he thought it was her reasonableness that cut him. Nothing to say against it, nothing to contest. Even her secret conversations. If she had told him about them, he would have suspected that she was trying to frighten him into marriage. No right to feel wronged. But how reasonable was it to live with a man who had been violent towards her? Roland had arrived by the kitchen table. A fine old battered surface of pine, clear from end to end. That wouldn't last now. He took a beer from the fridge. He was not going to fall for the cliché of getting drunk. He would sit and consider. The new government wanted the nation to drink like Southern Europeans. From Cholera to Monte Carlo, thoughtful sipping. Outside it was still light, still warm, but he preferred to be in here. So it was simple. The old life, he and Lawrence together here in the little house as before. Occasional suppers for his friends and their friends, with or without Daphne. He could try to persuade himself that by his inaction it was his decision, not hers. Holding out for something, but he didn't want to think about that. He stood and began to pace around the table. Soon, he would give Lawrence a call. He would walk round and fetch him, but he was not ready to face Daphne just yet. He arrived by the piano and paused. To one side on the floor were 4 deep piles of sheet music, mostly arrangements of old favorites, standards that he used for his work at the hotel. Here, on top, assembled in a long-ago moment of organizational zeal, were a few grouped under the heading Moon. Fly me to the moon, Moon River, Moondance. A minute later he was searching faster, passing What a Wonderful World, Yesterday, Autumn Leaves, and letting a pile topple across the floor. Next his old jazz books. Jelly Roll Morton, Errol Garner, Monk Jarrett. He kept going. An idle wish had become a need. He was 3/4 through the 3rd pile before he pulled out a Schumann collection. Pure chance. Schubert, Brahms, anyone, anything would do. He sat and opened out the dog-eared assortment of grade 8 pieces on the stand. All over the page were a 15-year-old's penciled fingerings. These days he never bothered. The music fitted around wherever his fingers happened to be. He leaned forward frowning and attempted to take instructions from his teenage self as he picked his way through the first few bars. Perversely difficult, tuneless. It was said that Schumann was 100 years ahead of his time. Sure enough, it sounded atonal, like a short piece he once knew by Pierre Boulez. He started again. It took him 15 minutes to make some stumbling partial sense of 20 seconds of music. Irritated, he tried once more, and then he suddenly stopped, stood, and walked out of the room. He had banished this kind of music from his life the day he left her, the moment he got on the London train at Ipswich Station, and he was never going back. Part 39 Lawrence's train from Paris was due into Waterloo at midday. Roland went out to the garden gate, hoping to see his son come along the street with his oversized backpack. He wanted to observe him as he himself had been once, in the 3 weeks he went traveling abroad alone for the first time. To see him as entirely distinct from himself, not as a son but as others saw him, a young adult with a loping stride and a distracted inward look. As he stood under the robinia tree and waited, Roland recalled his own various early excursions to northern Italy and Greece, long-haul hitchhikes southwards through the Audiobook system, selling his blood in Corinth to buy food, washing dishes in an Athens hotel kitchen and sleeping under an awning on the roof. Never exactly carefree. He wrote postcards to Berner's friends, defiantly proclaiming happiness. They were stuck at university, while he was the free spirit, but he could never quite believe it. In his off-duty hours in the afternoons, instead of exploring the city, he lay on his rooftop camp bed and made himself read Clarissa and Next, The Golden Bowl. He hated them both, so unsuited to the city's heat and din, but he was fearful of falling behind. Soon he would stop caring and would abandon books in favor of travel subsidized by boring jobs his lost decade. Lawrence had no such diversions and hardships. He had a roaming train ticket and an offer of a place at a sixth-form college. After a few minutes, Roland returned indoors to finish his preparations for lunch. By the time he had finished, it was past 1:30. He checked his mobile and made sure the house phone was properly on its cradle. He had bought Lawrence a phone to travel with. If he had lost it, there were public phones at Waterloo Station. Upstairs at his desk he saw the email. Dropped off at Sam's. Back late tonight. XL. Lawrence knew that his father rarely looked at text messages. Roland tried not to mind about the absent apostrophe, or the mild downward sensation of being dumped. This was a parent's rite of passage. There had been no specific arrangement about lunch. He had been caught out believing himself proud of Lawrence's independence, then thoughtlessly assumed he would hurry home to see his father. At Lawrence's age, Roland had never hurried home. He often caused disappointment with a sudden change of plan. His turn now. Staying cool, saving face, he wrote, "Welcome back, see you later." The email address he saw now was Sam's, probably his laptop. Roland ate alone with yesterday's folded newspaper propped against a teapot. The Enron scandal. George Bush had deep connections but was presenting himself as the scourge of corporate corruption and the bringer of war. Lawrence should have phoned, but no complaining. This was the beginning of the transition of letting go, though Roland had never heard anyone speak of it, this form of parental dismay. You think of your child as your dependent. Then, as he starts to pull away, you discover that you are a dependent too. It had always cut both ways. Enron insiders sold their shares before the company crashed. Bush sold his shares. Karl Rove was mentioned. So was Donald Rumsfeld. There would be more moments like this, slights, and Roland would pretend not to notice. It didn't suit him to become an object or source of guilt, nor could he risk conflict. Lawrence might be in a vulnerable state. He had come back with a story Roland needed to hear. He must keep his sticky feelings to himself. He woke just after 1 to the sound of his son coming up the stairs. His tread was heavy and irregular. There was a pause before he reached the landing. Roland lay on his back listening, waiting to choose the right moment to get up. A long piss with the bathroom door open, then prolonged splashing at the basin, silence, and the tap ran again. Drinking perhaps. The ancient lavatory needed to be pumped firmly to prompt the flush. But this was too violent. It was wild. The handle must have snapped off, for something metallic crashed against the tiled floor. Roland waited for Lawrence to get to his room, let a few more minutes pass, then took his dressing gown and went to see him. The overhead light was on. He was on the bed, lying on his side, fully dressed. On the floor by the night table was his backpack and a plastic bucket. "You okay? Feel like shit. Drunk. And stoned. Drink some water," he gasped, possibly in exasperation. "Dad, better leave me, just want to lie here." "Fine. Till the room stops spinning. I'll take your shoes off." No, he did it anyway, not easy, levering the high-back trainers off. "Jesus, your feet stink." So would, but the boy didn't have the will to finish. Roland covered him with a blanket, patted his shoulder, and left him. Before falling asleep, he read 30 pages of sentimental education. Young Frederick Morrow has fallen deeply in love with an older, married woman. She has touched his hand in farewell at the end of a social evening, and soon after, walking home across the Pont Neuf, he stops, and in his enraptured state is seized by one of those tremors of the soul in which one seems to be transported into a higher world. Roland read the sentence again. A touch of her hand. No possibility at this stage of sex between them. She probably knows nothing of his feelings. According to the introduction in Roland's paperback, Flaubert himself had fallen in love at the age of 14 with a 26-year-old woman also married. She remained in his life, with many gaps, for almost half a century. On whether their love was ever consummated, scholarly opinion differed. Roland turned off his light, and though sleep was moving in on him, he stared into the darkness, trying to recall his own higher world. No sound from the other bedroom. With Madame Cornell had he once been one step ahead of Flaubert and his Frederick on Pont Neuf, or one step behind. He didn't think a mere touch of a hand could ever have raised him to such an exquisite state. Madame Arnoux had put out her hand to her other guests, and when it was Frederick's turn, he had felt something permeating every particle of his skin. An enviable, highly wrought state denied to children of the 1960s in their carnal impatience. He closed his eyes. Strictly formal social norms, extended denial, and much unhappiness would be necessary to feel so much after a courteous handshake. As sleep was dissolving his thoughts, the answer came clear. He had been many steps behind. They did not see much of each other the next day. Lawrence slept into the early afternoon and came down for coffee just as Roland was leaving for Mayfair and his Friday afternoon piano session at the hotel. Father and son hugged briefly, then Roland set off. He had a playlist with him which he had to show to one of the managers, usually a formality. Following the New York and Washington attacks last year, it was advisable to arrive early in order to clear the newly installed security scanner at the staff entrance. In his previous job, the pianist was permitted to come through the main doors used by the guests. He now joined a queue of cleaners and waiters coming in for the evening shift. Mohammed Ayub was the cheerful head of security. Roland raised his arms to be frisked. Mo said, "You playing my way tonight like I requested." The West Yorkshire accent was strong. "Never heard of it. How does it go?" Mo turned a shoulder, extended his palms, and sang a snatch in a beefy baritone. The little crowd behind laughed and applauded. Still smiling, Roland went downstairs to the basement to change into his dinner jacket. The tea room where he was to play was thickly carpeted and paneled. The grand piano was on a dais fringed with ferns and a brass rail. Over the years he had come to like it here. The air was sweet with the perfume of lavender polish. The high-ceilinged room was orderly and tranquil. There were oil paintings on the walls under antique downlights, of racehorses and favored dogs. In the center was a tinkly fountain surrounded by sprays of white lilies. It was turned off when he started playing. The sandwiches and cakes he had first choice afterwards when there were spares were excellent. He had hated it, all of it, back when he started. It suffocated him. Now in his mid-50s, the tea room was a comfort and a refuge suspended in time, where he had no other business, no past, a soothing contrast to his Clapham home and all its accretions. And it was here he played his pleasant music. He showed his list to Mary Killy, the manager of the day. She was small and neat, acutely aware of her status. At their first meeting she had told him he should address her as ma'am. He said nothing, but he never had. She had a sharp nose, slightly raised, with flared nostrils that gave her a well-intentioned interrogative look, as though she was hungry to know all she could about everyone she met. It was a couple of years before he discovered that she knew about music. She had been a third-desk violinist at the Royal Opera House and gave it up to raise 3 children. People said she was too controlling, but Roland liked her. He would be starting with Getting to Know You, he told her, and would follow with a medley of other show tunes, ending with I'll Know from Guys and Dolls. Fine. Mary pointed further down the list. Chopin, nothing thunderous, please. Just a sweet little nocturne. Begin in 4 minutes. The room was starting to fill. The tea came out with the cake stands and cushioned on the weak murmur of elderly voices. Roland drifted off through his boundless repertoire. As long as he knew the tune, he could improvise the harmonies, and he knew many tunes. The other managers didn't notice, whereas Mary objected if his chords became too jazzy. His list was useful as a prompt, but usually one number suggested and flowed into the next. He could daydream while he played. He sometimes wondered if he could fall asleep and keep going. But one element of the job troubled him as much now as it had on his first day. He did not want anyone he knew, anyone from his past, to come in and hear him. An element of pride lingered. None of his friends knew about his promise as a classical player, but some had known him once as a jazz pianist. A few might have remembered him on keyboards with the Peter Mount posse. He kept quiet about his job unless asked, and then he would dismiss it as very occasional and very dull. He never let Alyssa or Daphne come, or any of the others. Lawrence especially was forbidden, though he had never expressed any interest in his father's workplace. He would have loathed it. Secrecy also heightened Roland's sense of the tea room as his sanctuary. He was coming to the end of I'll Know. Like all these numbers, he had played this one too often to have much feeling for it. But he remembered the reinvention of the show 20 years back. The director, Richard Eyre, went for a brass sound with jazz harmonies, the sort of thing Mary did not want in the tea room. A lot of neon on stage, and Ian Mcewan, who died of AIDS, the Falklands year. But who was with Roland when he saw it, before Lawrence, before Alyssa? It wasn't Diane the doctor, it wasn't Naomi from the bookshop. He was 34 in his prime, certainly not Meyerville. As he played, he struggled to summon her. Someone he was with, very lovely, and she was gone from him, no name, no face. He may even have been in love, but the mental space was empty, a vacant seat. Around that time he had made a list of people he knew who had died of AIDS. It was savage, but no one spoke much about it now. It was the shame of the living, the helplessness of no cure. Nor did people speak about the Falklands, awkward in a different way. The years slid over old deaths like a heavy lid. Nearly everything that happens to you in life you forget. Should have kept a journal, so keep one now. The past was filling up with blanks and the present the touch and scent. The sounds of this moment at his fingertips, the girl from Ipanema, would soon be extinct. That day there was another pianist on the post-dinner shift and Roland was back home by 8. Lawrence was waiting for him, looking scrubbed pink after a long bath and feeling, he said, only slightly fragile. They walked together through the old town to the top of the high street towards the standard Indian restaurant. Lawrence talked about his trip: Paris, Strasbourg, Munich, Florence, Venice. So far he was avoiding the important part. The roaming ticket worked well. He liked the cities. Crossing the Alps was amazing. He had met up with school friends along the way. This afternoon he had phoned a plumber to fix the broken lavatory. Then he called round at Daphne's for tea. She confirmed the offer of a lowly job for him at the Housing Association. 6 months. Gerald had decided he wanted to go to medical school. He had put his name down for the wrong A-levels and would have to persuade the science teachers to take him on. Greta was on her way back from Thailand. Nancy was still hating Birmingham, the town as well as her course. Roland knew all this, but he listened as if he didn't. He was relaxed and happy for the moment, walking slowly, catching up on his son's news and feeling the last warmth of the city's day rising from the pavement. Soon he would have to hear the Munich story. Last night's drunkenness confirmed his suspicions. He had tried to warn his son off his plan. The Standard was empty. It was resisting the modernizing trend sweeping through London's Indian restaurants. Here they kept to the old ways of flocked wallpaper, failing spider plants and a wide-framed print of a lurid sunset. They took their usual table in a corner by a window and ordered lagers and poppadoms. They were silent in acknowledgement of a change of mood. Not all the details would come out at once. They were to return to the story a few times in the week ahead. Roland was serious about keeping a journal and Lawrence's account would be his first entry. "Okay," Roland said at last. "Let's hear it." Even before he got there, Munich was shit. His train stopped outside the station and did not move for 2 hours. There was no announcement, no explanation. When they pulled into the station, the passengers were kept on the platform for half an hour, then escorted by police to one end of the station to wait along with 1,000 others. Lawrence had enough German from school and his grandparents to understand what was going on. A bomb scare, the third in a month, probably some Al-Qaeda affiliate. But that did not explain why the public should be kept in the station. It annoyed him, the way the German passengers appeared so compliant. Suddenly, again without explanation, they were permitted to leave. He found a cheap hotel and in the afternoon, on Roland's recommendation, visited the Lenbach house to look at the Blau-Reiter paintings. He thought his father was wrong. Kandinsky was far superior, far more ambitious and interesting than Gabriel Munter. Late the next morning he visited Rudiger in his office. His idea was that the publisher would not be able to resist giving him his mother's address when he was confronted in the flesh. Facing each other over his desk, they chatted for a while. Then Rudiger was called away to deal with something. Lawrence prowled around the office. Sitting by a pile of books on a windowsill was an out tray filled with mail. On a hunch he went through the envelopes and there it was, a letter to his mother, a typed address. He couldn't risk being found writing it down. So he memorized it, the town, the street, and the number. Rudiger took him out to lunch as promised. During it, Lawrence asked him where his mother lived. The publisher shook his head. He said there was a long history. At the end of it, she had told him never to interfere again in her personal affairs or try to intervene or even mention her family to her or give out her address. Otherwise, she would take her next book elsewhere. The manager at the hotel was helpful. It was a village, not a town, 20 kilometers south of Munich. There was an occasional bus from a street near the station. He kindly phoned for some times, and so, by lunchtime the next day Lawrence was walking along her road looking for the house. The village was a nondescript sort of place, cut in two by a busy road and set in flat farmland. Her street was on the way out of the village, more a kind of suburb. The houses were modern and looked vaguely like ski chalets, but kind of squat and totally ugly. They were set well apart, and he was struck by an absence of trees, not the sort of place a famous writer would choose to live in. Then he was standing right outside her house. It was like the rest, squat with heavy beams and plate glass windows. It looked dark inside. Under its thick overhanging roof the house seemed to be frowning. He wasn't ready to go to the door, so he walked back the way he had come. He was feeling shivery and sick. A man getting out of his car was staring at him. Lawrence took out his phone and pretended to be talking on it. 5 minutes later he was back outside the house, still feeling shaky. He thought about walking away. But what then? His bus back into Munich was not due for 3 hours. He put his hand up to the bell and took it away instantly. If he pressed it, he thought, his life would change forever. Then, like diving into cold water, I just made myself do it. He heard the ring from deep in the house and hoped she was out. He heard footsteps on the stairs. Too late, he saw a small enamel sign in Gothic script, mounted at waist height. Bitte benutzen Sie den Seiteneingang. Please use the side entrance. His mouth went dry as he heard a lock turn and a bolt withdrawn, then another. The door did not open in an ordinary way. With a loud sucking sound of air pressure against rubber draft excluders, the door was wrenched open, and there she was, angry as hell, his mother. Was Roland Baines? The tone was loudish. Burglar, fan, delivery boy, she didn't care, she was going to see him off. Ich bin, she pointed down at the enamel plaque screwed to the wall. Irritation caused her forefinger and its glossy vermilion nail to quiver. Das Child, können Sie nicht lesen? The sign, can't you read? I'm Lawrence, your son. Everything went still. He thought, anything can happen now. She didn't soften and draw him to her in a spontaneous embrace, one of the possibilities he had played with. There was to be no moment of Shakespearean reconciliation. He had been made to read The Winter's Tale at school, or was it The Tempest? Alyssa clapped her hand to her forehead and said loudly, Christ! They looked at each other, making their reckoning. But Lawrence's was vague. He was too nervous to notice or remember much. He thought there was a sort of shawl thing round her shoulders. She had a cigarette in her hand, half smoked. Also, she had perhaps a cardigan and perhaps a thick corduroy skirt, even though it was a warm day. There were deep lines around her eyes. She had a kind of crumpled look. Roland said in the restaurant, probably writing. Rudiger has told me how she gets furious when she's interrupted. Yeah, great, but this was me. Let's order. I want something gross like a vindaloo. For her part, Roland tried to imagine it. She saw a gangly teenager with a strong gaze and a large head which was shaved close, a style which endearingly enlarged his ears. Finally, Alyssa said in a voice at normal volume, my question remains. What is it you want? To see you. How did you get this address? Rudiger. I dug deep on the internet. Why didn't you write first? A quick shot of anger helped Lawrence out. You never reply. That would have been your answer. His anxiety, the sickness, what he called his jitters, had vanished. He had nothing to lose. He said to her, what's up with you? She started to speak, but I took the liberty of talking over her and Dad. It felt great. He said to her, why are you so hostile? But she took his question seriously. I'm not asking you in. I took a decision many years ago. Too late now to undo it. Do you understand? You think I'm rude. No, I'm being firm. Get this straight. She said it slowly. I am not taking you on. He was trying and failing to find words for a knot of thoughts. Something like, why can't you be big enough to write books and see me? Other writers have children. But he was also beginning to feel that he might not want this hunched and angry woman in his life. It wasn't so hard then to turn away from her. She was making things easy for him, and then she made them even easier. After he had gone a few steps, she called out, are you having treatment for cancer? Baffled, he stopped and turned. No. Then grow some hair. She went inside and tried to slam the door behind her, but it made the same soft, airy sound. End of story. Brutal and consistent. Father and son contemplated it and sipped their drinks. Roland said, "And then?" Lawrence walked slowly to the bus stop, then past it and into the village to a ghost house where he drank a beer. Just one. Then he went back to the bus stop, sat on a bench and waited a long time for his bus. His meeting with his mother had lasted barely 3 minutes. 2 days later, when they revisited the scene, Lawrence told him that after he reached the bench he started to cry. He really blubbed, and it went on for several minutes. He was relieved no one walked past, making up for all the time that he'd missed out on having a mother, all the letters he had written, that scrapbook, all of it, and had never cried. Afterwards he felt calm and told himself that he was better out of it. She was so obviously a terrible person, and she would have been a terrible mother. Early evening the next day they sat in the garden at the rusty metal table Roland always intended to paint. Further down the garden was the long-dead apple tree he still had not cut down. He was used to it being there. Between father and son, 2 beers and a bowl of salted nuts. Lawrence had just said in a casual tone that he was beginning to think he hated her. For Lawrence's sake, Roland wanted to defend her. It would do him no good, he said, to carry a grievance when there had been none before. He had, remember, tried to talk him out of going to see her, but this was not the time to be speaking up for Alyssa. Lawrence could have no clear view of his mother until he had read her, and this he refused to do and always had. Fine. Best not to come at her novels too early. What could her impassioned advocacy of rich and warm-blooded rationality have to say to a committed young mathematician? One that knew so little of literature and history, was yet to fall in love, yet to be disappointed in it, and had, as far as Roland could tell, no sexual experience. Billed on cider with Rosie, the old man, and the sea, and whatever else his school had put his way. He was still better read than his father had been at 16. Books came in their own time. Instead, Roland said, "From what I've read, she's become a recluse, a famous hermit. In a crap house in a crap place. I can't believe she's any good. What are your plans for tonight?" He was suddenly cheerful. "I met someone on the train from Paris." "Yes, Veronique from Montpellier. What do you think about this shirt? You wore it yesterday. Take one of mine." Lawrence stood. "Thanks. What are you up to? Staying around?" After Lawrence left, he went upstairs. In a drawer in his bedroom, among his old self-important poetry notebooks, was a smaller book bound in fake leather, 250-line pages, a Christmas present from a forgotten donor, every page a blank. He brought it down to the kitchen table. Recently, before Lawrence's return, he had been out most nights to suppers in the houses of friends, and 2 late evening sessions at the hotel. Like a gong struck minutes ago and still resounding, his head was full of voices. Not just Lawrence's, but a chorus of entangled conversations, loud and contentious, a tumult of analysis, fearful predictions, celebration, and angry lament. His life was pouring away from him. Events of 3 weeks ago were already receding or lost completely in a haze. He had to make himself catch some of it, just a little, or it would have been hardly worth living through. What he and people he had seen lately were thinking, feeling, reading, watching, and talking about. Private and public life. Nothing of his own failures and gripes and dreams. No weather, nothing about winter becoming spring at last, about fear of aging and death, or the accelerating flight of time, or the lost goods and harms of childhood. Only the people he saw and what they said. He would make himself do it, half an hour a day at least. Spirit of the age. Start a new notebook every year, full or not. He might fill 3 in a year. 20 years, 30 if he was extremely lucky. 90 volumes. So grand and simple a project. For an hour and a half he wrote down what he could remember of Lawrence's story. Within 15 minutes he was vindicated. If he had left it a week, half the details would have been lost. Like her painted finger trembling as she pointed at the sign. "Des Child." Nothing to be done about the past, but the present could be snatched from oblivion. Now to the other voices. This was more difficult, a concatenation of opinion. Same old cast. He saw a fist gripping a shirt front over a dinner table and shaking it. But that did not actually happen. Wednesday at Daphne and Peter's. Thursday at Hugh and Yvonne's. But now he intended to spread himself across most of this year. He thought he would line up the opinions, who held them, the setting, the amount they drank, the time they left, drunk and hoarse. But once he had started, he wanted only the opinions and all the voices in one room talking at once. That guardian fellow was right. They had it coming. A second landslide victory. Come on, man. It's an amazing endorsement, a cause for celebration. The Booker. A bunch of timid, time-serving mediocrities, plus punishing fellow Muslims who change or lose their religion. Total crap, one of the worst thought systems ever devised. What's he got to hide, dragging his feet over a Freedom of Information Act? This is Thatcher Mark II. The wealth gap is widening. North of Watford, they're beginning to hate him. You're so wrong. In fact, you're not even wrong. Frayne, Hencher, Banville, Thubron, Jacobson, Self, these are serious talents. Screw the lot of them. Comfortable white men of a certain age. Their time is up. And where are the women? Have you seen City of God? We walked out. Yeah, of lost elections, but it's a work of genius. That opening shot, that chicken running. There's a purity and beauty in Islam. In a globalized world, it gives meaning to the dispossessed. Oh, come on. Unemployment is low, so is inflation, and so are interest rates. Minimum wage, the social chapter. Your leftier than thou stuff makes me vomit. I tell you, when the bodies hit the ground, the building shook. Student fees criminal, dispossessed. Bin Laden is a bloody trust fund kid. I don't give a shit as long as healthcare remains free at the point of delivery. With Diana, he was doing his duty. It was always Bowles, that bullshit slogan. Blair is stuffing the NHS with managers. I'll tell you what faith is. Groundless belief in those guys in the planes were men of faith. Daphne's Peter's gone over to the other side. He had lunch with Bill Cash, first step to the breakup of the union. We'll lose all our Scottish Labour MPs, then watch out for English nationalism. It will eat us alive. I'm all for Scottish independence. Fascists with a religious veneer. Then you must hate the Scots. Instead of Whitehall, they'll get Brussels. He writes a satirical column for the Telegraph. We got drunk and talked Shakespeare. It's not satire, it's lies. Brussels is fine by me. Absolutely no way they'll invade. They know Saddam has nuclear weapons. It's all surface, truth-massaging, paranoid media management, morally bankrupt. The voters you claim to care about don't agree. You must think they're idiots. Remember his Chicago speech. The so-called just war, it's coming. Now he's got his head right up Bush's arse. Come on, Baines, speak for Scotland. The crappy relativism that's sweeping through the left. Perhaps you think Iraqis enjoy being tortured. They're getting ready, those two, to do something truly catastrophic. You wait. When the SWP and nonviolent Islamism make common cause, nifty idea, calling the slaughterers of Muslim schoolgirls freedom fighters. I heard it from Gough. Frayne will win it, and by God he deserves it. So these little kids said, yeah, we boiled a baby for lunch and buried the bones under the lawn. The therapists, social workers, the court believed everything because they wanted to. The police dug up the lawn, nothing. But they still gave her 43 years. I'm telling you, if they go in, Al-Qaeda will rule Iraq. Have you seen the 500-euro note? He took a break to make a sandwich, then wrote until midnight. 51 small pages densely covered. He was woken at 2:30 by the pressure in his bladder. That never used to happen. He wondered, as he stood draining into the bowl, whether he should be worried that his stream was so weak. He thought of Joyce, of Stephen and Bloom at the end of their day, pissing side by side at night in the garden. Ithaca. Once Roland had possessed Stephen's trajectory, higher, more sibilant. Now he had Bloom's, longer, less errant. Roland didn't much like his doctor. He wouldn't go. Afterwards he stood at the window of the bathroom, which was jammed under the flat roof of a tiny back addition. He looked down into the garden. The July night was cool. The sky had cleared, and a waning moon illuminated starkly the table where he and Lawrence had sat hours before. Strangely, it appeared brilliant white and the grass beneath it black. The two chairs were set at the angles at which they had left them when they separately stood. The dogged fidelity of objects, to remain exactly as they had unthinkingly placed them. He shivered. It was as if he was seeing what he was not meant to see, what was there when he was not, how things would look when he was dead. On his way to his bed, out of habit, he peeped into Lawrence's room. Not back. He thought of phoning, but he wouldn't interfere. Lawrence would soon be 17, and things might be going well with Veronique. He went back to bed and slept deeply, without dreams. The next morning, a few minutes after 9, he was woken by the phone. At first he thought the voice was familiar, from someone in his past. He was still half asleep, vulnerable to all dreamlike possibilities. It was a policeman asking politely if he was speaking to Roland Baines. Sentimental education hit the floor as he sat up straight, heart thudding, palm already damp against the receiver, and listened carefully. In his late 20s, when he took his education in hand, Roland sustained only a mild interest in science. He kept at it, but he believed it lacked the human touch. The hidden processes of volcanoes, oak leaves, or nebulae, all fine on that, but they did not attract him. When science set itself up on that vital ground where people succeeded or failed to thrive alone or together, where they loved or hated or made decisions, its offerings were weak or contested. It proposed dressed-up truisms, physical accounts of what was already known, of events in the brain long understood or investigated in the parallel universe of the mind. Personal conflict, for example, known and discussed in literature for 2,700 years, since a marital spat between Odysseus and Penelope, when he limped home after a 20-year absence. Ithaca again. Interesting, perhaps, to know that oxytocin, among much else, ran through Penelope's arteries at the moment of their later reconciliation. But what more did that tell us of their love? But Roland persisted. He read science books for the layman, driven less by curiosity than by fear of being left out, an ignoramus for life. Over the course of 30 years, he had gone through a half-dozen books about quantum mechanics for the general reader. They were written in bright, enticing terms, promising to nail finally the related enigmas of time, space, light, gravity, and matter. But he knew no more now than he did before he read the first. It helped that a famous physicist, Richard Feynman, said that nobody understood quantum mechanics. Some half-remembered concepts remained, probably his own distortions. Gravity affects the flow of time. It also bends space. There is no stuff in the world, only events. Nothing goes faster than light. None of it meant or helped much. But there was one little story, a celebrated thought experiment, well known even to those who had never heard of quantum mechanics. Schrödinger's cat. A cat concealed in a steel chamber is either killed or not by a randomly activated device. The cat's state is not known until the chamber is opened. In Schrödinger's account, it is both alive and dead until that moment. In The Good Outcome, at the reveal, a wave function collapses. The live cat jumps into the arms of its owner, while its other version continues as dead in a universe inaccessible to the owner or her cat. By extension, the world divides at every conceivable moment into an infinitude of invisible possibilities. The multiple worlds theory seemed to Roland no less improbable than Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Both were powerful stories, and he often summoned the cat when an uncertain matter was about to be resolved. A general election count, the gender of a baby, a football score. The cat came to him in his son's form, that morning in bed when the phone rang and a policeman spoke. Lawrence was simultaneously in a police cell waking with a hangover, or on a brushed steel surface under a sheet, in a morgue. Two states, both real in perfect equilibrium, and he could no longer bear the policeman's politeness. He was asking Roland to confirm his address. Whatever a wave function was, it was about to collapse, and he could do it himself. Heave it over the edge. Where is he? What are you telling me? And postcode, if you wouldn't mind, sir. For God's sake, just say it. I can't proceed without your I'm in Clapham, the old town. He was loud. All right, sir, that will do. My name is Charles Moffat, detective constable, and I'm calling you from Brixton Police Station. No, I work in the office of recently retired Superintendent Brown. What? He last came to see you some years ago, let's see, way back, 1989, concerning your missing wife. Emerging from his partial dream state, reconciling himself to the fact that his son still lived, Roland could only grunt. He could hear him now in the bathroom. That was resolved satisfactorily. Yes. I'm phoning in the hope that you might agree to be interviewed about another matter arising from your conversations with Superintendent Brown. What about? I'd rather discuss this with you face to face. Would this afternoon be possible? At 2 o'clock they sat facing each other across the kitchen table, just as Roland had years ago when Chief Inspector Brown called round. Moffat was a wiry fellow with a bright look. In fact, he had a light bulb-shaped head and face, broad forehead, powerful cheekbones, dainty chin. He was wide-eyed and had negligible eyebrows, which gave him a locked appearance of surprise. Far back, perhaps Chinese blood in the mix. They passed a few minutes in small talk. Brown was their only point of contact. 2 of his 3 sons had followed their father into the Met. They were at different stations near Enfield. That's a tough beat, Moffat said. They'll learn a lot. The eldest boy had joined the army and passed through Sandhurst with distinction, about to be posted to Kuwait as part of a small detachment. Scoping out the Iraq border, Roland said. Moffat smiled. Cause of great pride all round. When the small talk was done, he said, my area is historic sexual abuse. This is just a preliminary inquiry, and you're not obliged to answer any of my questions. I'll be very brief. He opened a folder containing Brown's typed notes. A colleague was going through Doug's files looking for something else, and they noticed an item of interest. First, would you mind confirming your date of birth? Roland obliged. He was feeling shivery, but he was confident that it didn't show. Then Moffat read out, when I brought it to an end, she didn't fight me, etc. Murder hung over all the world. Ah, yes. These words were from a notebook of yours which Doug Brown photographed. Correct. There was some misunderstanding that they referred to your missing wife. Roland nodded. And in the course of clearing the matter up, you said you'd been referring to a previous affair with another woman, a sexual affair. Exactly. How old was this lady? Mid-20s, I suppose. Would you mind telling me her name? A particular image of Miriam Cornell came to him. The rainy night she threw him out, her tears, the shed key in her hand, about to chuck it onto the floor. According to the theory, there actually existed a realm in which he married her in Edinburgh and was still alive. Contentedly or wretchedly married. Bitterly divorced soon after. All of those, and every other possible outcome for them both. Believe that, then you should believe in all the religions and cults of the world at once. Somewhere out of sight they were all true, as were all lies. Stephen Hawking had once said, when I hear of Schrödinger's cat I reach for my gun. But the idea continued to haunt Roland. More than that, it enticed him. All the roots not taken, alive and well. Down through a rent in the veil of the real, he was still in his pajamas, now in his 50s, living the simple life. He said, why should I tell you her name? I'll come to that, and this murder refers to, at the beginning of the affair, the Cuban Missile Crisis, before your time. Everyone thought there was a chance of a nuclear war, mass murder. October 1962, so you just turned 14 when this relationship began. Yes. Roland felt a sensation, not pleasurable, rising up through his spine, and an urge which he suppressed to stretch and yawn. Neither boredom nor tiredness. Moffat was watching him, waiting for more. Roland held his gaze and waited too. His determination to find Miriam and confront her had ridden waves and troughs of resolve and inaction. Over the last 10 years, mostly the latter. One serious effort was in 1989, after the letter came from the school telling him she had gone to Ireland. He went to the Royal College of Music. A receptionist was helpful. She confirmed from a ledger that Miriam left the college in 1959 with high grades. He returned another day and was introduced to an elderly professor of piano and theory. Miriam's name caused him to frown and say that he vaguely remembered her. Very gifted indeed, and he'd never heard from her again. But he said he might have been confusing her with someone else. Around 1992, he made another attempt, crossed Greater London on the tube to visit, near Epping Forest, a National Institute of Registered Piano Teachers. She wasn't on the books. As late as the mid-90s, it was difficult to discover facts about anything or anyone, and no one minded at the time. Your neighbor might move 4 streets away, live an open life, and be near impossible to trace. Every idle inquiry entailed a letter or a phone call, or a journey and a search, or all 4. He had the internet by '96, and for all its radical promise, it had nothing on her. Other daily impediments to systematic sleuthing were child-rearing, grubbing a living, tiredness. Then came another element. In the late '90s, he went through a Charles Dickens phase. He read 8 novels in succession. He had a passion for the novel's delight in human variety, for a generosity of spirit he could barely conceive of in himself. Was it too late to become a better and bigger person? Then he read 2 biographies. One episode in the life had an effect. When he was 18, Dickens, an obscure court reporter with literary ambitions, fell deeply in love with the very pretty Maria Bednell. She was just 20. At first, she appeared to encourage him, but after returning from finishing school in Paris, she rejected him. He had no prospects, and her parents had never approved of him. Many years later, when he was more famous than any writer had ever been while still alive, Maria wrote to him. In that stretch of his life, Charles was tiring of his marriage to Catherine. In 3 years it would be over. He had been longing for the erotic intensity of his youth. Now Maria Bednell revived memories of a great and unfulfilled passion. He could not get her out of his mind. He began to write to her what seemed like love letters. Soon it became clear to him that he had never loved anyone else. Failing to win her when he was young was the greatest failure of his life. Perhaps it was not too late. Maria, now Mrs. Henry Winter, came to tea at Dickens's home by Regent's Park at a time when Charles knew that Catherine would be out. One look at this lady and the dream dissolved. She was extremely fat. Her conversation was lame, she was garrulous. Where she had once been whimsical, now she was plain stupid. Their tea together was a polite nightmare. Afterwards, he made sure to keep her out of his life. But what could he have expected? 24 years had passed. The story revealed what Roland had never fully thought through. It was almost 40 years since he last saw Miriam. He dreaded what she might have become. He wanted her preserved as she had been. He did not want a bloated 65-year-old matron down on her luck taking her place. At last, the young policeman said, "She was someone you knew already." Roland considered. "You want to bring a case?" "That won't be my decision. Was she a friend of the family, someone you met on holiday?" Roland was trying to summon his 14-year-old self. A craze for winkle-picker shoes had run through the school. He had begged his mother to buy him a pair. She used her new sewing machine to transform his regulation gray flannels into drainpipe trousers. When he came to Miriam's door on a Saturday morning in October, that's what she would have seen: his Hawaiian shirt unbuttoned almost to the waist, farm mud up his drainpipes, the scuffed footwear of a medieval jester. He had that splay-legged swagger of a boy alive to fresh bulk between his legs. At the height of fashion, turning up on his bike, unannounced, to get his oats before the world ended. For a woman in her mid-20s, he represented a specialized taste. He said, "I need to think about it. Mr. Baines, you're a victim of abuse. This is a criminal matter. You must have more pressing cases, gruesome ones." Historic ones too. Why put myself through it? Justice, your own peace of mind. It would be hell. We provide expert support. You're probably aware there's a whole new culture around this. What used to be ignored or dismissed no longer is. The good news is we now have targets. So many successful prosecutions in a year. Ah, yes, targets. He would not tell Moffat that he had once been an enthusiast. Instead, he said, what's the point of that? If we're good, and I believe we are, our funding goes up and we put more abusers in prison. Ever tempted to tilt the evidence, to hit the Moffat smiled. His teeth were unnaturally white. He had made a poor choice at the dentist's. Should have gone for the natural off-white like Roland had 2 months before. He was still proud of his new look, affected at cut price by an old girlfriend turned hygienist. Competitively, he smiled back. The policeman was gathering up the papers. So say the press, we've more watertight cases than we can deal with. He paused, then added, something savage in the male psyche, clearly. But female on male, we only get a few cases like yours. Targets for those too. Moffat stood and handed his card across the table. You'll see I've written down a case number. If you came forward, it would help others, men and boys. Roland saw the detective constable to the door. As Moffat stepped out of the house, he said, should have asked you this at the start. Were you damaged by it? Roland replied quickly. No, not at all. Again, Moffat waited for more, and when it didn't come, he turned away, raised a hand in casual farewell, and went to his car. Roland closed the door, leaned with his back against it, and looked down the hallway past the banister post into the kitchen. Damage. Here it was, the missing, cracked, or loosened floor tiles. Under the frayed and stained stair carpet was dry rot. In the hall, skirting boards were rotting too. The plumbing was failing, the heating system was 30 years old, the window woodwork was turning to dust in parts. He had come to accept he would never afford to move out of the house. It needed a new roof. The wiring safety certificate was dated April 1953. Some ceiling insulation contained asbestos. A builder, a good sort, Roland thought, had said the whole place needed the works. He and Lawrence lived reasonably well on the weekly money his piano playing and occasional journalism brought in. Nothing left over for the works. One day there would be less. A letter from Alice's lawyer had given notice that her monthly payments would cease when Lawrence turned 18. She would send him checks via Rudiger from time to time and take care of any tuition fees in Europe or the US. Very reasonable. The state of the house was the outward show of a set of consequences whose origins he didn't care to think about too closely. The lost decade began at the end of his rooftop stay in Athens, when he binned his half-read Henry James. Back in England he played for the posse, worked mostly on small building sites, but also in a canning factory, as a swimming pool lifeguard, a dog walker, and in an ice cream warehouse. Hotel lounge pianist, tennis coach, and listings magazine reviewer came later in the sequence. His travels with friends, sometimes alone, included road trips across the states, a spell in the caves of Ios, a long road trip with 2 Vietnam draft-dodging friends from Mississippi, to Kabul then Peshawar by way of the Khyber Pass. They took their ease in the Swat Valley. When his money ran out and he came back, he slept on sofas and floors and spent time in a squat. There were interesting girlfriends, rock and jazz concerts, festivals, movies, and labor, hard or boring or both. In the 70s, it was easy to find temporary work. Those were the days when people talked about the system. He was against it and cast classical music as integral to it. It suited him to tell people that the piano as made to sound by Bach or Debussy was a tainted remnant, a historical ruin. His 20s were slipping by. He assured himself that he had his freedom and he was having fun. He could control his occasional anxieties about the aimlessness of his existence. But they swelled and finally broke through and could no longer be resisted. He was 28 and not living a useful life. He signed up at the City Lit and the Goethe Institute. At Labour Party meetings he declared himself a centrist. His higher education took up almost 10 years of on-off study. He sat no formal exams. Many people wasted their 20s or their whole lives in offices, on factory floors and in pubs, and went nowhere beyond the beaches of southern Europe. So it had been worthwhile to be carefree, live hand to mouth, and not be like everyone else. The very point of being young. Whenever he caught himself thinking or saying things like that, he knew it was himself he needed to convince. He continued to lean back against the front door. A relief, now that Moffat had gone, to stop pretending that he was not rattled. It was not the shock of learning something new. He had charged her many times in many ways, but only in his thoughts. The shock was to hear it said out loud by an official of the state. This is a criminal matter, not was but is. A second jolt was in the form of a challenge. Was he now prepared to do something about it? The affair had remained coiled snugly below the threshold of action like a snake in deep shade on a hot day, and me in my pajamas for the heat. It was something between himself and his past, never to be spoken out loud. It did not feature in his thoughts as a secret. Those 2 years were simply what exactly? What he once heard a writer call her mental furniture, not to be rearranged or sold. He had spoken about Miriam only once, to Alyssa as they walked through the Liebenau snow. Nothing, no shadow of that confession, no artful recasting of it had appeared in any of her novels. He would have liked to take it back from her so it would remain entirely his own. Moffat was asking him to travel in the other direction and make those Irwharton days available to the court, its officials, its frowning judge, its public gallery, the press, justice. He was being asked to take revenge on his Maria Beadnell. 40 years on, not 24. He decided he needed Lawrence's help. His son now worked a 40-hour week at Daphne's Housing Association near Elephant and Castle. There were a few weeks before he started at a new school. He earned less than the minimum wage to make coffee, run errands, type simple letters, and help set up a website. The place had functioned for years without him. Daphne, his surrogate mother, was doing him and Roland a favor. It was his first job ever. He accepted the routine, the 7:30 alarm, the Northern Line commute, without complaint. He had a firmer work ethic than his father had at that age, but he had inherited a similar sense of entitlement to pleasure. He usually went straight from work to see friends. Veronique, who had acting ambitions, was waitressing in Covent Garden. She was his girlfriend, and Lawrence was no longer a virgin. Their first sexual encounter in her room, part of a shared flat near Earl's Court, was shambolic. He didn't want to tell his father what went wrong. But the second, in the deserted graveyard of St. Anne's Church, Soho, was amazing. Roland could not imagine that the grounds around the famous Wren Church were ever deserted, especially in the small hours. Nor could he imagine talking to his own father about such things. He felt flattered. To cross this significant line, Roland thought, might help distance Lawrence from the bad moment with his mother. He had listened to his father's homily on the vital matters of consent and contraception with some impatience. "Don't worry. You won't be a grandfather just yet." Roland was not able to talk to Lawrence until late Saturday morning. They were at the garden table again, drinking coffee. There was someone from his past, Roland said. He would like to be in touch with her again. Would Lawrence try and track her down on the internet? Was this an ex-girlfriend? No, this was his old piano teacher. He had always wanted to know what happened to her. She might not even be alive. He gave some details, including her date of birth, 5 May 1938. She grew up near Rye. From 56 to 59 attended the Royal College, then Berners Hall from 59 to 65. After that perhaps lived in Ireland. Lawrence went indoors and was back in minutes with a sheet of paper in his hand. "Dead easy. You're in luck. Alive and close by Balham, still teaching. There's even a phone number." Lawrence set the page down on the table, but Roland did not pick it up in case his hand shook. All afternoon he was distracted. He found her street in the A to Z Balem, 2 stops away. He forced himself to mindless tasks, cut the lawn with the manual mower, cleaned up the kitchen, phoned an electrician. He walked up and down outside for a few minutes, went indoors and made the phone call. Then he took a shower. After 6, as he was drinking a beer in the garden, Lawrence came out to say goodbye before heading into town. He was meeting Veronique when she came off her day shift at the pizza restaurant. But he sat down heavily and gave his father a look, one of cocky challenge that Roland knew well. It sometimes irritated him. It said, "I've something to say and don't pretend you don't know what it is." "I've got a few minutes, so, great, get yourself a beer." "I won't, thanks. Look, there's something." Roland waited. His heart made an ectopic beat, just one, perfectly harmless. "It's this. I'm sick of math, sick of studying. I don't think I want to stay on at school." He watched his father as this sank in. Lawrence had earned a coveted place at a sixth-form college that specialized in maths. Roland did not speak for half a minute. He understood that Veronique was part of this. "But you're brilliant at—" "No, I'm okay at it. Brilliant compared to you, Dad. If I went, the college would show me what brilliant really is." "You can't know that." Roland was trying to suppress the sense that he was the one, not Lawrence, who was about to lose his sixth-form place again. The vicarious living that parents must do. "I wasn't even the best at school. Ah Ting was always ahead. She didn't even try. Your teacher said you had more imagination." China rising. Nothing could prevent it. Trade opened minds and societies. With commercial success, the Chinese Communist Party must wither away. One good outcome Roland was certain of. He said, "Perhaps you need a year out. They can hold open your place." "The college doesn't do that," Roland sighed. He had to be careful. He should stop arguing. To oppose Lawrence now would raise his resistance. So he said, "All right, what is it you want?" This was the question. Lawrence looked away before speaking. "I dunno." He didn't want to say it. It was going to be a terrible plan. "Come on. Spit it out." "I've been thinking about acting." Roland stared at him. "Yes, Veronique." Lawrence looked down at his lap. "Rada or the Central, or I don't know, perhaps in Montpellier." He shouldn't argue with him. He should hear him out, but Roland argued. He avoided Montpellier for now. "The kids who get into Rada are driven, stage-struck. You've never been interested. You weren't in a single school play. You don't read plays. You've never wanted to come with me to any. Yeah, that was a mistake. I'm taking an interest now." "So what have you been?" "Nothing yet. Look, Dad, it's not the theater, it's television." It was important not to raise his voice, but he raised it, spread his hands in theatrical bafflement. "But you hardly ever watch TV." "I will." Roland pressed his palm to his forehead. He was a better actor than his son. "This is Summer Madness." Lawrence took out his phone and checked the time. He stood and came round the table, behind Roland's chair, and looped his arms around his neck. He kissed his father's head. "I'll see you later. Promise me one thing, you've got time. Don't go canceling your place tomorrow. It's a life decision, a big one. We need to talk." "Yuha." Lawrence had taken several steps towards the house when he stopped and turned. "Did you get in touch with her?" "Sure, and thanks for your help. I booked a lesson." He walked because he was cautious. No, uptight. He did not trust the tube. Only a minuscule faction, credulous and cruel, believed that the New York hijackers reclined in paradise and should be followed. But here, in a population of 60 million, there must be some. Chosen from among the bearers of Rushdie must die placards or the burners of his novel, or from among the younger brothers, sons, and daughters. That was Chapter 1, 13 years ago. Chapter 2, The Twin Towers. The next chapter was likely to be a story of punitive revenge, of military invasion, not of Saudi Arabia where the attackers came from, but its murderous neighbor to the north. 2/3 of the American public were persuaded that Saddam was responsible for the New York slaughter. The Prime Minister was inflamed by traditional loyalty to the US and successful interventions in Sierra Leone and Kosovo. The country was preparing for war. Earlier in the year, emergency services paralyzed central London with a rehearsal for a terrorist bomb on the Tube. The vulnerable, obvious place. Tight spaces to amplify the explosion, usefully dense crowds, no easy rescue in dark tunnels blocked by steel wreckage obscured by poisonous fumes. A shortcut to paradise. He thought about it often, too often. Never take the underground again was Roland's current thinking, though he failed to persuade Lawrence. The buses, too, could not be trusted. So he went on foot. From Old Town to the far side of Balham, cutting across the common, was barely 2 miles. He thought he could pass a 40-minute stroll preparing himself, settling himself. What did he want from her? To fulfill the promise he had been making for most of his adult life. Meet her, bring an adult understanding to the episode of his late childhood, and never see her again. Simple, but he dreaded meeting her. All morning, dry mouth. However much he drank, loose bowels, constant yawning. He had eaten no lunch, and his thoughts would not remain fixed on what immediately lay ahead. They were entangled with the national obsession, also a matter of dread. There was only one conversation. Hard to banish it, even for half an hour. The drift into war, driven by a government he had supported with some disappointments along the way. Since Berlin, he had lived within a misty sense of political optimism. Last year such hopes were degraded when the towers and their human cargoes dissolved into the ground. The response was going to be violently irrational. What he also feared were the consequences. They rose in his thoughts as a black hammerhead cloud of international disorder, its malevolence and direction aggravated by unknowable elements. It could be hell. So too could meeting Miriam Cornell. He passed the Windmill pub and 10 minutes later stopped outside Clapham South Tube. He leaned with his elbows resting against black railings by a tangle of locked bicycles. He needed to concentrate. The dictum from childhood still held. Nothing is ever as you imagine it, so he should imagine her now and exclude the worst. An overheated top-floor flat, cramped, unaired. A mantelpiece crowded with mementos, heavy odors of recent cooking, of her lotions and talcs. Bitterness in the air, too. A nuisance of a small dog or many cats. A piano somewhere. She would be hideous, with a clumsy smear of red lipstick and overweight. There would be shouting, even screaming, hers, his, both. He made himself walk on. He did not have to go. He could send cash for the cancelled lesson, scrawl apologies over his false name. But he kept going. He wouldn't forgive himself otherwise. A precedent came to mind. Dragging himself round Aldershot, delaying his arrival at the funeral parlor where his father lay. But this corpse would be alive, disinterred from the deepest tomb of memory by an earnest police constable. Dirt of the grave in her hair. Soon he would be attending his mother. Her mind, her personality was going, but still she hung on in her dream world, her no-man's land, not unhappy, sustained by certainty that her suburban care home was a grand hotel, sometimes a cruise liner. Occasionally she believed she owned the ship. This time he would be better prepared. He would sit by her open coffin, perhaps in black, probably alone in that same room, his hands folded on his lap. These days he often thought of James Joyce. She too would soon be a shade. One by one they were all becoming shades. Where he was arriving now was once a joke, the last place in London anyone would want to be, its reputation fixed by Peter Sellers's mock travelogue sketch. Balham, gateway to the south. Now it was on the turn. Young professionals and their money were cleaning the place up. But old Balham still commanded the high street. A fading Woolworths, the usual betting and charity shops, a Poundland store. The old energy lingered too. On the pavement, barring his way, a barker was calling out fruit and vegetable prices and tried to press a brown paper bag of tomatoes into Roland's hands. After he had left the gateway to the south, he crossed the road and turned west down a side street. He had memorized the A to Z 3 blocks on. He went south again, then made a right turn. These Victorian villas would have turned into rooming houses in the early 30s. Now they were on their way back to single occupancy. Scaffolding, builders' vans, men up high ladders repointing the London stock. This was her road. The large detached house was at the far end on the corner. She had asked him on the phone not to arrive early. Nothing in her voice had sounded familiar. 7 minutes to go. No scaffolding at her address, for the work was already done. A sapling cherry was the centerpiece of a wide rectangle of closely mown grass. It may have been artificial lawn. He walked right past, not wanting to be observed lingering outside, and set off around the block. The student before him, a woman in her early 20s, was just leaving the house as he returned. He slowed his pace to let her go, then mounted 2 granite steps to the entrance. There was only one doorbell. It was the original generous ceramic with gray hairline fractures, set in concentric circles of unpolished brass. He made sure not to hesitate and pressed it, though he felt sudden doubt, a mild bewilderment. The door opened after seconds, and there she was. But she turned away from him instantly, pulled the door wide open as she went back into the house, and called out over her shoulder, "Mr. Monk, marvelous, do come in." Well used to a daily succession of faceless students. The hallway was broad and long, its floor brightly tiled, a grander version of his own. A staircase of milky limestone rose and curved in shallow ascent. Perhaps the place was Edwardian. He followed her into the sitting room, 2 rooms knocked together in the conventional manner. But the steel joists were tucked out of sight beyond the ceiling, whose moldings had been refashioned into an oval in the Adam style more than 50 feet in length. Such space and light and order. He saw it all and understood, for it was much that he had idly planned to do in miniature to his own place, and would have if the epithalamium money had come. Wide dark floorboards, white walls, no paintings, a single armchair in the Berger style, French windows onto a quarter-acre flower garden. The only shelves held sheet music. Dead center was the piano, a Fazioli concert grand. Someone with money must have entered her life. She had her back to him, returning music from her last session to the shelves. She was still slim and taller than he remembered. Her hair was white, tied back in a long ponytail. Without turning, she waved him towards the piano stool. "Please sit down, Mr. Monk. Bear with me while I put these away. Play me something. Give me an idea of what you're about." This time he thought he caught a familiar inflection in her voice. Memories, smoke, and mirrors. But he didn't doubt that it was her. He went to the piano, adjusted the stool's height, and sat, surprised to find that his heart was steady. In all that he had imagined, her invitation to play was the only element he had accurately foreseen. His name was not chosen at random. Positioning his hands, then pausing, he played a major chord. Instantly, he felt it, the action of the keys so silky, the sound so beautiful, rich, enveloping and amplified in the carpetless room. He felt and heard it in the hollow space below his sternum. "Do you have a first name, Mr. Monk?" The facetiousness he remembered. "Theo." "Go on then, Theo." He played "Round Midnight" as he remembered the 1947 recording, a little more sweetly perhaps, with a meditative tempo. After the intro and the first line, she was suddenly there on his left, standing too close. "What do you want?" He broke off and stood to face her. Now that he saw her clearly, he recognized the face he once knew and imagined he understood the connection, the line of descent from 1964 to 2002. It was as if he was seeing a mask, one formed from perhaps her mother's face, with Miriam, the real Miriam, behind it, pretending not to be there. "I want to talk to you. I don't want you here." "Of course you don't." He said it sympathetically. He was not leaving yet. The most striking change, he decided, was not so obviously the coarsening of age as the lengthening of her face, of its youthful roundness. It had drawn her features minimally downwards to give her an imperious look. The high-born Roman matron. The eyes, even their green, even the lashes, looked familiar. The nose still had some trace of the slight insufficiency he had once adored. but round her lips, which were thin, were radiating cobweb lines. It was a severe mouth, a lifetime issuing instruction at the keyboard. She was returning his stare, making the same kind of reckoning, he guessed. The lesson of the years. Never good, but she had come through them better than he had. Her mid-60s against his mid-50s. She had kept all her hair, he had not. She was still trim around the waist. He was not. Her forehead was smooth, while his had 3 deep parallel lines. His face was a permanent salmon pink from the tennis court years. When he shaved in the mornings, he was irked by the bloated mass of his nose, by its enlarged pores. His teeth at least were respectable, hers more so. Neither wore wedding rings. She had a gold bracelet. He had a fat plastic swatch. That was it. She looked he had to concede the notion, more expensive, obviously richer, better cared for, more at home in her world than he was in his. But he was not intimidated. After all, Balaam. If he had been more confident about such things, he would have said that her cream blouse was of wild silk, that her skirt bore some high-fashion label, Lanvin, Celine, Mugler, as did her pale blue high heels. He was aware of her perfume. Not rosewater, there was progress. She had been staring at him in silence for an indecisive half-minute, no doubt wondering how to get him out of her house. She turned suddenly and went to stand by the French windows. Her heels sounded brisk in the long room. So Roland. What is it you'd like to discuss? Mock patience. She was speaking down to him. He didn't like it when she spoke his name. We're going to talk about you. Well then, you know well enough. Go on. I was 14. She turned from him and opened the double doors to the garden. He thought she was about to invite him outside. He would have resisted. But she came back, took a pace towards him, and said simply, "Say what you have to say, then get out." Her lack of indifference encouraged him. She was as troubled as he was. He had a few options, but without considering them he came to the point, a half-truth. The police are interested in you. You went to them? He shook his head and paused. They know something and they came to me. So, they don't yet know your name. Miriam was not perturbed. I taught you piano a long time ago. Will that interest them? He came away from the piano stool and went to stand by the armchair. To sit would have suited him, but this was not the time. He said, "Oh, I see. Your word against mine." She was staring at him hard. He thought he remembered that this was how she used to be before they had a row, or he was inventing. She said it pityingly. "Poor thing, you haven't got over it, have you?" "Have you?" She too did not answer. They continued to look at each other. For all her poise, he could see in the shifting folds of her blouse her altered breathing. Finally she said, "Actually, I think this would be the moment for you to leave." He cleared his throat noisily. He felt scared. There was an inconvenient tremor in his right knee. He steadied himself against the chair. "I'll stay a little. You're trespassing. Please don't make me call the police." His voice sounded feeble in his ears. He made himself speak up. "Go ahead, I have your case number with me." "I don't care. You're an unfortunate man with an unpleasant fixation." The phone was on the floor by the piano at the end of a long lead. As she went towards it, he said, "I still have my birthday present." She looked at him blankly. The receiver was in her hand. "Receipt for reserved seats on the Edinburgh train in our names. A hotel letter in response to yours, looking forward to welcoming us to our suite on the day before my 16th. Papers for our registry office wedding the day after." He had not planned to speak of it so soon. But once he had started, he did not know how to stop. Nothing changed in her expression, but she had put the phone down. He wondered about Botox. He was always poor at spotting it. She spoke carefully. "You've come to blackmail me. Fuck off." The words were out before he knew it. She flinched. "Then why are you here?" "There are things I want to know, so you can move on. If you don't want to talk to me now, I'll hear it in court." She was standing by the piano, her left hand resting on it, her forefinger soundlessly stroking or worrying the lowest key. She was scathing. "A confession, an apology under threat. That sort of thing. And record it all on your special little tape recorder." "I don't need it and it doesn't exist." But he removed his jacket for her to see and dropped it on the chair. He folded his arms and waited. She stepped through the French windows and stood with her back to him, weighing her options. But there were only two. While she couldn't see him, Roland stooped to put his hand on his shaking knee and squeeze hard. It made no difference. The minute vibrations in the muscles were steady, like those of an electric motor. Shifting his weight to the other foot helped a little. He squeezed again harder. Then he straightened abruptly as she turned and came back into the room. "Very well, let's talk," she said brightly. "Come down to the kitchen, I'll make us a hot drink." It was her bid to take control, show off her 50-foot kitchen, turn him into an appreciative guest, her place, not his. "We'll stay here," he said quietly. "Then at least have a seat." She was about to take the piano stool. "We'll stand." He longed to sit. He thought that at any moment he could lose everything, that only a fine gauze separated him from leaving in despair, from crashing through into another dispensation in which a self-annihilating spirit would obliterate his will to proceed. There was nothing between them, no protection. What they each saw filled them with disappointment and dismay at their own reflected decline. What threatened to overpower him was the past. "I want you to describe it from the beginning, from your point of view, what you felt, what you wanted, what you thought you were doing. I want to hear everything." She came away from the piano stool and took a couple of steps towards him. Even though he had offered her little choice, it surprised him, her sudden compliance. But he was still frightened of her. He didn't want her to come any closer. "All right. That day in October when you showed up at my—" "Stop there." He held up a hand. "The beginning." "You know that wasn't the beginning. I'm talking about the lessons, 3 years before." She appeared to sag a little as she stared at a point on the floor. He thought he saw her shake her head, and he was expecting resistance. Impossible to talk to a stranger about such intimate things. But now her voice was different, not only lower but more uncertain. He could only wonder at the sudden change in register. It was a transformation. "All right. I suppose this was always going to happen. And if that's what you want, I'll tell you." Her gaze was still downwards as she drew breath. He waited. When at last she lifted her head and she spoke again, she still did not meet his eye. "It was a terrible, terrible time. I was at the Royal College of Music, and I'd had a serious affair with a student in my year. More than that. We were in love, or I certainly was. We lived together for 2 years. But in my final year I got pregnant. Back then, a calamity. Somehow we managed to scrape together the money and arrange an abortion in the Easter vacation. My friend, his name was David, had to sell his cello. Our parents knew nothing. It wasn't straightforward. There were all kinds of medical complications. The person I saw wasn't a proper doctor. I was ill, then the relationship fell apart. I got through finals. I went to County Hall for an interview and was offered the job at Berners. I thought that getting away was the best thing. Lick my wounds. But I hated it. The head of music, Merlin Clare, was kind to me, but the rest of the staff, those morning coffee breaks in the staff room in the main hall in those days, an unmarried woman was a sort of threat and at the same time a lure, a challenge. Whatever it was, I felt isolated. Same thing in the village. A young woman living on her own, unheard of in 1959 in rural Suffolk. I think they thought I was a witch. Am I supposed to feel sorry for you?" She paused, then she said, "It might help you to stop seeing it all through the eyes of a child." A silence fell on them. Roland thought that the eyes of the child he had been were precisely what he needed. He said nothing, and finally she went on. "The abortion upset me badly. I was devastated by the end of the affair. I'd been so close to David. I missed my friends, and I was hopeless at teaching, either one-to-one on the piano or to 30 kids in the classroom. Then you started your lessons. You were quiet, shy, vulnerable, a long way from home. It set off something in me. I tried to explain it away as frustrated maternal feeling and my loneliness. Or because little boys can be pretty, these were buried lesbian feelings I was discovering. I wanted to adopt you. You were so quiet and unhappy. But it was more than all of those. I knew that really, but I couldn't admit it to myself. The other thing was that very soon I could tell that you were gifted. There was one time you came in. I thought I knew you well enough by then to be convinced you were lying when you said you'd been practicing the first Bach prelude. But I was wrong. You played it so beautifully, expressively, with such a lovely touch. Impossible sounds coming from a child. I had to turn away because I thought I might cry. Then I couldn't help myself, I kissed you. On the lips. As my feelings about your coming each week got stronger, the only way I could deal with them was to be or pretend to be very strict with you. I mocked you. I even hit you, slapped you hard. You used a ruler. And there was that other time, before or after the prelude, I can't remember. I was so ashamed. By then I was hopelessly obsessed. I touched you, and when I did I almost passed out. I knew this was not going to stop easily. It was not maternal, or it was all of that and everything else. There was a sadistic element. No, it was never that. It was possession. I had to have you. It was madness. A sexually immature little boy. I couldn't make sense of it. A scruffy little boy among scores of other scruffy schoolboys. I thought of giving in my notice, but I couldn't. I just wasn't strong enough. I couldn't leave. But I arranged for you to have your lessons with Merlin Clare, and even as I did that I invited you to come and have lunch in the cottage. Madness. I was in a bad state when you didn't turn up, but I also knew that it was lucky for me. I can't bear to think what would have happened. I convinced myself that I had to get close to you in order to nurture your talent. It was my professional duty. You were clearly going to be a superb pianist, right out of my league. You certainly were when I last saw you. You were already playing the first Chopin ballade. It was astonishing. There may have been some sense in wanting to be your teacher, but I was fooling myself. It was you I wanted. After I handed you over to Merlin Clare, I stayed clear of you. If I saw you in the distance. And how I longed to see you, just see you, but if I saw you coming towards me, I'd walk away. They had crossed a line with these memories, and now he felt free. He spoke over her, unable to hide his anger. You should have left the school. You keep coming across as the victim, the poor unhappy girl swept away by feelings beyond her control. You the victim, not me. Come on, you were the grown-up, you had choices. You chose to stay. She was silent, nodding slightly, considering, perhaps agreeing. But when she continued, he thought there was something clammy and impregnable in her account, as if she had never let the air in, never exposed it to anyone else. You said you wanted my point of view, my feelings. That's what I'm talking about. My feelings. Not yours, not yours. I was living on the edge. I thought I should have therapy of some kind, but Ipswich in those days had nothing. And I couldn't imagine ever telling anyone that I was sexually obsessed by a little boy. I didn't dare use the word love. It was too ridiculous, and far more than that, disgusting, and you're right, cruel. I couldn't tell my closest friend, Anna, even though she knew there was something wrong with me. It was simply too pathetic, laughable, criminal. But at night, alone in that little house, I returned again and again to those shameful moments when I touched you and kissed you. Those memories thrilled me, Roland, but in the morning, don't use my name. I don't want you to say my first name. I'm sorry. She watched him, waiting for more. Then she said, slowly, slowly, things began to get better. There were times when I relapsed and became depressed, but generally I was improving, convalescing. There was someone I met in Chelmondiston, and we came close to having an affair, though it didn't quite work out. The less I saw of you, the stronger I became. I knew that soon you'd be an adolescent, a different kind of boy. The child who obsessed me would be gone forever, and I would recover. And if I didn't, then I could wait longer if I had to, until you were 18 or 20, and then see. I was beginning to enjoy the work. I was accepted in the staff room. I helped Merlin put on Der Freyschütz, then that terrible opera, The Emperor's New Clothes. 2 years passed, then everything came apart when I saw you out of the window. You came in through the garden gate and threw your bike down and strode up to my door. You looked like you knew what you wanted. Of course, you had changed physically, but one glance was enough for me. My feelings were the same. I felt myself sinking. She paused. If only you hadn't come that day. His anger was colder. My fault was it turning up like that? Come on, Miss Cornell, please get the timing right, and the details, and the responsibility. 3 years earlier you put your hand on my cock. You the teacher, she flinched again. He said, it had an effect, do you understand? An effect. She sat down heavily on the piano stool. Leave me, Mr. Baines. I accept that. Every part of it. I harmed you. I understand that, but I can only tell this story as I remember it, as I remember feeling it. I know it was my responsibility, not yours, that I sank to this. You're right. I shouldn't have said if only you hadn't come. What I did caused you to come. I understand that. Now he did not like the desperation in her voice. She was working too hard to keep him from revealing her name to the police. Was that too cynical? He didn't know. Perhaps there was nothing that could ever satisfy him. He said, go on then. You came in. Even then I was telling myself it would be good to catch up with your playing. That's how I proceeded, step by step, trying to persuade myself of things I didn't really believe. As if someone invisible in the room was watching and I had to keep up appearances. So we played a duet, a Mozart four-hander. Your playing amazed me. You had a fantastic touch. I could hardly keep up, and all the time I was thinking that afterwards I would show you to the door, and at the same time knew that I wouldn't. We went upstairs. No, you're right, let me say it again. I took you upstairs, and then, well, you know. From far away came the continuous high-pitched sound of children playing. Beyond that, the softest murmur of traffic. He took his jacket from the chair and sat down. His knee was no longer giving him trouble. He said, carry on. That was the beginning, one of many beginnings. Before anything else I should just say this, it's the horrible truth. For the rest of my life I never again experienced, I don't want to hear about the rest of your life. Let me just say that it was intense. I became very possessive. I knew I was taking you away from schoolwork, friends, sports, everything. I didn't care. I wanted to take you away. Early on, just one time, I thought I'd come to my senses and I could break it off. I didn't see you for several days, but I was too weak, hopeless. Without you, without it, I was physically ill. I ached, my bones hurt. Suddenly, she laughed. There was a song going round. I couldn't get it out of my head. Peggy Lee singing Fever, and that sonnet, one of his best, my love is as a fever longing. Roland felt vague disquiet in the face of an unfamiliar cultural reference. It sounded like Shakespeare. He interrupted roughly. Let's stay with the situation. So I got you back and we continued. Amazingly, I still tried to reassure myself with that same lie or quarter truth. I was giving you hours of piano tuition a week. In fact, you were making incredible progress. You were leaving me behind. We gave that concert in Norwich. The time went so quickly, and as I saw it, there was an intolerable situation ahead of us, ahead of me. Kept back from school, from revision and all that, you might fail your exams, they wouldn't let you back, and I wouldn't see you again. Or if you scraped through and started in the 6th, you'd be preparing for university or whatever, and you'd begin to grow away from me. The more obvious that was, the more inevitable, the more extreme I became. Which was what those 2 weeks in the summer of '65 were all about. 64. Are you sure? You failed your exams because of me. But that busybody Neil Clayton got involved and they let you back in anyway. I was frightened of your returning to school. I knew it would be the beginning of the end. I wasn't going to let it happen. So another beginning, a terrible one, locking you in the house. Piano summer school in Aldeburgh. I couldn't keep my mind on the work. These kindly retired people fixated on recovering the lessons they gave up on half a century before, dead set on their grade exams. I hated them. I could only think of you waiting for me in the cottage. Then came the worst of me. You were thinking of the first day of term, talking about rugby and working harder and seeing your friends again. I had no intention of letting you go. Your set books were locked in your trunk along with your school uniform. It was a bizarre state of mind I was in. If I could be happy, I reasoned, then you would be too. Selfish and cruel by any other standards but my own. I was driven. I had only one thought, one ambition, to keep you with me always. I had fantasies, not completely unreasonable, that I would encourage you to go to the Royal College, and I'd come to London with you. After 3 years help you with your career, be your manager. The same old self-deceiving lies. All I wanted was you. I wanted you, and so I made my plans for Edinburgh. Again, I was able to make it seem rational. You would never find anyone who understood you so deeply or would care for you more devotedly. Neither of us would ever find greater sexual fulfillment. Marriage was the obvious next step. It was always where we were heading, and a wedding would be legal in Scotland. I was so caught up in my schemes that I didn't expect resistance from you. I wasn't used to it, and I was furious. But even then, in the middle of all that, I was making another plan. Let you start at school, then I'd come and get you, reel you in like I did before. I'd have you back and we'd continue as usual. I managed to wait 4 days, but you hadn't appeared on the first day of term. Then the school office told me you were never coming back. I was distraught. I had your parents' address in Germany, but I didn't write. It was my only successful piece of resistance. Silence again. She seemed to be waiting for his judgment, his decision. When it didn't come, she said, "I've something to add if you can bear it. I don't know if you went to another school or what you did with yourself over the years. But I do know that you didn't become a professional, a concert pianist. I know because for years I kept looking and asking around and hoping that somehow the damage I did might be lessened by your success. But it never was. Perhaps it never could be. And I'm very, very sorry for what I prevented you from having, and the world that loves music from having, and for the madness I unleashed on you." He nodded. A great weariness had come over him. Also oppression. Their encounter was corrupt, distorted by a withheld history his own. He was the cocky little sprat who came looking for instant sexual initiation for fear that the world was about to end. In his tiny boy's only sphere, she was the only available one he knew. Attractive, single, erotically inclined. He came itching with purpose and was pleased and proud when he got what he wanted. Now, 40 years later, he had come to accuse this dignified lady, demand under threat a session of self-criticism. Like a young guardian of the Cultural Revolution, one of a self-righteous mob tormenting an elderly Chinese professor. He had come to hang a sign round the neck of Miss Cornell. But no, this was all wrong. This was the victim's customary self-blame and guilt. He was thinking like an adult. Remember, he was the child, she was the adult. His life had been altered, some would say ruined. But was it really? She had given him joy. He was the stooge of current orthodoxies. No, that wasn't it either. The tipping, falling tumult of these contrary notions sickened him. He could not listen to any more from her, and he could not bear his own thoughts. He rose from the chair, feeling the weight in his limbs. As he put on his jacket, she got up too. It was over. For a moment they stood uncertainly, avoiding each other's gaze. Then she led him to the front door and opened it. She said quickly, "One last thing, Mr. Baines. It's become clear to me while you've been here, while I've been describing those events. It's a sudden decision, but I know that I won't change my mind. You said that if you brought charges you'd hear me in court. It won't happen. While you've been here, I've made my decision. If there's a case brought against me, I'll plead guilty. There won't need to be a trial, just the sentencing. You have the evidence anyway, and I can't fight it, but it's more than that. My husband died 7 years ago. We met too late for children. I've no siblings, just various old friends, ex-pupils, and my graduates from the Royal College. And there's my amateur music group. What I'm trying to say is I've no dependents. I'll take what's coming to me. Now I've met you, I'm ready," he said. "I'll remember that," and turned and walked away. 10 Roland Baines's progression through his late 50s and beyond took the form of premature decline. He mostly did not want to leave the house. He wanted to read in the evenings when he was not on duty at the hotel, all weekends, in bed some afternoons, on and off through the night, at breakfast with a book propped against the marmalade jar. He took no exercise. He gained 8 kilos over several years, most of it about his waist. He was feebler in his legs, feebler everywhere, including his lungs. Sometimes he paused halfway up the stairs and persuaded himself it was a thought, the recollection of an interesting line of prose that arrested him when it was his breathing and his aching knees. But he was not feebler in his mind. After 8 years, his journal was still alive at volume 14. He reported on everything he read. Most weeks, he crossed the river to poke around in second-hand bookshops or attend a reading at the Poetry Society in Earl's Court or at the South Bank Center, just as he had though rarely in his 20s. Back then, in the mid-70s, he had formed a poor impression of British writers. It was a defensive posture and dismissive. He saw them on TV arts programs as well as on stage. He could not take seriously these chaps in ties and suits or tweeds who wore brogues and cardigans when at home all day, who belonged to the Garrick and the Athenaeum, who lived in solid North London villas or Cotswold mansions, who spoke loftily, as one might after a lifetime pontificating from All Souls, Oxford, who had never risked a peep round the doors of perception by taking a drug other than tobacco or alcohol, which they peevishly refused to accept were psychoactive addictive substances, who had, most of them, been to the same 2 old universities where they all knew each other, who smoked pipes and dreamed of knighthoods. Too many of the women wore pearls and spoke in the snappy tones of a wartime radio announcer. None, men or women in their writings, so he thought then, ever paused in wonder at the mystery of existence or fear of what must follow. They busied themselves with social surfaces, with sardonic depictions of class difference. In their lightweight tales, the greatest tragedy was a rumbled affair or a divorce. None but a very few seemed much bothered by poverty, nuclear weapons, the Holocaust or the future of humankind or even the shrinking beauty of the countryside under the onslaught of modern farming. When he read it all, he was more at home with the dead. He knew nothing of their biographies. The dead lived suspended above space and time, and he did not need to be troubled by what they wore, where they lived, or how they spoke. During those years his writers were Kerouac, Hess, and Camus. From among the living, Lowell, Moorcock, Ballard, and Burroughs. Ballard had been to King's, Cambridge, but Roland forgave him that, as he would have forgiven him anything. He had a romantic view of writers. They should be, if not barefoot bums, light-footed, unrooted, free, living a vagabond life on the edge, gazing into the abyss and telling the world what was down there. Not knighthoods or pearls, for sure. Decades later he was more generous. Less stupid. A tweed jacket never stopped anyone from writing well. He believed it was extremely difficult to write a very good novel, and to get halfway there was also an achievement. He deplored the way literary editors commissioned novelists rather than critics to review each other's work. He thought it was a grisly spectacle, insecure writers condemning the fiction of their colleagues to make elbow room for themselves. His ignorant 27-year-old self would have sneered at Roland's favorites now. He was reading through a domestic canon that lay just beyond the great encampments of literary modernism. Henry Green, Antonia White, Barbara Pym, Ford Madox Ford, Ivy Compton Burnett, Patrick Hamilton. Some had been recommended to him long ago by Jane Farmer from her Horizon days. His former mother-in-law had died unhappily, estranged again from her daughter because of a memoir. Alyssa had written a savage account of her Murnau and Liebenau childhood. In Jane's honor, Roland read the lesser-known novels of Elizabeth Bowen and Olivia Manning to make up for not being invited to the funeral. Lawrence was also barred. It was better for everybody that way, Alyssa had told Rudiger, who passed the message on to Roland. Now, in 2010, a week before the general election, he abandoned an afternoon of reading to go leafleting in the Lambeth area. He had long ago left the Labour Party, but he stuffed pamphlets through letter boxes for old time's sake and because he had promised. He was not optimistic as he went from house to house, and that wearied him. It wasn't yet May, it was too hot, and he was too old for this lowly task. At the local party HQ there were no familiar faces. New labor had run its course. The project was exhausted. Good things accomplished and forgotten. Iraq, the deaths, careless American decisions, sectarian slaughter had caused some of the best local people to return their party cards. For the past 2 years, the general preoccupation was the financial crash. A deregulated financial sector and greedy bankers were to blame, voters said, even as they drifted to the right. The disaster had happened on Labor's watch. The electorate reasonably assumed that economic competence must lie elsewhere. Gordon Brown had lost his initial air of compassionate resolve. Down at the Rosendale Road HQ, they were saying that on the campaign his mojo had gone missing in action. In the evening, Roland set off for Somerset House to hear a talk about Robert Lowell. He had 2 reasons for going. One was that around 1972, long before he took his own education in hand, his friend Naomi took him to hear Lowell read at the Poetry Society. He should have been at the top of the contempt list. He was posh Boston, a Yankee Brahmin, but he had been an eminent opponent of the Vietnam War, and his apparent distraction or incipient madness that night gave him immunity. Between poems, he appeared to forget or not care where he was, and he free associated about King Lear, the scientific classification of clouds, Montaigne's love of life. Lowell was a culture hero, the last poet writing in English to speak for a nation until Seamus Heaney was established. At the end, as if by popular demand, though no one in the audience had yet spoken, Lowell read For the Union Dead, in that regretful lilting nasal Bostonian voice that lifted the poem to its finale with lines that were already famous, everywhere. Slash giant finned cars nose forward like fish. Slash a savage servility slides by on Greece. Tonight, the talk was by a professor from Nottingham University. The immediate subject was Lowell's 1973 volume, The Dolphin, for which the poet plundered and plagiarized and reshaped the anguished letters and phone calls from the wife, Elizabeth Hardwick. He was leaving for another woman, Caroline Blackwood. She was pregnant by him, and he was determined to marry her. The larger subject was the ruthlessness of artists. Do we forgive or ignore their single-mindedness or cruelty in the service of their art? And are we more tolerant the greater the art? That was the other reason Roland was there. The professor read rather beautifully one of the poems, a sonnet from The Dolphin. It was disorienting to acknowledge that the poem was very fine and might not have existed had Lowell been more sensitive to Hardwick's feelings. Then the lecturer read a passage from a sad letter of hers on which the poem was based. Parts of it had been lifted word for word. Then he read letters to Lowell from friends Elizabeth Bishop, shocking, cruel, or from another, too intimately cruel, and another, the poems will tear Hardwick apart. Other friends thought he should go ahead with publication, believing that he would do that anyway. In partial mitigation, the lecturer showed how Lowell agonized over his decision, and for how long, with various changes of plan, including many rewrites and restructurings and an idea for a limited edition only. In the end, perhaps those friends were right. He did what he was always going to do. Elizabeth Hardwick, not consulted, saw her own words in book form for the first time. Her daughter with Lowell, Harriet, was also represented. To one critic she appeared as one of the most unpleasant child figures in history. The poet Adrian Rich condemned The Dolphin as one of the most vindictive and mean-spirited acts in the history of poetry. So how did it stand now, 37 years later? It was the professor's view that The Dolphin was one of the poet's finest works. Should it have been published? He thought not, and believed that there was no contradiction in saying so. As to whether one's view of Lowell's behavior should be tempered by the quality of the outcome, he thought it was irrelevant. Whether cruel behavior enabled great or execrable poetry made no difference. A cruel act remained just that. This judgment ended the lecture. A murmur ran through the audience of pleasure, it seemed. To feel ambivalence in such a civilized context was agreeable. A woman stood to ask the first question. There was an elephant in the room, she said. Surely what was under discussion was the behavior of male artists towards their wives and lovers, and the children they had helped bring into the world. The men abandoned their responsibilities, had affairs or got drunk and violent and for just cause, hid behind the demands of their high calling, their art. Historically, there were very few cases of women sacrificing others for their art, and they were likely to be condemned harshly for it. Women were more likely to turn on themselves, deny themselves children in order to become artists. The men were judged more kindly. Where art was concerned, poetry, painting, or whatever, this was merely a special case of banal male entitlement. Men wanted everything: children, success, women's selfless devotion to male creativity. There was loud applause. The professor seemed baffled. He had not considered the matter in these terms, which was surprising given that feminism's second wave had established itself in the universities a generation ago. While he and the woman argued it out, Roland was thinking of the intervention he was about to make. It was causing his heart to beat harder. He already had his first line, "I am a male Hardwick." It might get a laugh, but he did not have a question. He had a statement to make, just the sort of thing the chairman had at the start of the open session asked the audience to resist. "I was once married to a writer whose name will be familiar to you. No manifestos, please. She abandoned me, and our baby and I can tell you for a fact that you are wrong. You have to live it to know it. The quality of the work absolutely matters. Sir, will you please come to your question? To be left for the cause of mediocre work would be the ultimate insult." Next question then. Yes, I forgave her because she was good, even brilliant. To achieve what she did, she had to leave us. But he did not raise his hand quickly enough. Other hands went up for other questions. The moment passed, and as he listened, Roland began to doubt himself. He had not thought closely about this business in years. Perhaps he no longer believed in his version. Time to reconsider. Such virtue and forgiveness could have been his way of protecting his pride, of arming himself against humiliation. What was true of Robert Lowell in the professor's view had to be true of Alyssa Eberhardt. The novel's brilliant, the behavior inexcusable. Leave it at that. But he felt confused. On the way home in a minicab, he acknowledged that what had passed between Alyssa and himself was irrelevant. Too much time had passed. It was dead business. What he or anyone thought made no difference. If there was damage, it was done to Lawrence. Their son represented another problem as he tunneled, crashed or soared through his late teens and early 20s, much as his father had. Various jobs, various lovers in sequence, an adopted country, Germany. For a while he had wanted to settle somewhere and finally get some A-levels and a degree. It was going to be Arabic. Then he had to make a living, so computer science. After that he rediscovered his passion for maths, for an ethereal branch of number theory that had no practical application, precisely its allure. But gradually, over the last 4 years, the focus had been tightening. It was the climate that troubled him. He understood the graphs, the probability functions, the urgency. He had drifted towards Berlin, to the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Miraculously, given German thoroughness in these matters, he had persuaded people there, by way of some interesting mathematics, to accept him as an unpaid coffee bringer and low-level research assistant until he had a good degree. In the evenings he waited tables in MIT. How was success in the young to be judged? He kept himself in shape, was kindly, reticent, trustworthy, often, like his father, short of money. Not everyone needed a degree in maths from somewhere like Cambridge. For Lawrence, much followed from meeting when still 16 a French girl on a train. Roland thought his son had poor judgment in his women friends. Lawrence would deny it, but he preferred danger, rawness, instability, emotional extremes. Some were single mothers with complicated stories. Like Lawrence, like Roland for that matter, they had no profession. Roland did not think of himself as a musician. No tradable skills, no money. Lawrence's affairs often terminated in an explosion, each starburst with its own spectacular quality. His ex-lovers did not remain in his life as friends. There, at least, he differed from Roland. Everyone said that Lawrence would make a wonderful father, but each affair as it ended looked like a lucky escape for both. Lucky, too, that so far no child was left behind. Roadworks had closed Vauxhall Bridge, and an accident was blocking traffic by the Chelsea embankment. It was past 11:30 by the time Roland's minicab pulled up outside his house. As he entered where his gate used to be, someone had stolen it 2 years ago and walked under the Robinia that now blocked direct sunlight from the second floor. Roland felt himself to be unusually restless for the time of night. He would have liked to call someone, but it was far too late. Besides, Daphne was in Rome for a housing conference. Peter was with her, scouring the city's political scene for Europhobes. Mere skeptics were not enough for him. Too late to call Lawrence. He too was an hour ahead. Carol's days started early and were long. She ran an entire channel for the BBC and was usually asleep by 10. Myril was in Carcassonne tending her dying father. Joe Coppinger was in South Korea for a conference. Roland's old Vancouver friend, John Weaver, would be deep into his afternoon teaching. On the kitchen table was the debris of his lunch. As he carried a couple of token dishes to the sink, he sensed that he would not sleep easily. The Lowell event had stirred up old stuff, a reminder of his own shapeless existence. Usually around this time, Roland made a mint tea and took it to bed and read into the night. Tonight he allowed himself a scotch. The bottle took some minutes to find. A 5-month-old Christmas present, almost full. He took it along with a jug of water and a glass into the sitting room. A year before her death, after she had fallen out with her daughter, Jane had got in touch with Roland. She assumed they shared a villain. When he told her how much he admired the novels, she pretended not to hear him. Her own process of reevaluation was complete and final. Alyssa's fiction was boring and overpraised. Jane and Roland kept up occasional phone calls until her illness became too serious. She would remember to ask after Lawrence and would want to know just a little about Roland's life, but her true interest was Alyssa's perfidy. Jane felt profoundly misunderstood, even persecuted. Dark suspicions were troubling her. Certain small objects of sentimental value had gone missing from the house. It was likely, she thought, that Alyssa had come in the night. All the way from Bavaria. Writers have time on their hands. She knows the house and she knows how to hurt me. I've changed the locks, but she still gets in. Mental decay of some sort, paraphrenia. He had noticed before this irritable paranoia in the elderly, but Jane was right in the essentials. Alyssa had come at her with a knife she had named and blamed her mother in a best-selling memoir. It would be in print for years, Jane said. Its harshest passages, diffused across the internet in book blogs, retweets, reviews, and on Facebook, would last as long as civilization. Nasty letters from anonymous locals had appeared in Jane's post. The lady in the Becquerel smirked whenever she came in. Friends gave their support but were appalled by what they had read and did not know what to believe. She was probably right when she said that she was gossiped about. In Murnau described a rural Bavaria in which small-town Nazis, too low down the pecking order to be of interest to the Nuremberg courts, slipped back during the late 40s and early 50s into local government and industry, and into the networks of agricultural administration. Alyssa named them all, their roles during and after the war. Everyone at every level remained in denial about what had happened. One passage in the book was just as Alyssa had described it once to Roland: certain streets, certain empty houses, filled with the ghosts of those who had been taken away to unmentionable destinations. No one talked about them. Everyone remembered the names and faces of their neighbors who were once there, so they knew well the ghosts and the children of the ghosts. There was hatred for the Americans at the local bases, even as their Marshall Plan money was welcome. Somehow donor and donation were separated. As the economy started to recover, so began a scramble for stuff, for consumer goods that buried deeper the collective memories. A new house was being built by murderers on a foundation of corpses. Territory well charted by historians and novelists, Alyssa made reverential references to Gert Hoffmann's novel, Veilchenfeld. What was new was her exceptional prose, its lyrical bitterness. She was contemptuous of the view that in the early years after the war, Germany could only be rebuilt by means of collective amnesia. Then she went in closer. The chapters narrowed down to the personal. Alyssa was torn in two directions. The exaggerated fame of the White Rose angered her. It was a fig leaf for the obscenity of national denial. At the same time, she accused her father of disowning the movement to which he had given brave support, if only from 1943. Heinrich was the solid burgher who grew fat and lazy, and feared the bad opinion of the closet Nazis who were his clients or who ran the nearby town halls or law associations. The way she described him, Heinrich was a barely animated drawing by Georg Grosch, far from the man Roland remembered by the fire, pouring schnapps, amiable, tolerant, good-natured, baffled, and to a small extent intimidated by his wife and daughter. By her account, he was disappointed to have a daughter, not a son. He had little to do with Alyssa's upbringing, never encouraged her in anything she did, looked bored whenever she spoke. In fact, he never seemed to hear her. He left her to the mercies of her mother. Here the real damage began. In Murnau presented Jane Farmer as an embittered woman hollowed out by a sense of failure. Her literary potential and ambitions were not destroyed by her own decisions. It was her child who ruined everything. Little Alyssa was made to suffer in the loveless cold. Maternal punishments were frequent sharp smacks to the legs, hours confined to her bedroom, rare treats withdrawn on a whim for crimes she could not remember. She struggled for her mother's affection and grew up in the long shadow of her rancor. Her childhood was without outings, holidays, jokes, special meals, bedtime stories. No one ever cuddled her. Her mother lived in a cage of unspoken resentments. Even when Alyssa broke away and went to London, her mother's dead hand was heavy on her own sense of purpose. It took so long to write those two early novels, so weak in conception, so timid and apologetic. The day Alyssa as a young mother left her London husband and child behind and went to Liebenau to confront Jane was one of the most vivid moments in the book, dramatic, intense, seething with emotions too long held back. It was the scene that critics lingered over. Only Eberhardt, they agreed, could manage so adroitly, with such delicate evocation of pain and anger, the many cross-currents of feeling, of mutual misunderstanding. What interested Roland was that Alyssa's account was close to the one Jane had given him so many years ago, on that warm evening in her garden. Alyssa's memoir was a bestseller in Germany and other countries, including Britain. The vile childhoods of others were not only a comfort to many but a means of emotional exploration, and an expression of what everyone knew but needed to keep on hearing. Our beginnings shape us and must be faced. Roland was skeptical and not out of loyalty to Jane. In the 50s, many fathers were not much involved with their children, especially their daughters. Embraces, expressions of love, were thought too showy, too embarrassing. His own childhood was typical. Smacks to the legs, to the bottom, were common. Children, however loved underneath it all, were to be managed, not listened to. They were not there to be engaged with in serious conversation. They were not beings in their own right, for they were just passing through, transient proto-humans, endlessly, year after year, in the graceless act of becoming. That was how it was. That was the culture. At the time it thought itself too soft. 100 years before, the duty of parents had been to break a child's will with a beating. Roland thought that those in his own country who itched to get back to those times, the 18 or 1950s, should think harder. He believed that In Myrna, however engrossing, was Alice's least good book, untypically self-dramatizing. He was aware of Jane's asperity, but she was not cruel. Naming her, specifying the village and the house, was a bad mistake. A month after her funeral, Roland met up with Rudiger in the dusty American bar of the Stafford Hotel by Green Park. The success of the memoir had prompted in its author some guilt. It grew stronger at her mother's funeral, where Alyssa saw for herself that many of Jane's friends had not turned out for her. At the wake afterwards, Rudiger told her about the abusive letters Jane had received. But only because Alyssa asked me. Otherwise, I would have said nothing. What was her reaction? She's like a lot of brilliant writers. There's something naive, you know. She was burning to write this book. She didn't think about the consequences even when we warned her. Rudiger, completely bald, rather stout and grand in manner, was now CEO of Lucretius Books. He could afford a little distance on his famous author. He had others. She decided after the funeral that she wanted the book withdrawn, the unsold copies pulped. We persuaded her that this would look bad for her, like a confession of a terrible mistake. We told her. The damage was done. She had to move on. Perhaps write a different book about her mother. It was 1 a.m. Roland Scotch, a small measure heavily diluted, had been intended as a nightcap, a modest shot. But the bottle was at his elbow and he poured a larger one and was cautious with the water. Alyssa's unlikely defender was Lawrence. He had been moved by the memoir, he told his father on the phone. He thought Roland's skepticism was out of order. He was unusually forthright. You weren't there. You met Oma and Opa years later when they'd softened, the way people do. And it's irrelevant that this was how it was at the time, that this was how people treated their kids. It was her experience. If you want, you could say that she's speaking for a whole generation. If the culture was crap, that's not on the mind of an 8-year-old sent to her room without supper. This was her life and she has a right to describe how it felt. Her truth. Don't put that one on me, Dad. The truth. I have friends who have told me all about their shit childhoods with horrible parents. Then I meet them and they're sweet as anything. I don't then go thinking my friends are self-deluding liars. Anyway, I think you've got other reasons not to like this book. You may be right. For this conversation, Lawrence was somewhere in the American Midwest for a conference on farming and climate change. Roland had not seen him in 6 months and did not want a serious argument over the phone. His son had better reasons than he did not to like the memoir. That he was touched by it was admirable, generous. But if Jane had harmed her daughter, what of the harm that daughter had done her son? Where was the novelist's honest reckoning? And as with the mothers, so with the father. Roland's restless marginal life of truncated education and serial monogamy had become Lawrence's. It wasn't exactly a gift. Whenever he entered a pleasing neutral zone such as a Scotch might bring on at the end of a tiring day, he tended to think that the lifelong mystery of Alyssa was at the very least always interesting. There was no one remotely like her in his life. Miriam apart, no one so extreme. To most people, including himself, life just happened. Alyssa fought it. He had not seen her since that night in a Berlin alley when the wall was falling in 50 places. Almost 21 years. He doubted that he would ever see her again. That in itself had a fairy tale element. She was big. In 45 languages she took up space in the minds of several million people. She re-emerged in his life with the English translation of each new book, roughly every 3 years, and with the occasional news cutting forwarded by one of Rudiger's assistants. Roland had asked long ago not to be sent the full press folder. In between, she rarely crossed his mind. Whatever he read about her always disturbed his peace and sent him off in some new direction. Last year was a good example. There arrived a cutting from the Faz, a long essay about the Nobel Prize in Literature which ended with speculation on who would be announced in October. Every year there were rumors, not always unfounded. There followed a list of usual suspects: Roth, Munro, Modiano. But surely, the piece concluded, it was time for the German language to be honored again. There had been nothing since Elfriede Jelinek. Who else this year but Alissa Eberhardt, of course. That morning Roland walked to a bookmaker in Clapham High Street and asked at the counter for the odds. The lady there had to go away and consult on the phone. This writer was not on their list. The answer came back from head office. 50-1. He put down an extravagant £500, an eighth of his life savings. £25,000 to be extracted like ambrosial juice from the fruits of his ex-wife's success. There would be some justice in that. When October came around and the announcement was made, the German language was indeed honored, but not in Alissa's name. In her place, Herta Müller. Too bad. Not the kind of justice he'd hoped for. He had to accept the lost bet as a fair verdict on their failed union. 30 years ago he would have poured himself a third, then a large fourth, and the night would gape open, the way it did in the months after Alissa took off. But now, when at last he stood, somewhat dizzy at the sudden exertion, 3/4 of his whiskey remained in the glass. Better there than in his gut, primed to wreck his sleep. He took from a shelf his copy of The Dolphin and headed upstairs, yawning and turning off lights as he went. He had once heard a close friend of Lowell recall on the radio that, when she visited him one morning in hospital, she had found him sitting up in bed rubbing marmalade into his hair. Completely mad, and yet the poetry was magnificent. Hearing that long ago and recalling his own abandoned poems, Roland had sometimes thought there was hope for himself. When he looked back on the first several years of the new century, he often remembered the 2-minute silence in Russell Square in honor of the victims of the tube and bus bombings. If he summoned the scene, he always pictured the cordoned-off wrecked bus nearby, in everyone's sight, a crime scene still under forensic examination. Media pictures overlaid on false memory. The bus exploded elsewhere in Tavistock Square and was taken away for examination. That morning in July 2005, intrusive thoughts had crossed and converged where Roland stood in the gardens with several hundred others. During the silence, he tried to keep his thoughts on the dead and the unknowable minds of their clean-skinned murderers, but his mother's illness kept breaking in. Illness and death were much on his mind. Jane had died the month before the attacks. For years, Rosalind's decline had been slow. Now it was accelerating. For a long while her speech had been a tangle of upended grammar and sense. Her conversation could be lyrical, like an opaque poem by E. Cummings. Lately she barely spoke at all. Now there was concern about her breathing. He was standing at the back by the gates of Russell Square Gardens in order to get away quickly. He needed to travel out to West London to meet his brother and sister. Susan had told him she had momentous news about the past. Talking about it on the phone was not possible. They would visit Rosalind first, then go to a cafe. Susan had to pick up a grandchild later from school and had asked him not to be late. Henry and Susan met him at Northolt Tube Station. They went in Henry's car from there to the care home, 3 terraced houses knocked into one in a residential street. On the way, some desultory small talk, then silence. A helper led them to their mother's tiny room, and they crowded in. She was sitting on a straight-backed armchair with her back to a hand basin. Her head was slumped forward so that her chin touched her chest. Her eyes were open, but she did not seem to be aware of her visitors as they arranged themselves around her, Susan and Roland on the bed, Henry on a chair the helper brought in. The room smelled of disinfectant. Susan was sitting closest to her. She put her hand on her mother's and tried some cheery greetings. Roland and Henry joined in. No response. She made a humming sound and then a word they could not make out, then less than a word, a vowel sound, ah, 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 then only the sound of her breathing, rapid and shallow with a grating sound as it passed over mucus snagged in her airway. Her head hung lower. They sat and watched her as if waiting for her to revive. There was nothing to say. It did not feel right to be speaking among themselves. Roland supposed he would not see her alive again, but after 10 minutes that did not stop him wanting to leave. On the contrary, as he saw it, she was already dead and he was already grieving but could not do it in her presence. He was determined not to be the first to get up. A sense, not of significant leave-taking, but of politeness held them there. He had spent many hours in this overheated room. For years her life had been one long receding tide. As it withdrew, it left behind random pools of stranded memory. The large one that should have contained the half-century marriage to Robert Baines was missing. It vanished early on when she could still recognize her children, though not her grandchildren, and could recall other isolated stretches of her life. When Roland experimented with references to his father, she spoke only of Jack Tate. Susan had hung her father's picture on the wall. Rosalind's stories of her first husband were lucid. She had told them to Roland long before she was ill. Not all the memory pools were from the distant past. She remembered a visit to Kew Gardens with Roland 5 years before. The memory of her mother, who died in 1966, was also strong and the focus of her anxieties. She hadn't seen her in so long, and she must get to the village and visit her, for she must be so old and frail by now. Sometimes Rosalind packed a carrier bag of gifts and essentials to take with her. An apple, biscuits, fresh underwear, a pencil, her alarm clock. Tucked beside it were folded scraps of paper she said were bus tickets. The helper came in to relieve them. It was second sitting lunch, she said, and they would have to leave. Then this would be the last time he ever saw his mother, slumped at a table with a dozen old people who were chatting loudly. It seemed impossible that she could eat. Her head still protruded forwards, her eyes were open, and so was her mouth. She was staring into a bowl of mashed food and did not hear her children as they said goodbye. Roland kissed her head, so frail and cool, and noticed again a wide, bald patch just below the crown. It was good to step outside into the shaded street crowded with parked cars. As long as he was with his brother and sister, he felt nothing much. He would need to be alone. He assumed it was the same for them, for as they walked to the cafe, Susan and Henry discussed other care homes they had heard of that were less well-run and more expensive than this one. The cafe was on the premises of a failed charity shop. 2 friends of Susan were making a go of it for a low rent. It was a sad place trying hard to be cheerful, with red gingham tablecloths and pots of geraniums and framed jokey signs on the wall in melting graphics that a local pub must have donated. You don't have to be mad to work here, but it helps. Roland's gaze was fixed on the apostrophe, surprised that it moved him. They were all doing their best to get by with what they had. He was not in the mood for momentous news. They had squeezed round an undersized table and ordered tea. No one was hungry. The sight of his mother's pureed lunch in a plastic bowl had made Roland feel nauseous. It was assumed that Susan's news could not be delivered until the tea was brought. She and Henry were approaching their 70s. All the usual signs in their faces and posture and speech declared his own future 10 or 12 years ahead. But they were doing fine. He wanted to reassure himself. Unhappy first marriages, calamitous breakups now never mentioned, contentment second time around while he pushed on alone with dwindling energy and purpose. He had at least a party of friends, including ex-lovers on hand for the occasional supper. But over the years, some of them had also been settling to tranquil second and third marriages, and he was seeing less of them. When the tea was before them in thick white mugs too hot to touch, Susan took from her shoulder bag a brown envelope. She had received a letter from a Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Brudenell Bruce of the Salvation Army. His work was to help people trace lost family members. For a while, he had been dealing with a case that may concern her. He had found Susan through her first husband's unusual name, Charn. If her mother's maiden name was Rosalind Morley of Ashe in Hampshire, then she might be interested to know that she had a brother. He had been adopted soon after his birth in November 1942. His name was Robert William Cove, and he would like to get in touch with his biological family. Colonel Brudenell Bruce assured her that if she did not wish to be contacted by this person, the matter would be closed and she would hear nothing more. If she wished to proceed, he would be happy to put her and her brother in touch. Henry and Susan exchanged a look. 1942, when they were already away from home and their childhoods began to unravel. Away from their mother, away from each other. In the early 40s, their father was fighting in the Western Desert Campaign, so it was obvious. The Christian names alone, Robert of course, and William was the name of the Major's father and of an older brother. Susan and Henry looked at Roland and he nodded. This was his full brother. Into the silence he said weakly, "Well, what?" In the first instant stupidity. It was so obvious that it seemed to him now that he had heard the news before and failed to pay attention. Or was too well defended against the old family story to understand what he was being told, or didn't want to know. The news was not a shock, not yet, more like an accusation. When Rosalind came to stay in Clapham after the funeral, he was trying to think this through. As the three of them sat in silence, she didn't misremember the date, 1941, on which she first met Robert Baines. Their mother had simply forgotten to lie. She remembered to exclude the baby boy, but she came close to telling him the truth. Her children were packed off, while I sorted myself out. What else could that have meant? If he'd been attentive, one intelligent follow-up question would have unlocked the history. She was wanting to tell it. There must have been other occasions when she was ready to free herself of the secret. With the Major dead and the events so far behind her, there was nothing to lose. But his mind was partly elsewhere whenever he dealt with his parents. A little more focus, or was it love that he lacked? And he could have got it out of her, and she would have been relieved of the 62-year-old burden she had carried alone. He and his sister and brother could have helped her. They could have learned the real history of the family. She was round the corner, staring at her lunch, and could tell them nothing of her hidden son because she was, in effect, dead. Roland sat back and felt the weight of the near future. The questions, the stories to be rewritten, a stranger to be greeted as a brother, Rosalind's sadness and preoccupation explained at last. He saw it unrolling before him, vanishing and reappearing distantly like a track over hilly terrain. And here was the past, even more obscure than before, with its blurred figures in a mist. Robert Baines fathering a child with the wife of a serving soldier. Rosalind pregnant by another man while her husband was abroad fighting for his country. The shame and secrecy, the fury in the family, the gossip in the village. Jack dying in 1944 in the liberation of Europe, freeing Robert and Rosalind to marry. Did Sergeant Baines command and arrange for Rosalind's children to be dispatched to clear space for his affair? Did he insist on the baby's adoption to save his army career? He faced the prospect of a court-martial. If Roland included himself in his boarding school, then all four of Rosalind's children were expelled, banished to their new postings. At each parting, Rosalind must have wept. He had seen her shaking shoulders as she walked away that time his parents put him on the coach to go to his new school. She must have thought then of the other three children and wondered how she could have let it happen again. Susan and Henry never referred to their wartime childhoods. It was gone, buried. Now it was back. In old age, the three of them would go on trying to make sense of it, of meek Rosalind, domineering Robert, and all they had made between them. Exile, loneliness, sorrow, guilt. The children must go on trying to understand, Roland thought, and it would never end. But he had to stop now and deal with what he knew for certain. He had a brother, another brother, a full brother. That needed to be separated out from the deception and the questions. Was it a cause for celebration? He could not feel it yet. Only his own stupidity. He asked Susan's friend for 3 glasses of water. Henry cleared his throat and said, "I think I sort of knew it at the time when I was 8. Not about the baby, of course, the affair. Then I forgot all about it. I blocked it out. When I was allowed to go and see Mum, he was always there. That man. That's what I called your dad, Roland, in my mind, that man. He gave me a present, a toy tractor I think it was, painted yellow. But I remember I refused to take it. I must have had my reasons. Loyalty to my dad, I suppose. Susan, I can't remember much or anything. My memory's a blank, and thank God for that." She passed the envelope to Roland. "This is yours to deal with. I can't be the one to meet him first. It's too much." "When you've seen him," Henry said, "you can tell us about it. Then we'll see him." That evening Roland wrote to introduce himself to Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Brudenell Bruce. The reply by return of post was affable. He had written to Mr. Cove, who would be in touch directly with Roland. The colonel lived in Waterloo and was happy to drop by. He came 2 days later and sat in the chair at the kitchen table that Roland immediately associated with the policemen, Douglas Brown and Charles Moffat. Perhaps it was because, like them, Brudenell Bruce was in uniform. Whenever Roland met religious figures, he felt obliged to protect them from his disbelief, which was so complete that even atheism bored him. He was always friendly in an exaggerated way with the local vicar when he met him in the street, but no protection was needed for the colonel, a decent and unshakable man, Roland decided, a big fellow with muscular shoulders and arms and a loud, generous laugh. He said that in his youth he had been an amateur weightlifter. Much appeared to amuse him, even his own remarks. This was his last case, Andrew explained, because he was due to retire. He had therefore given it his special attention. He laughed. "You'll like your new brother. He's a good sort. As a family, we're pretty strange. In 30 years I've yet to meet one that isn't." Roland laughed along with the colonel. A letter arrived from Robert Cove. It was friendly and to the point. He was 62, married to Shirley, with 1 son and 2 granddaughters. He lived in Reading, not far from where he grew up in Pangbourne. He had been a carpenter-fitter most of his working life and was determined not to retire before he had to. He understood that Roland lived in London, so how about meeting in the middle? There was a place just outside Datchet, used to be a pub, now a conference center and still called the 3 Tons. He named a day the following week and suggested 7 p.m. "It will be tremendous to meet you." In the days before, Roland pitched between a foreboding he could not explain and pleased anticipation, curiosity, impatience. Then back again to a sense that coming his way was a set of obligations towards a stranger. He did not need his life to become more interesting. He wanted to read books and see the same handful of old friends. He arrived late. The train timetabling was awkward, and the 3 Tons was nearer Windsor and further from the station than its website promised. He walked a dusty main road out of Datchet and turned towards the conference center up a driveway lined with saplings in plastic tubes. He approached a cluster of new buildings designed in the red brick pastoral style of 80s supermarkets. Automatic sliding doors brought him into a large, high-ceilinged bar, almost empty. He paused by the entrance wanting to see before he was seen. Sitting alone at a table with the remains of a glass of red wine was a version of himself, not quite a mirror image, but Roland as he would have been after a different life, another set of choices. It was the multiple worlds theory made real, a privileged glimpse into one of the infinite possibilities of himself that were fancifully supposed to exist in parallel and inaccessible domains. Here, for example, was Roland as he would have been without glasses, with the straighter back he always intended to have, and the weight shed from round his waist. This man appeared to Roland to have a more settled expression. Robert Cove seemed to sense that he was being stared at, for he turned and stood and waited. In the 3 or 4 seconds it took to reach him, Roland felt he had passed out of the ordinary into a form of hyperspace and was floating across a dreamscape, hardly aware of who he was. Outside of dramas and fictions, such an encounter was impossibly rare. But as soon as he arrived in front of his brother, the altered reality collapsed into the banal, or the comic, for no conventions existed to smooth such a meeting. One extended his hand, the other made to embrace. Later Roland could not remember which impulse had been his. The brothers stumbled against each other, stepped back and settled on the handshake as they announced their Christian names in unison. Roland pointed at the wine glass and Robert nodded. When he was back from the bar, they touched glasses and began again. They passed a few minutes agreeing that the Salvation Army did fine work bringing people together, and that the colonel was a wonderful man. Then an awkward pause. Somehow they had to begin. Roland proposed they each give a short account of their lives and circumstances. Good idea. You go first, Roland. Show me how it's done. There was in the accent a hint of the softly rolled R which Roland associated with his mother. Hampshire, which sounded to his ear halfway to the West Country. Roland's story was one of automatic redactions. He left boarding school early because he was impatient to start earning. His marriage to a writer ended after a year. For the first time in his life, he described himself as a lounge bar pianist. He promoted Lawrence to a climate change scientist. But about our mother and father, our half-brother and half-sister, and the unhappy past, he provided a more detailed picture. His life as he spoke it hardly added up to much. He ended by saying, "You're joining, if that's the word, a very fractured family. We didn't grow up together and you're the extreme case of that." Robert went to the bar and came back with a full bottle and fresh glasses. The first thing he wanted to say was that he had been well cared for and loved by his adopted parents, Charlie and Anne, and he felt no bitterness and needed no sympathy. That's good to hear. He did not know he was adopted until his father told him, against his mother's wishes when he was 14. But he'd already had hints which he had managed to forget. He had been teased at school for not having real parents. Somehow the rumor had got around. As a teenager, little by little, he learned how it happened. In December 1942, Anne had seen an advertisement in the classified section of the local paper. Robert unfolded a photocopy of the page and passed it across. The entry was brief. Above was violin, saxophone, clarinet, and trumpet required urgently for newly formed band. Immediate cash, and below, we purchase for cash saleable second-hand furniture. In between was wanted, home for baby boy, age 1 month. Complete surrender, right box 173, Mercury, reading. Complete surrender the major, surely. He could have written unconditional. Elsewhere Roland could not help glancing across the page. In 1942, the war had drained the labor market. There was a need for boys of 17 and experienced gentlemen to fill in for the absent men. He gave the page back. Rosalind and her baby and her younger sister, Joy, he now learned, took the train from Aldershot to Reading. That train arrived late, as they often did during the war. By arrangement, the sisters waited until all the other passengers had dispersed. They had with them, and Cove remembered, a brown carrier bag stuffed with baby clothes. Robert was handed over to the Cove couple by the ticket barrier. Anne was troubled for years by the memory of Joy turning her back, because she could not bear to witness the moment the baby left her sister's hands. Rosalind looked numb and said little. A month after their first meeting, Roland and Robert would go to see their Aunt Joy in the village of Tongham, not so far from Ash. It was, of course, an extraordinary reunion, and Roland mostly kept out of the way and listened. Joy had lost her husband the year before, and she was frail, but her memory was good. When all the exclamations and embraces were done, they settled down over tea and walnut cake, and she told her story. She had spent much time looking after baby Robert while her sister went out to work and had become closely attached to him. "You were a beautiful little thing," she said as she patted Robert's knee. On the train to Reading, she had tried to get her sister to change her mind. It wasn't too late. They could avoid this couple at the station, catch the first train back and go home with the baby. She wasn't having it. All Rosalind kept saying in a quiet voice over and again was, "I have to do it, I have to do it." I've never forgotten when she spoke she wouldn't look at me. Even on the way home to Aldershot, when both sisters were in a state of great distress, Joy told Rosalind that they could still go back, tell the Coves she had changed her mind, bring little Robert away. Rosalind wept and shook her head and would say nothing. When they were back on the platform at Aldershot Station, she made her sister swear never to speak of what they had done. Joy kept her silence. She did not even tell her husband in 48 years of marriage. She talked about that terrible morning for the first time with Robert sitting next to her on the sofa. He touched her shoulder as she started to cry. In the 3 Tons bar, Robert continued his history. He had a normal and boisterous childhood. There was never much money, but his parents were kind and he was happy. He became head boy at school, but was glad to leave several months ahead of his 16th birthday. He hated the classroom, he said, even more than Roland. He got a factory job where he was the youngest on the assembly line. By some traditional and violent rite, the women workers wanted to lay hands on him, strip him naked, and dress him in an outsized baby's romper suit. He was having none of that and fled. They chased him down a flight of steel stairs, across the factory floor and out into the street. It was a close thing. He never went back. Eventually, he entered a tough 5-year apprenticeship as a carpenter fitter. Over a lifetime, he had worked on many building sites in his area, and these days often drove past houses whose floor joists or roof trusses he had installed. He made a specialty out of constructing bespoke staircases. He married in the mid-60s and remained happy with Shirley. Their son, daughter-in-law, and the granddaughters were the center of their lives. Robert's other passion was his football team, Reading. He went to all their games, home and away. As Robert spoke, Roland was studying his face and remembering his own time on building sites in the late 60s and 70s. With time pressures, unreliable supplies of labor and materials, and overlapping trades creating confusion, they could be difficult, contentious places. No unions, terrible safety records, no facilities for the men, occasional fights, the days of the lump. The older men, he remembered, after years of weathering disputes, developed a certain tough-minded detachment. He thought he saw it in his brother. Not easily drawn into arguments, he guessed, and implacable when they happened. It was a broader face than his own, he now saw, more open and generous. The hands that held their glasses gave the story of their different fates. Robert would have no use for the soft white fingers of a lounge lizard pianist. His had visible calluses and scars. His life sounded more intact, more integrated, a lifelong marriage, a neighborhood dotted with the dwellings he had helped construct, the local team he urged on in all weathers, and especially the pretty granddaughters whose photograph Roland was now inspecting. No acid trip by the Big Sur River to disconnect Robert from ordinary ambitions, no single parenting, improvised careers, sequential lovers, political disappointment and pessimism. But Robert's life had been tough. His mother's early death, the void of knowing nothing of his origins, the whipping boy apprentice years and hard work. Most of Roland's problems had been self-inflicted, mere luxuries. But would he swap places with Robert? Number would Robert swap? No. After my mother died and I turned 21, I decided to trace my biological parents. I got a fair way along with it, got my birth details, then I gave up, busy with other things. And I thought, well, if my blood parents haven't come to find out how I am, they probably don't want to hear from me. So I left it for almost 50 years. Roland thought he caught the tone, the inflection, perhaps the methodical attitude of the major, the ghost of the other Robert in this one. He had brought his birth certificate and showed it now. Born 14 November 1942. Where? At a private address in Farnham, away from the big military hospital in Aldershot. That made sense. A few inches to the right was the truth. The mother named as Rosalind Tate, formerly Morley, of 2 Smith's Cottages, Ash, and there beside it was the lie, the father written in as Jack Tate of the same address. A few days before, Henry had sent Roland some documents, Jack Tate's service record, his army pay book. He had served with the 1st Battalion of the Royal Hampshire Regiment. It fought in the Western Desert in 1940, then moved to Malta in February 1941. It remained there during the long siege, then took part in the invasion of Sicily in July 1943 and afterwards of Italy. No way home for a humble infantryman. No chance of conceiving a child in England to be born in November 1942. Jack's battalion was not back until November 1943, when it began training for D-Day. It landed on Gold Beach on 6 June. Jack got his bullet in the stomach in October near Nijmegen and died in England on 6 November. Roland stared at his brother Robert's birth certificate, at the square that contained the lie, as if the paper could dissolve to reveal a long-ago passion, then regret, of Rosalind giving birth to a child and 6 weeks later, on a wintry railway platform, delivering him into the care of 2 people she didn't know and would never see again, of her desolate return by train, perhaps her sister's arm round her shoulder, but empty-handed and alone, of how that morning defined her life. I had to do it. See it her way and through the prism of war. Keep the baby and she would have confronted the fury of her husband returning from the front, the contempt of the village, and attached to her child the stigma of illegitimacy, a vehement social disgust that would quietly fade away in Roland and Robert's lifetime. She would have set herself against the will of the man she loved and feared. Unless the child was erased from their lives, Sergeant Baines faced ruin. At last, Roland said, "You should go and see our mother." She might not have long. Could he and Robert love or hate each other in the way of brothers? Too late. But the connection with this stranger, he felt it now, was complete, inescapable. Together they kept saying the word self-consciously and making it true. Our mother, our father. Roland took from his pocket the one photograph he had brought to show Robert. He put it on the table between them, and they looked at it together. It was a studio portrait of their mother with Susan on her right, Henry on her left. All 3 were in best clothes. Susan looked about 15 months old, Henry around 4 years. That would date the photograph to 1940, almost certainly taken for Jack to keep with him through the war. Henry had an arm across his mother's shoulder. Susan was standing on some form of support, out of shot, that brought her face level with her mother's. But it was Rosalind the brothers were looking at. She wore an open-necked blouse that revealed a glimpse of a pendant chain. Thick black hair tumbling to her shoulders, no need of makeup, a steady, confident gaze, a slight smile and an air of tranquility. This was a young woman of great beauty and poise. Robert said, "And I never knew her." Roland nodded. He thought but did not say that he too never knew her. The mother he knew was fretful, bowed, meek, apologetic. Now he understood that distant sorrow that hung about her and what she grieved for. The young woman in the photograph vanished on reading station in 1942. Rosalind's vascular dementia did not run a straight course to its terminal point. Her body would not give up, and it dragged her mind back into the world for several more months. His mother staring into a plastic bowl of mashed food was not the last Roland saw of her. She was not already dead. A week later she was sitting on the edge of her bed, and though she did not recognize him, though she called him Auntie, as she had every visitor for the past year, she spoke whole sentences, meaningless in context but with a touch of poetry about them. On this occasion, after accepting Roland's embrace, she said, "Daylight delights you." "It really does," he said as he took out a notebook and wrote the 3 words down. There were other lines on that visit. She spoke them unprompted over the course of an hour's disjointed conversation. They seemed to belong together. He had finished telling her, for what it was worth, of Lawrence's work in Germany when she suddenly said, "Love just follows you." As he was leaving, she gave what sounded like a blessing. The words amazed him. He turned back and asked her to repeat them, but she was staring out the window and had already forgotten what she had said. She had also forgotten his presence in the room and greeted him afresh. He knew she had quiet religious feelings, but he had never heard her invoke God before, or love. He typed the lines up that evening without alteration except for a final line break. When the time came, he added her poem to the back of the order of service pamphlet for her funeral in St. Peter's Church, Ash. "Daylight delights you, / love just follows you. Our hearts rejoice. God in all his glory take care of you." He arrived with Lawrence. They passed the hearse containing Rosalind's coffin parked in a lane beside the graveyard. As he entered the church, Roland saw various relatives, some in their 90s, some not yet a year old. His siblings and their spouses, including Robert and Shirley, were already in the front pews. The undertakers brought their mother in and settled her coffin on the trestles. The vicar began her welcome. Impossible not to stare at the coffin where Rosalind lay in the dark. But she wasn't there or anywhere, and here it was again, the simplest feature of death, always startling absence. The organ played a familiar introduction. Ever since his truculent fourth form at Berners Hall, he could not bring himself to sing a hymn. However sweet the melodies or the rhythm of the lines, he could not get past the embarrassment of their blatant or childish untruths. But the point was not to believe but to join in, to be part of the community. They were starting with "All Things Bright and Beautiful," Rosalind's favorite. Lovely for small children, but how could an adult mouth this creationist nonsense? Not wishing to offend others, he stood as usual, holding the hymnal open at the right page. Same again for Pilgrim, Hobgoblin, Foul Fiend. During this one he glanced across at his brother, his new brother. Robert was standing erect, not holding a hymn book and not moving his lips. When the subdued, ragged singing tailed away, Roland went to the pulpit to deliver the eulogy. Henry, the eldest, had not wanted to do it, and nor did Susan. Facing Roland were many who'd had only the briefest education. He did not know how much history they knew. Speaking without notes, he reminded the congregation of the year of Rosalind's birth, 1915. He said it was hard to think of another historical period when a single lifetime of 90 years could have encompassed as much change as hers did. When she was born, the Russian Revolution was 2 years away. The First World War was only just beginning its terrible slaughter. The inventions that would transform the 20th century, the wireless, the car, the telephone, the aeroplane, had not yet touched the lives of the villagers of Ash. Television, computers, the internet were years away and unimaginable. So too was the Second War, with its even greater slaughter. It would shape Rosalind's life and the lives of everyone she knew. Ash was still a horse-drawn world in 1915, hierarchical, agricultural, tightly knit. A visit to the doctor could be a serious financial setback to a working family. Rosalind wore calipers on her legs at the age of 3 to correct for malnutrition. By the end of her life, a spacecraft had entered the orbit of Mars. We contemplated the unknowns of global warming and were beginning to wonder if artificial intelligence might one day replace human life. He was about to add that several thousand nuclear weapons stood in constant readiness. But the vicar, who was standing close behind him, meaningfully cleared her throat. His pessimism was out of place. He moved on to the correct form of celebration and spoke of her devotion to family, of her cooking and gardening and knitting, of how tenderly she nursed her husband Robert through emphysema. He missed out the baby she gave away and the new addition to the family. Henry and Susan were still raw about it. Nothing against Robert, they had insisted, but they did not want their mother's secrecy and shame to be part of her send-off, Susan's phrase. Roland ended by saying that their mother had once told Henry's wife Melissa, with all the authority of a mother-in-law, that the journey to heaven took 3 days. That means she will have got in around 5:30 p.m. on the 29th of December. I'm sure we all hope that she's comfortably installed. He returned to his pew feeling false. He could say this at the end, however, lightly, but he could not sing the harmless hymns. Daphne had told him on a few occasions during his 30s and 40s that he was sexually restless, or troubled, or unhappy. This was said from the outside. She said it from the inside more pointedly when they lived together across 2 households, back in the mid-90s. She repeated herself in their last weeks together, not long before Peter limped home from Bournemouth and her and Roland's complicated arrangements came to an end. But on all occasions, it was never a charge. That was not Daphne's way. It was more of an observation, gray-washed with regret for him rather than for herself. She was a busy woman, capable of keeping him and his problems at arm's length. Now, 5 years later in the autumn of 2010, with labor gone, and when the country was being ready to pay for the greed and folly of the financial sector, Daphne's husband left her for the second time. Peter surprised everybody with a consuming devotion to a wealthy older woman. She had something to do with his laughable single-issue political passion. He had sold his stake in the electricity company to a Dutch equity group. The Financial Times disclosed a sum of £35 million. Together, he and Hermione would help fund the dream of taking Britain out of the European Union. Roland was 2 years into his 60s. Time had dissipated his restlessness. Daphne's children and his child had left home. She knew him well, better than anyone. It seemed worth the risk, after much reflection, to ask her at last to marry him. To his surprise, she said yes in a casual instant. They were at her place in Lloyd Square one evening, shoeless by the fire, the first of the season. Daphne's immediate assent made the nicely proportioned room seem larger. The walls, the doors, and architraves glowed. Everything glowed. A full kiss, then she went to the kitchen to fetch a bottle of champagne. This was how to steer a life successfully, Roland thought. Make a choice, act. That's the lesson. A shame not to have known the trick long ago. Good decisions came less through rational calculation, more from sudden good moods. But so too did some of his worst decisions. But that was not for now. She filled their glasses and they toasted their future. Daphne was 61. In the long business of modern old age they were neonates. They stoked the fire and made their plans like excited children. Peter would be giving her his half of the house as part of their clean break. Once the house was purged of Peter's possessions, Roland would move in and transfer ownership of the Clapham place to Lawrence. But not before the overdue renovation. Daphne knew the right people to do the work. She would continue at her housing association for another 5 years. Then they would travel. He had in mind Bhutan, she was for Patagonia. A perfect contrast. Roland would walk to the Angel Tube most afternoons and continue his sessions at the Mayfair Hotel. He would allow her to meet him there for a drink and even to make requests. She said she'd like him to play Dr. Jazz. He knew it well. The ex-violinist manager, Mary Killy, wouldn't like it, but he'd play it. In Daphne's sitting room his old upright would go along the wall behind them, under her Duncan Grant portrait of Paul Roch, the artist's lover. So it went on happily until a thoughtful silence fell between them. Roland got up too quickly from the cat-scoured Chesterfield and stood still, waiting for a dizzy spell to pass. Then he rebuilt the fire, sat down and exchanged a look with his wife-to-be. She had kept her hair long and it was still blonde, artificially so, he imagined. She remained tall and strong, and he easily conjured the face of the mother of 3 young children, the woman who helped him through the months and years after Alyssa left. Inevitably, into their silence the past pressed in. There was so much of it now. Without forethought, another good decision, Roland said. There's a part of my life I've never told you about. As he said it, he was wondering if Alyssa had told her long ago, but Daphne looked up with interest. He was certain she would tell him if she knew. And so he began the whole story, from the early piano lessons when he was 11, Miriam Cornell's cottage, the sudden end on a rainy night, the policeman's visits when Lawrence was a baby, another policeman 8 years ago, the visit to Balaam, why he played Round Midnight, the parting on the doorstep, how she had said she would plead guilty. When at last he finished, she was silent, taking it in. After a while she said softly, "So what did you do?" "I'd never had such power over another person, and I wouldn't want it again. I did nothing for a month. I had to be sure that whenever I thought about it, I arrived at the same place. And I did. Nothing changed. My feelings about it were no different from when I walked away from her house. Seeing her settled everything. I couldn't send her to prison. She may have deserved it, technically or fully, humanly or whatever. But the impulse for revenge or justice died in me once we'd met." "You still felt something for her?" "No, the whole thing ceased to matter, complete indifference, and I couldn't get myself past the thought of my own role in it, my complicity. At 14, to bring a case against her from a position of detachment, too cold-blooded. This wasn't the same woman, I wasn't that boy." He paused. "I'm not being very convincing, even to myself. She had a lot to answer for. I think she knew that." "What would you feel if it had happened to Lawrence?" Roland considered. "Fury, I suppose. You're right." "Well," Daphne stretched out and studied the ceiling, "then call it forgiveness." "Yes, virtue, but it wasn't what I felt or feel now. It was beyond forgiveness. It wasn't even about moving on or whatever they say. Closure. I no longer cared about her, about what I might have been. All gone, and I don't give a damn. How could I send her to prison, even for a week?" "So you wrote to her?" "The police didn't know her name, and I wasn't going to leave a trail. I phoned and told her what I'd decided. She started to say something. I think she wanted to thank me, but I rang off. The log basket was empty. Together they carried it to a walk-in cupboard off the kitchen where the wood was stored. When the fire was going again and they were settled, Daphne said, "You've kept this to yourself all this time." "I told Alyssa once. And I remember it well, her parents' place. Deep snow, she said, that woman rewired your brain." And was she right? But rewired means forever. How can you say it's all gone and it doesn't matter and you don't care? To this, he had no reply, but they would surely return to the subject. Their marriage had begun. An event at work the next day seemed at one with that late night. It was as if asking an old friend to marry him had stirred up disparate floating elements of his past and caused them to cluster and reappear. He was on pre- and post-dinner sessions. It was accepted that there was no London tourist season. In a fully fashionable world city, it was always the tourist season. Each year, more Russians, Chinese, and Indians came, as well as the usual Gulf Arabs and Americans. Even tens of thousands of French thought London had something over Paris. The hotel was usually full, though the clientele remained unyouthful. It was a place valued not so much for tradition and old England as for being dully tranquil. One could depend on nothing happening. Many guests were regulars. The concierge desk had good ticket connections to the mainstream popular shows. The reliable restaurant served residents, only no need to go scrambling after hot-ticket chefs across town. The hotel was expensive, but unregarded by noisy pop and film stars and bond traders or any other section of London's beau monde. After dinner, the lounge bar was crowded, and over the years, among the regulars, there developed a muted following secured by Mary Killy's judgment for Roland and the kind of approachable music he played. Sometimes he arrived on the dais to timid applause. Mary asked him to acknowledge it with a gesture. A faint bow would do. He obliged. The management now treated him as an asset, one cut above the waiting staff. He was allowed to arrive for work through the front doors. He was permitted, even encouraged, to be seen ordering drinks in the lounge before or after his session. If he would mingle with the guests, all the better. This he did his best to avoid. In the evening he arrived mildly hungover from the night before. They had gone to bed at 4 and made love before they slept. They did not see each other at breakfast. Daphne had an early routine hospital appointment and he tried to sleep in. After half an hour he gave up, made coffee and with it wandered around her orderly house and imagined himself living there. There was a tiny room off a landing she said he could have as a study. He peeped in. Piled with suitcases and childhood furniture, 2 high chairs, cot, tiny desks, waiting for the next generation. Daphne's eldest, Greta, was pregnant. During the morning he had felt immune to his customary reflections on time and life spinning away from him. He was making a new start. He would be reborn, a neonate. He had phoned Lawrence to tell him his news, though he could not help thinking that he was asking for his son's approval. The answer was simple yes, 1,000 times yes. Now at work, as he went to the piano for his first set and nodded in 3 directions to the scattered clapping, he noticed 4 people at a table close by on his left. A couple of about his age and 2 young women. They were drinking beers and looked a little out of place. All 4 possessed that look, the focused gaze that an extended formal education was supposed to bestow. For his own good reasons, he did not believe in any of that. His face recognition had grown poor over the years, but within seconds he knew who they were and there came to him, as well as delight, a long-forgotten stab of guilt. His hands were already on the keyboard and he had to get to work. There were more guests from the States than usual, according to Mary. That meant starting with A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square, a secondary national anthem for a certain kind of American in London. He was playing through his usual show tune medley when he looked across at the group. They were watching him intently, and as he met their gaze they smiled nervously. He lifted a hand in greeting. He had arrived at a staid Scott Joplin ragtime and imagined Daphne as his wife, sitting alone at a table while he played Jelly Roll Morton's Dr. Jazz in a thumping stride style. That would certainly happen, and thinking of it filled him with delighted anticipation. Now he played something sentimental. Always. He took another quick look at the 4. A waitress was setting down 4 fresh beers. The idea came of sending them a message, a memory. His break was a few minutes away. The last number of the set would be one he had never played before, here or anywhere. He knew it well enough, the chords were simple, and as he started to play, he managed to replicate its gently swaying rhythm, and found that his right hand, all by itself, knew the introduction and how to copy the tender guitar notes that lifted the chorus. Linger on your pale blue eyes. When he finished and looked up, the woman was crying. The man was on his feet coming towards him, and the 2 young women were smiling. One had an arm round her mother's shoulders. The general buzz of conversation dipped, and the lounge guests looked on with interest as Roland stepped off the dais and went into a long embrace with Florian and then with Ruth. Hannah and Charlotte joined in, and they made an affectionate scrum of an embrace. Well, he had been asked to mingle with the guests. As they straightened, Ruth laughed. "Jetzt weinst du auch. Now you're crying too. I'm just being polite." They walked the few steps towards their table. He had Hannah on one arm, Charlotte on the other, the girls with the astounding whispered secrets, his German language instructors on the black plastic sofa. One of the waiters was setting down a 5th beer. They had 20 minutes before the second set. The stories tumbled out, the 4 Germans sometimes talking at once. "How did you find me here?" When Florian and Ruth were arrested and the flat was searched, their address books were confiscated. Finally, when they knew they were coming to London, Hannah tracked down Myril on a French Amies Davant site, and she told her about Roland's piano bar. Hannah was an Erasmus student in biology in Manchester. Charlotte was working in a bookshop in Bristol to improve her English. Ruth was teaching in high school, Florian was a doctor, and they had moved to Duisburg in 1990. Both parents looked older than their years, many lines around the eyes, and Roland noticed something subdued in their manner. They had both put on weight. He told the family that as of last night he was to be married to his best friend. On an impulse he phoned Daphne. She sounded far away. She was just finishing up at work, she said, and would join them in an hour. Champagne, then, afterwards. The Heises had never met Lawrence, but they knew of him and asked for his news. As a part-time mature student, he was studying for his maths degree from the Free University in Berlin. Until then he was a waiter in the evenings and making himself useful unofficially at a climate institute in Potsdam. That morning he had told his father that he thought he might be in love with an oceanographer called Ingrid. Roland ended an exuberant second set with some Kurt Weill tunes, Mac the Knife, then Ballad of the Easy Life. He stood from his last number to scattered applause, slightly more emphatic than usual. More than his playing, the drama of the reunion had touched a few. News of his marriage plans had spread to the bar. On the table there was a bottle in an ice bucket and 5 glasses with a note of congratulations from the night manager. After the toasts, the Heises' story came out. In answer to Roland's question, no, the records and books he had brought to the house had not caused problems. But Schwedt was a grim place, and it was a grim time. Ruth worked as a cleaner in a hospital, Florian was in a paper mill, and then, slightly better, a shoe factory. The system pressed down on them, and worse, the neighbors were hostile. None of it was so bad as being without the children. Suddenly, after 2 months, they had them back. They had not been separated after all, but they were not in a good state. The sisters nodded as Ruth was saying this. But the last 18 months had been lightened by growing hope. News trickled through about people, whole families, crossing into Austria from Hungary, and the Russians were doing nothing about it. Then, of course, the wall. The journey west from Schwedt in March 1990 was complicated. They met up at last with Ruth's mother, Maria, in Berlin. The authorities had never allowed her to visit. Ruth and Florian finally got her to a hospital in the west, in Duisburg, where she died in '92. It had been a wonderful break when Florian, at the age of 41, was given a grant to go to medical school. But it was hard sustaining the family on Ruth's wages as a lowly assistant in a school for difficult children. Things got worse, Florian said, when the girls turned themselves into teenagers from hell. Hannah and Charlotte squealed in protest. All right. How about one teenage pregnancy scare, police complaints about graffiti crimes, alcohol, drugs, dyeing your hair green, bad school reports, loud music in the street, coming home at 2 a.m., urinating in a public? The longer his list, the harder the sisters laughed. They clutched at each other. It was behind a bush. Wir wollten einfach nur Spaß haben. Just trying to have fun. What about the petition of the neighbors? Ruth turned to Roland. They wanted these 2 sent back east. The girls dissolved completely. It was hard to imagine graffiti and green hair now that they were cool and educated Westerners. It was the parents who bore the marks and drank most of the champagne. Their children barely touched theirs. Some minutes passed, then Hannah and Charlotte glanced at each other, nodded, and stood. An Italian friend whose English boyfriend had a flat in Holland Park was having a party, and they needed to get going. They would see their parents in the hotel at breakfast. Their elders stood to be embraced, and they watched the sisters hurry across the lounge. Roland had mixed feelings. He did not envy them a party starting this late, but he missed in himself what he remembered so well, that impatience, that hunger to be there at the crucial event. The thought dissipated as he saw Hannah and Charlotte step aside at the entrance to let through his future wife. Even before she had reached their table, Florian and Ruth had knocked back their children's drinks. They ordered another bottle and fresh glasses. After the introductions and a fresh round of toasts, Daphne was given a brief history. She remembered the family from Roland's accounts. He recalled how she had introduced him to a contact in the record industry who located a rare bootleg Dylan that Florian had been pining for. He said, "I was happier when I was longing for things." He stood, and muttering about the stupidity of the local smoking laws, went out for a cigarette. While he was gone, Roland gave a running translation for Daphne as Ruth told them that Florian had not been as happy as herself and the girls. The clinic where he worked was in a tough part of Duisburg near Oberbilk. He saw the worst: the drugs, the poverty, violence, squalor, racism, the way women were treated in the white as well as immigrant communities. Ruth called it the worst. Every country had its worst. But he said it was the reality and no one was confronting it. He could never defend the old East, but he wasn't happy in a united Germany. He loathed the traffic jams, the graffiti everywhere, the litter around the clinic, the stupidity of the politics, the commercialism. When an ad came on the TV, he left the room. He thought the neighbors looked down on him, but really, Ruth said, they were nice people. When the girls were at school, he was always complaining about poor discipline in the classroom. It was embarrassing. In fact, they got a good education. On the roads, he said that most drivers were criminally insane. German pop music drove him mad. He has all the music he likes, his own music, but he never plays it. When you played the Velvet Underground song, he was very sad. We both were, for the old times that we never want to see again. Anywhere. Roland felt uneasy listening to her talk about Florian in his absence. There was more complaint than sympathy in her tone, and he suspected that she was trying to enlist him in a marital grievance. He hoped none of this had come across in his translation. He glanced at Daphne, who was sitting beside him. Since joining them, she had seemed withdrawn. He took her hand and was surprised to find her palm hot and damp, in fact wet. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly. "Yes, fine." She squeezed his hand. Ruth leaned forward suddenly. "He's seeing a woman. He denies it, so we can't talk about it." But Roland did not translate for Daphne. He could see Florian approaching, followed by a waitress with another bottle. When he sat down, he insisted on opening the champagne himself. Daphne gave another squeeze. Roland took her to mean that she wanted to leave soon. He looked at her and nodded. She looked worn out. She'd had a long day. But Florian had returned in an expansive mood and was filling the glasses and wanting to reminisce about the late '80s and the forbidden books, which he hadn't touched since. Then he got on to the subject of name. Its expansion east was madness, a ridiculous provocation to the Russians with their national inferiority complex. Roland started to disagree. Surely Florian did not need to be reminded. The old Warsaw Pact countries had suffered years of Russian occupation, violently enforced. They had good cause and every right to make their own choices. But entering the debate was a mistake, and it took almost half an hour to disengage, swap phone numbers and emails. Then they stood for farewell embraces which, for Roland, had lost their innocent exuberance. The moment was tainted. He wished Ruth had not told him what he did not need to know. He felt sad for them both, and some misplaced guilt about his own happiness. There was more delay as they were leaving. Some of the staff wanted to shake his hand and be introduced to Daphne and offer congratulations. She was friendly in response, but he could see that it cost her an effort. He suspected that Peter was causing problems. Perhaps he was wanting to come back. Not a chance. At last, arm in arm, they walked along the groomed backstreets of Mayfair towards Park Lane to pick up a taxi. She asked him what Ruth had said, and he told her. She made no response, and as they went along, he felt her clinging to his arm as if she feared falling. Once they were in the taxi heading east, he moved closer to her. "What's the matter, Daphne? Tell me." She stiffened suddenly, and a shudder went through her. Though she took a deep breath before speaking, her voice was very small. "I've had some bad news." She was about to tell him, but she couldn't. She turned from him and began to cry. Roland was shocked. If it was one of the children, she would have told him already. He put his arm round her and waited. Her shoulders and neck were hot. The cabbie slowed and asked over the intercom if there was anything he could do. Roland told him to keep going, and then he switched off the microphone. He had never seen Daphne cry. She was always so capable, strong, concerned for others. He felt the mute amazement of a child before a weeping parent. He found some tissues in her bag and pressed them into her hand. Slowly she recovered. "I'm sorry," she said, and again, "I'm sorry." He hugged her closer. Finally she told him, "I had some test results back this morning." As she said it, he guessed the rest. Said, "I should have told you, but I thought it would be nothing. It's cancer, grade 4. Though he tried, for a few seconds he could not speak. "Where?" "Everywhere. It's everywhere. I don't stand a chance." In their own complicated way they said as much. Both doctors. "Oh, Roland, I'm so scared." 11. He lifted it from the drawer where he kept his sweaters and placed it on his desk. It was a weighty ceramic jar with a screw top inlaid with cork, and it was wrapped in a single sheet of 2-year-old newspaper. Before that it had stood for 5 years in the window of his bedroom, until he had grown weary of being reminded of the reason for his delay. Now, just before midnight in early September, everything was packed and piled in the hall. His rented car, the cheapest machine he could find, was parked round the corner. He gently laid the jar on its side and unrolled it free of its covering. 2 years sat lightly in memory, like 2 months. Time's gathering compression was a commonplace among his old friends. They routinely shared their impressions of an unfair acceleration. He had forgotten that in a spirit of glum irony he had chosen this page. He put the pot to one side and spread the paper out. 15 June 2016. A half-page photograph showed Nigel Farage, leader of the UK Independence Party, and Kate Hoey, a Labour MP, in the prow of a boat, leaning back against the railing in buoyant mood. Behind them was Parliament. Alongside was a packed pleasure boat decked out in Union Jacks. There were other boats, partly out of shot. It was a celebration and a promise that soon Britain would vote to leave the European Union and take back control of its extensive fishing waters. But Roland was not interested in Farage and Hoey. An elbow, upper arm, and part of a shoulder in the foreground of the picture were the reason he had chosen the page. A perverse choice. They belonged to Peter Mount, one of the major donors to the cause. For a year he had been pestering Roland to dispose of Daphne's ashes and involve him in the rite. Lately, Peter's calls had increased. Roland had explained many times that her wishes had been specific and that he, Roland, was not in contradiction of them. His delay was in order. A couple of times he had hung up on Peter. It was not only personal. He had come to loathe everything the man stood for. He wrapped the jar in a fleece, stuffed it into a spare backpack, and took it downstairs to put with the rest of his stuff. Hiking boots under a broad-brimmed hat, another backpack, a small suitcase, a cardboard box of groceries. He went into the kitchen and wrote a note to Lawrence and Ingrid. They were coming from Potsdam with 6-year-old Stephanie to house-sit and enjoy London. His instructions were mostly about his cat, which he had not seen in 2 days. On his return, they would celebrate his birthday with a dinner. What a pleasure not to return to an empty house. On a separate sheet he wrote a zany, welcoming letter to Stephanie with drawings and jokes. Over the past 2 years they had been building on a special friendship. Here was a surprise, a love affair, an affair of love as he entered his 70s. He was touched by the way she sought him out to present her solemn reflections or considered questions, or to insist that he sit by her at meal times. She wanted to know about his past. He was awed by the clear evidence of a 6-year-old's thriving inner life. He was swept back more than 30 years to Lawrence's childhood. She listened with a fixed, concentrated stare to her grandfather's stories. She had her mother's bluish-black eyes, an oceanographer's submarine gaze. He thought she regarded him as her ancient and extremely precious possession, whose frail existence she was tasked to preserve. He was flattered whenever she put her hand in his. Half an hour later he was in bed and, as he expected, unable to sleep. Too many things to remember, like a sharp knife, his blood pressure pills, the best route out of London. He should take a different bank card to replace one that was out of date. Cars no longer had CD players, so he should look one out if he was to play her favorite disc. He took a Zopiclone, and as he waited, his thoughts settled on Peter Mount again. It seemed that once the referendum had gone his way, he was spending his time falling out with the woman he lived with and rediscovering his love for Daphne. He and Hermione had fought the campaign together, given it money, triumphed, and now they were fighting in court over properties they jointly owned. Mount's posthumous love for his ex-partner had narrowed to an obsession with her ashes. He knew where she wanted them thrown. 35 years ago, she had marked the place for him on a map. He had recently offered to go and do it himself. That was not going to happen. Her remarks to Roland as well as her letter were specific. That letter was in his luggage. Peter had left her twice and done it messily, and there were the episodes of violence which he owned up to without contrition. At the time, apparently, he claimed she had driven him to it. In her last weeks, Daphne had decided not to forgive him. The pill was slow to come on and caused him to oversleep. He should have taken a half. All through the night, Peter Mount was in the tangled lines of his dreams. His mother was there too, needing something, calling for help, but in mumbled words he could not understand. He woke in a blurred state at 8:30. His plan had been to get on the road by 6 and beat the rush hour out of town. Now, with slow movements, he was losing more time straightening out the kitchen for Lawrence and Ingrid, then needing an extra cup of coffee for the road. It was almost 10 before he brought the car to the front of the house. It was that time of day when traffic wardens were fresh and hungry on the job. He loaded the car at speed and was turning back to the house to lock up when he confronted the figure from his dreams. In his state, it seemed unsurprising. Mount was standing by the railings outside the house holding a canvas bag. He was wearing a tweed jacket with a country look, a baseball cap and heavy brogues. "Thank God. I thought you might have left by now." "What do you want, Peter?" "The children told me I'm coming too." Roland shook his head and pushed past him. As he entered the house, he glanced back to see Peter trying to get into the car. Then he tried the boot. He came towards the front door and called out, "Enjoying my house, are you?" Roland slammed the door and sat at the bottom of the stairs to think things through. This was indeed Peter's house once, bought with the electricity money, then donated to Daphne to pay off his debt of guilt. That was an ancient argument, and a while back Roland had changed the locks. After 10 minutes he went out again. Peter was still there, waiting. Roland chose a tone of tranquil reasonableness. "I don't know why, but I'm sure you do, Peter. She didn't want you involved." "You're lying, old fruit. I loved her far longer than you did. I have a right." Roland went back into the house and in determined mood spent the rest of the morning paying bills and writing emails good to get this done. Where he was headed had no internet connection. At 12:30 he looked out the bedroom window. Peter had gone and there was still no parking ticket on the windscreen. An hour later he was heading west on the M40 towards Birmingham and beyond. Long drives usually settled him into sustained reflection, somewhat grim and plodding like the traffic itself, but usefully detached. His little car, nimbler and more spacious than he expected, was a thought bubble pushing north through a country he no longer quite knew or understood. Approaching Birmingham, he slipped into a mode of magical thinking. The cooling towers, outsized pylons, the fenced blank-walled warehousing round the industrial fringes suggested a toughness and resolve about leaving the Union he could almost admire. The trucks and trailers he passed were larger, noisier, more assertive and numerous. They had the vote. In fact, the Birmingham vote was finely balanced. It was a cosmopolitan city. In 1971 he played a gig there with Peter's band. A discerning small crowd appreciated that the Peter Mount posse modeled itself on American Southern rock, on the Allman Brothers, on Marshall Tucker. Peter insisted that the posse wore gray fedoras, t-shirts, and black jeans. They didn't play covers. Peter and the bass guitarist wrote all the band's material. They were in an obscure venue in the basement of a guitar shop near the New Street station. One of their best nights ever before marriages, children, and the onset of punk broke the band up. It was the night that Peter brought along his new girlfriend, Daphne. She and Roland talked for hours while Peter was off somewhere getting drunk. From then on, there was unspoken jealousy and rivalry. But Mount was a cool lead guitarist with an assertive personality, a knack of getting his way and just occasionally into fights, proper ones with clenched fists. A self-doubting part-time keyboard player could not compete. And here was the same Peter, a wealthy man of convictions, a defector from UKIP, a conspicuous donor to the party of government, within a tongue's length of a peerage, according to Private Eye. It had turned out there was nothing inevitable about the egalitarian spirit of rock music. The confrontation on the pavement that morning was less to do with a few pounds of ashes than a continuation of an old struggle. 7 years on, everything led back to Daphne. Which of them would own her memory? The months that separated diagnosis and death were the most intense of Roland's life, at a few points the happiest and during the rest, the most miserable. He had never felt so much. After the immediate shock and terror, she had arranged a second opinion. He went with her and took notes while she asked the questions they had worked on together. It seemed so abstract, she kept telling him. She was feeling nothing unusual apart from an occasional pain in her side which she rated for the consultant at 3, on a scale of 0 to 10. They were married in a registry office with no family or friends present, only a couple of witnesses plucked from the street. For days they talked over the consultation and the results of a further set of tests. Then she made her decision. She summoned her children, including Lawrence, to Lloyd Square and broke the news. That rated high among the worst events, 10 on the pain spectrum. Gerald, recently qualified from medical school, went quiet and left the room. Greta wept. Nancy got angry with her mother's news and with her mother. Lawrence put his arms round Daphne and both cried. When things were calmer and Gerald was back in the room, she told the family what she had decided to do. Apart from serious pain relief, not yet necessary, she would refuse treatment. The side effects were vile, the success rates at this stage negligible. The children went back to their lives and Daphne and Roland worked on a plan. It came down to 3 parts. First, while she was still strong enough to travel, there were places she wanted to see again. Among them, the spot where she would like Roland to dispose of her ashes. Second, she would be at home to organize her affairs and keep doing that until it was the 3rd stage and time to concentrate on being ill. Roland made the hotel and travel arrangements. In summary, the entire process was practical and businesslike, but along the way there was more crying and many angry outbursts. She didn't stoop to "why me?" but like Nancy, raged against the indecency of fate. She turned on Roland for his apparent detachment, his bloody clipboard in fact, sheets of paper resting against an art book, his pen at the ready like some prison bureaucrat. Prison, because he was free and she was trapped. But their reconciliations were immediate and tender. First, a family holiday in an unpretentious hotel on a small island off the south coast of France. Daphne wanted Lawrence to come. In response to their pleading, the Potsdam Institute set him free at short notice. Greta, Nancy, and Gerald knew the hotel from childhood. The proprietor remembered Daphne and embraced her. He was not to be told. The week gave them a first taste of many violent reversals of feeling, from dank anticipation of the tragedy drawing closer, to ordinary holiday merriment improbably obliterating everything. They turned out to be irrepressible, the family jokes, memories, teases, delight in the surroundings. During a 2-hour meal they could move more than once between these poles. At dinner they sat outdoors overlooking a modest bay and the sunset. To take a picture that included Daphne was to see already the photograph which would posthumously survive her. She wanted no omerta about her condition. That was no easier than tactful silence. On the first evening, when it was time to say good night, the embraces felt like rehearsals for a final farewell. Everyone was aware of that, and there were tears. They were in the garden under a eucalyptus tree, in a circle embrace. Nearby was the chef's illuminated tank in which lobsters pressed their armor against the glass with a muted clicking sound. How different this was from the communal embrace with the Highs family in the Mayfair Hotel a few weeks before. Daphne said, "In the face of this crap, being here, doing this is the very best, the most joyous thing I can imagine." At which, Lawrence became overwhelmed and everyone had to comfort him. When he recovered, they teased him about stealing Daphne's limelight, and she joined in. So it went on for 6 nights, up and down. Her trick was to persuade them that, high or low, there should be no restraint or guilt about merriment and sadness. She gave the impression of being happy, and though the family did not believe it or her, the illusion lifted the mood. There were no cars on the island. There was one paved forestry track and many footpaths through the home oak woods. They hiked, swam, and picnicked on the cliffs together. One afternoon, Daphne and Roland walked alone to the far end of the island to a sandy beach by a bamboo thicket. They were oblivious to the beauty of the day as she set out ideas that would evolve over the coming weeks. She dreaded the helplessness, the humiliation at the end almost as much as the pain. She was experiencing the first stirrings of a sharp rending sensation in her side. The pain, she thought, was going to be big, like a tower. It frightened her. So did the thought of losing her mind if the secondaries reached her brain. As for the sorrow, not seeing the 4 children further into adult life, never knowing the grandchildren to come, not being with him into old age, not discovering the marriage they should have started long ago. "My fault," Roland said. She did not contradict him, merely squeezed his hand. Later, on the walk back to the hotel on that same subject, she murmured, "You were a restless fool." Back on the mainland at the end of the stay, they said their goodbyes on the quayside in a normal, affectionate manner. For now they were purged of high emotion. The young adults were sharing a taxi to Marseille to catch their planes to London, and to Berlin via Paris. Roland and Daphne were driving northeast in a rented convertible to stay in a rural pensione some way out of Aosta. She had cleaned rooms there for 2 months after leaving school. 400 miles in a leisurely 4 days, and Daphne would drive. They were to go by minor roads wherever possible, with Roland navigating by the large-scale maps he had bought in advance. No GPS. He had also booked 3 stopovers in remote country locations. The island apart, this was the most successful of Daphne's dream itinerary. The demands of driving on narrow mountain roads, choosing the ideal picnic lunch spots, the pleasures of arrival at the end of each day, the occasional backtrack when Roland made a navigational error kept her mind on the present. The pensione, the Maison Lazan, was much as she remembered it. The owner let them peep into her old room. In this hotel she had lost her heart to a Bulgarian waiter, and in this tiny room, a day short of her 18th birthday, she made love for the first time. At supper they talked about their teenage years, about the children as teenagers and of the condition in general, and when it had acquired its special status. Roland put it down to a symbolic moment, when Elvis released his first hit, Heartbreak Hotel, in 1956. Daphne put it 5 years earlier, during the delayed post-war boom of the early 50s and the extension of the school-leaving age. It may have been that talking about that time in their own lives added depth to a sense of a shared past. It may have been that they yearned for each other as teenagers. It could have been their elation at the end of a successful road trip, and the brilliance of their island week, or her delight in the Fats Waller song he played for her on the pensione's ancient piano. Above all, it was the certainty that it was all to be taken from them. They had been friends a long time, and they loved each other the way old friends do, But later that evening in their second-floor room under a heavily timbered roof, they fell in love like teenagers. That feeling remained, but the trip became less delightful. Things went downhill literally, as they became bound to a timetable and descended from the mountains to join a torrent of traffic towards Milan's Malpensa airport to deliver their rental car and catch a flight to Paris. Turin would have been better. Roland's mistake. Daphne grimly committed herself to the vernacular driving style, flashing her lights and tailgating at high speed in the packed fast lane. Roland sat tensely and kept quiet. They had grown used to beauty and peace and found they were not suited to Paris. The apartment was on the Rue de Seine. The streets around it were crowded with tourists like themselves. The morning coffee in the local bars tasted vile, both muddy and weak. They decided to make their own in their apartment. In the Michelin two-star restaurant she wanted to show him, wines he had bought for around £15 in London started at €200. These were banal tourist gripes. But in the Petit Palais, which Daphne had not visited in 30 years, Roland had what she liked to call a moment. He retired early from the paintings and waited in the main hall. After she had joined him and they were walking away, he let rip. He said that if he ever had to look at one more Madonna and Child, Crucifixion, Assumption, Annunciation, and all the rest, he would throw up. Historically, he announced, Christianity had been the cold, dead hand on the European imagination. What a gift, that its tyranny had expired. What looked like piety was enforced conformity within a totalitarian mind state. To question or defy it in the 16th century would have been to take your life in your hands. Like protesting against socialist realism in Stalin's Soviet Union. It was not only science that Christianity had obstructed for 50 generations. It was nearly all of culture, nearly all of free expression and inquiry. It buried the open-minded philosophies of classical antiquity for an age. It sent thousands of brilliant minds down irrelevant rabbit holes of pettifogging theology. It had spread its so-called word by horrific violence, and it maintained itself by torture, persecution, and death. Gentle Jesus, Within the totality of human experience of the world, there was an infinity of subject matter, and yet all over Europe the big museums were stuffed with the same lurid trash. Worse than pop music. It was the Eurovision Song Contest in oils and gilt frames. Even as he spoke, he was amazed by the strength of his feelings and the pleasure of release. He was talking, exploding about something else. What a relief it was, he said as he began to cool down, to see a representation of a bourgeois interior, of a loaf of bread on a board beside a knife, of a couple skating on a frozen canal hand in hand, trying to seize a moment of fun, while the fucking priest wasn't looking. Thank God for the Dutch. Daphne, who at that point had 8 weeks to live, put her hand on his arm. Her smile, indulgent and sweet, melted him away. She was giving him a lesson in dying. She said, "It's lunchtime. I think you need a drink." The travel and tourist routines in a lively city began to weary her, and she longed for home. They cut their visit short by 3 days and took the train to London. There was still one more journey ahead, and it was better for her to rest up in Lloyd Square before they set off. 5 days later she was in good shape as they loaded up her car with provisions and hiking gear. Again she insisted on driving. Her last chance, she kept saying. On her instructions he had rented a cottage in the Lake District by the River Esk. She had stayed there at the age of 9 with her father, a country doctor and an expert amateur naturalist. She remembered how pleased she was to have him to herself. Together, father and daughter were going to climb Scafell Pike, the highest mountain in England, if not in the world. The cottage, Bird Howe in the upper reaches of the valley, had no electricity, and it was part of the excitement, to be allowed to light the candles and carry them into the bedroom among the creepy shifting shadows. As Daphne drove them over the rhinos and hard-knot passes, Roland recalled a time when Lawrence, then 14, announced that he wanted to climb a mountain. 2 days later, they were staying in a pub in the Langstrath Valley, setting out early for the climb up the same mountain. I was amazed by how fit he was, the speed he made me take that ascent. Daphne laughed. You sound a little sad. I miss him. There was low cloud and fine rain when they arrived at Birdhouse 2 hours before dark. The cottage was reached by a rough track and the low-slung car scraped loudly over protruding rocks. Roland carried their stuff in across a garden of uncut grasses, while Daphne prepared the cottage. Even in the flat light he could see how beautiful the surrounds were. The fells rose on both sides. The Esk, invisible under a line of trees, was down a sloping meadow framed by dry stone walls. The cottage was simple. No bathroom, one washed at the kitchen sink. Down below was a cobbled cellar and a chemical lavatory. Next morning the rain had stopped and the clouds had partly cleared. The forecast was for periods of sunshine. They loaded their packs and set off along the farm track, following the river upstream. They crossed to the east bank by the footbridge at Taw House Farm. Daphne had in mind a certain place she wanted to show him. The going was easy underfoot, but they went slowly, resting every 20 minutes or so. While she was sitting on a high ladder over a dry stone wall, she took a painkiller and soon after she walked with more confidence. It took them 3 hours to cover a few kilometers. They arrived at the spot, the crossing at Lincove Bridge. She was excited. It amazed her that the simple arched stone structure was exactly as it was over 50 years before when she sat by it with her father, and he told her about the war. He had been in the medical corps, tending troops as they fought their way across the North German plain towards Berlin. He was not, she told Roland, a demonstrative man, but he held her hand as he told her about his work and explained as best he could to a 9-year-old the system of triage. As their unit pushed further east, further from home, he had written letters to Daphne's mother. I asked him what he wrote about. He said he described everything, even the wounds he had tended, and told her that he loved her very much and that when he got back they'd get married and one day have a little girl like me. I can't tell you, Roland, what a joy it was to hear him say that. He was an extremely reserved man. I'd never heard him use the word love. People didn't in those days, not to children. To hear him say that he loved my mother gave me a great glow of love for him. He told me he had watched engineers build a pontoon bridge at speed across the river Elbe. When he crossed it in a lorry, 2 wheels slipped over the edge and they were close to tipping into deep water. The soldiers had to climb out carefully, one by one. As he told that story, and he told it really well, he turned it into a kind of thriller. I was gripping his hand and the water was rushing down the river and down the waterfall behind us. The lorry was tipping, but the soldiers were going to be safe. As I listened, I thought that I was the happiest I had ever been. Daphne and Roland went onto the little bridge and looked downstream. After a silence, she said, I'm so happy here with you, and the 2 happy moments are almost the entire span of my existence. I'd like you to come here alone with my ashes. Getting all the children here at the same time would be hopeless. Don't come with a friend, don't bring any of your lovely ex-lovers, especially don't let Peter barge in. He's made me miserable too often. Anyway, he hates walking and the big outdoors. Come alone and think about our happiness here, and tip me in the river. Then she added, if the wind's blowing you can go down and do it from the bank. This last, its bathos, was too much for them. They fell silent and hugged. Such talk of happiness, Roland thought, was absurd. The approach of a team of hikers, scarring the landscape with their electric blue anoraks, made them self-conscious, and they let each other go. There was not enough room on the bridge for them all to pass, so while the friendly group waited, Roland and Daphne returned to the east bank and went a few yards up Lincove Beck, in front of the first waterfall, and ate their picnic. By the time they had finished, Daphne was too tired to go on, so they began a slow descent to Birdhouse. For the rest of the day she dozed on the bed, and Roland, who had brought a biography of Wordsworth to read, couldn't face it, or him, and instead flipped through country magazines left by other guests. In the early evening he stepped outside and looked across the valley towards Burker Fell. The faint breeze against his face carried and amplified the sound of the river. He thought he heard footsteps behind the house at his back. He went to look, but there was no one. The steady tread resolved itself into his heartbeat. As he returned to his view of the river, he saw a barn owl 50 yards away, flying low directly towards him, coming up the meadow, its pale face full on to his view. For an instant he had the impression, more of a hallucination, of a human face, ancient, utterly indifferent, gazing at him. Then the image passed. The owl banked to its right to fly upstream, parallel to the river. Then it turned left, crossed the river, and disappeared behind a stand of trees. When he went back indoors, he heard Daphne stirring and took her a mug of tea. He didn't mention the owl. He told himself that she would have been sad to have missed it. 2 days later, he did the driving back to London. Daphne slept part of the way. When she woke, they were level with Manchester. She took a disc out of her bag, highlights of the magic flute. Okay, sure, turn it up. At the first fat chord of the overture, Roland felt himself thrown back to 1959, to the smell of fresh paint on the flats that depicted a spooky wood, and on the heavy cotton apron he was made to wear, bewilderment at where he was supposed to be and what he was supposed to do, the unacknowledged numbness at being so far from his mother. 2,000 miles. He saw in the road's surface rushing towards him the patterns of the lino in the Berners Hall music block. That the overture began its familiar merry scurrying did not release him. He had been holding himself together in the situation, and now the Mozart and the memories were softening him. The hopelessness of Daphne's courage threatened to undo him. He was in the middle lane doing 75 miles an hour, passing a long line of trucks, and his vision was beginning to blur. How warm she was, how pathetic, how hard she was trying when she was bound to fail. Need to pull over, he murmured. Something in my eye. She turned in her seat to watch out of the rear window as he accelerated along the line of the endless convoy. Go in now, she said. With her help he tucked himself into a gap between 2 lorries and pulled onto the hard shoulder, hazard lights flashing. She already had a tissue in her hand. He took it and got out. The uncaring industrial roar of the M6 restored him as he stood in a dust storm, wiping his eyes. As he was starting the car, she put her hand on his wrist. She knew. Now he was fine, inured to the opera. They had gone 10 miles or so when she said, "Poor queen of the night. She hits those top notes, but she knows she's going to lose." He glanced across at her and was reassured. She meant it. She was not referring to herself. At home the next evening, when he came in from his session at the hotel, he found her on her knees in the sitting room surrounded by photo albums and hundreds of loose photographs, some of them black and white. She was annotating as many as she could so that the children would know the names of their remoter relations and her friends. Also, her children would be reminded of precise locations and dates of their childhood holidays. She wrote long letters to each of them, to be read 6 months after her death. On and off, sorting the photographs took her more than 2 weeks. She arranged through her GP for a health service visitor to help look after her when she became incapable. She began emptying her wardrobes and drawers of clothes, some to be chucked out, others to be washed, ironed and folded by her and taken by Roland to a Red Cross shop. She gave away all her overcoats. She would never see another winter. It was ruthless, Roland thought, and what if she did not die? He was holding on to that hope. Stranger things had happened in illnesses. Daphne had no doubts. "I don't want you or the kids to be doing this. Too grim." She formally withdrew from her housing association and with the help of a lawyer friend formed it into a collective. She went to the office and made a farewell speech to her stricken staff and came back in high spirits with flowers and boxes of chocolates. Roland was suspicious, suspecting she would crash at any moment. But the next morning she was in the garden in her hiking boots, turning over the soil in the raised beds. In the afternoon, the same lawyer came round to help her make arrangements for the house. Peter had provided generously for the 3 children to buy places to live. Daphne wanted to make over her house to Roland. When he protested, she explained her conditions. It was not to be sold while he was alive. It would remain the family house. Lawrence, too, could have a bedroom. Useful for the kids if they lived out of London, useful for Christmases. Keep the place going, she said. I'd feel so settled if you would. After consultations by phone with the children, it was agreed. Roland's Clapham house would be sold. Plans for doing it up were abandoned. Lawrence could use the money on a place for himself in Berlin where prices were lower. The paradox was, Roland thought, that all this preparation phase, too, was a way of not thinking about what lay immediately ahead. She had already been to her doctor for what she called an upgrade of her pain medication. Late mornings and late afternoons she slept. She ate less, and most evenings she was in bed before 10. Alcohol of any sort repelled her because it tasted of decay, she said, and that was just as well. Not drinking preserved her energy. Neither the beginning of Phase 3 nor its nature was in Daphne's gift. Her talent for organization partly concealed its arrival, which was piecemeal. A second upgrade of the pain medication, even earlier nights, even less food, moments of disorientation, moments of irritability, visible weight loss, a vivid pallor, all advancing so slowly as she busied herself. These were the trickling pebbles that preceded the avalanche. It came in the dead of night with a scream. The pain in her side and stomach had soared beyond the reach of the latest pills. Roland was at the foot of the bed in a daze, pulling on his jeans while she writhed on the twisted sheets. She was trying to tell him something between bouts, not to call an ambulance, but that was precisely what he intended to do. She was no longer in charge. The paramedics came within 10 minutes. It was impossible to get her dressed. In the back of the ambulance, one of the medics gave her morphine as they raced towards the Royal Free. She dozed on a trolley through the 50-minute wait in A&E. Roland and a porter took her up to her ward, where they seemed to know about her and had her notes. Her GP must have anticipated this. Roland waited by the nurse's station while they made her comfortable. When he went back in, she was on a drip in a hospital gown, sitting up. The oxygen supply hissing into her nostrils had restored some color to her face. "I'm sorry," were her first words. He took her hand and squeezed it and sat down. He apologized. "I had to get you in here." "I know." After a while she said, "Nothing's going to happen tonight." "No, of course not." "You should go home, get some sleep. See me in the morning." As she gave him a list of things to bring, which he typed into his phone, he sensed the old Daphne back in command, and he left the hospital at 4 a.m. filled with irrational hope. Just after 6, in rich late summer sunlight, he turned onto the track that led to the cottage. The surface no longer seemed so rutted, or the car was slung higher. Before unloading, he went a look inside. Everything just as it was, even the smell of polished wood, even copies of Country Life magazine on a table in the corner, and the resounding stillness. But this evening there was honeyed sunlight on the meadow down to the river and right across the valley, and he was no longer 62. It took him 4 trips to bring in his stuff. As he had expected, her absence in the deep silence was oppressive. He kept himself busy with his unpacking. He even put his spare clothes into drawers when he was staying only 2 nights. Finally, he poured a beer and took it outside and sat near the front door on an improvised bench set into the dry stone wall. It was peaceful to sit and look out over the valley and wait for them to recede, the lingering vibrations in his body from the small car's overworked engine. 7 years. What took him so long? Her letter was clear. He could take as long as he wanted. It was not enough that for all this time he had lived in, even owned, her house, made her study his own, nightly used her well-worn pots and pans, slept in the bed they once shared. Nor were they enough. The several Christmases in the house with Lawrence, Ingrid, Stephanie, Gerald, Nancy, and Greta and their boyfriends, girlfriends, later husbands, wives, then children. Daphne's memory was strong in all of that, but he still needed the actual last vestiges of her physical presence, and he would not let them go, the carbonized essence of his wife and her coffin. He had to keep her by him. Only after 5 years, when the jar became above all else a reminder of his delay, did he roll it into the sheet of newspaper and tuck it into the bottom of a drawer. Later, as he prepared his supper, he felt the sadness coming down again. It had been a while since she was so much in his thoughts. It hurt. That was another reason for delay, his reluctance to re-engage with the loss. Better if she had been buried whole in a London cemetery where he could have sat by her regularly. Being an active, gloomy celebrant in the final disposal of all that was left of her, it was stirring up too much. He should have done it straight away, within 2 weeks of her death, stayed at the inn in Boot, walked upriver without coming near the cottage. He had booked Bird How without thought. It was morbid to come back here. He wondered if he should pack up and leave. But he knew that a change of location would improve nothing. Until her ashes were in the Esk, heading towards Revinglas and the Irish Sea, there could be no relief. He must get on and do it. To suffer was appropriate. His plan had been to hike onwards from the bridge up to Esk Hawes and return by the waterfalls of Lincove Beck. But he had studied the map more closely and seen that it was far too demanding a hike for a man of his age and condition. Now it was clear he would do his duty at the bridge, come straight back, pack up the car, and leave. He could not spend another night in Bird How. He was on the track before 9, following the valley upstream, crossing to the east bank by the footbridge at Taw House Farm as before, except he was trying not to think in these terms. He had to keep her walking with him from his thoughts. He was not hiking into the past, but out of it. He was soon by Bursting Gill looking across the river to Heron Crag, less than 10 minutes from the bridge. After recent rain, the river to his left dashed magnificently against granite boulders. The ferns on the fells rising around him were still green, and in the air was the sweet scent of water on stone. But water and stone had no smell. He took off his backpack. The ceramic pot wrapped in a fleece and his 2 liters of water were heavy. He knelt by the river to splash his face with cupped hands. He had not realized how short the journey was or how fast he had covered the ground. That day, Daphne had needed to rest several times. He took his pack and climbed up to his right in the direction of Great Gill Head Crag, onto a knoll among the ferns, and rested. He was 100 feet above the path with a long view downstream. Wednesday morning, the school summer holidays over and no one about but for one lone hiker, perhaps 1.5 miles away, perhaps 2. He or she appeared to be standing still. He sat down and took out the letter. Instantly her voice was close in his ear. "My dearest one, you can drop me in it whenever you want. It doesn't matter if it takes you 20 years. As long as you can make it all the way unaided to the bridge, stand where we stood and think about us and how happy we were. I fell in love as a teenager with a Bulgarian. He told me that he would one day be a famous poet. I wonder if he made it. Lives are so hard to predict. I came back to the same place more than 40 years later to fall in love with you or discover that I had long ago. How wonderful it was driving us there through the mountains. Thank you for your map reading and for playing at my request a sentimental song on the Penzione's out-of-tune piano. Thank you for it all. I know this will be a painful trip for you. Another reason to thank you. I'm so sorry you'll have to make it alone along the beautiful river. My darling, how I love you. Don't forget. Daphne." The proximity and clarity of her voice sharpened his memory of her courage, of the pain she was in when she wrote her note in the overheated ward with the green curtains drawn around her narrow bed, and the morphine pump's tube fixed into the base of her thumb. Her brave words in loopy copperplate enhanced his awareness of the valley, its generous light and space, its sonorous river tumbling southwest, of the feel of the coarse grass under one hand and now, as he drank deeply, the cold water bottle in the other. He was lucky to be alive. Her letter was an essential part of the rite. After he had read it again, he stood too resolutely, perhaps, and had to wait for his sudden dizziness to pass. Then he descended towards the river. He used to have the knack of getting down steep slopes at a half-run, leaping onto rocks and ledges below him like a mountain goat. Now, mindful of his knee joints, he descended sideways with care onto the path. He approached Lincove Bridge in a contemplative state of mind. He had forgotten that on this side there was a dry stone wall sheep pen. He went past it and stopped in front of the bridge. It was a popular place for picnicking or stopping to take pictures and have a swig of water. This morning he had the place to himself. The bridge was just wide enough for a couple of sheep side by side. He went onto it and stood, as instructed, in the place at the top of the tiny stone arc where they had stood together. He took the backpack off and put it between his feet, but he was not yet ready to take out the jar. Here was the occasion, and he wanted to give it time. He gazed downstream. The breeze was slight, and he could pour the ashes from here. He thought that if he could magically transpose himself into anyone's skin at that moment, he would choose to be Daphne's quiet medical father, feeling the tight grip of the little girl's hand in his, as he told her stories of the war and of his love letters home to her mother. That was benign, but summoning a doctor was a mistake. It led him not to recollections of shared happiness, but to what happened afterwards during Daphne's last weeks. He couldn't help his disobedient thoughts. They tended towards her agony and the agony of the children when they came to see her. She shrank in the bed, her face grew tight around her skull, her teeth protruded so that they all struggled to see the face they knew behind a new mask. Her skin burned. She hated sleeping so much, the morphine doses, the dreams frightening, she said, because they were as vivid as life and she fought to escape them. Her tongue was covered in white sores, her bones, she said, were on fire. The rending pain in her side was as she had dreaded and worse. The choice was between the pain or the morphine and the suffocating dreams that disguised themselves as reality, though the consultant insisted that patients on morphine had dreamless sleep. When Roland asked Daphne if she wanted to come home, she looked frightened. She said she felt safer where she was. For the same reason she wouldn't be moved to a hospice. Soon the drugs did nothing for her pain and she longed to die. Here was the humiliation she had always feared, but pain rendered her insensible to it. He heard her beg a doctor in a small voice to release her. She tried it with the nurses, who were now her friends, to allow her an overdose that no one would know about. But the staff, kindly as always, were bound by law to their medical duty to keep her alive in pain until she dropped. They were prepared to kill her by omission, by denying her food and drink. Intense and unremitting thirst was added to her ordeal. Roland moistened her lips with a wet sponge. Her lips were cracked as though she had crawled across a desert. Her eyes were yellow. Her breath smelled of something rotting. He took the nil by mouth sign off the foot of her bed and went to the nurse's station to insist that she be given water whenever she asked for it. They shrugged okay, that was fine by them. Not long before, legislation had come before Parliament yet again that would have allowed Daphne to choose the moment of her death. The church worthies in the Lords, the archbishops, fought it. They hid their theological objections behind lurid tales of greedy relatives wanting to get their hands on the money. The divines were beneath contempt. In hospital, though never in her presence, his scorn, his moment, was reserved for the worthies of the medical establishment, the grave principals of the royal colleges and societies who would not relinquish their control over life and death. Roland said all this to Lawrence in a hospital corridor. One of his careless rants doctors were probably walking by and heard him. 2 centuries passed before the establishment thought it worthwhile to look down a microscope, to examine the microorganisms Antony van Leeuwenhoek had described in 1673. They set themselves against hygiene because it was an insult to the profession, against anesthesia because pain was a God-given element of illness, against the germ theory of disease because Aristotle and Galen thought otherwise, against evidence-based medicine because that was not how things were done. They clung to their leeches and cupping for as long as possible. Into the mid-20th century, they defended mass tonsillectomy of children, despite the evidence. In the end, the profession always came round. One day they would come round to the right of a rational person to choose death rather than unbearable, unrelievable pain. Too late for Daphne. Lawrence heard him out, then put a hand on his father's arm. "Dad, they must have fought off loads of bad ideas too. When the law changes, they will." They were walking back towards Daphne's ward. "They will, but they'll fight it to the last." Sitting with her day after day, tending to her, watching her grotesque decline, he had to have something to blame. Blasphemously, he longed for her to die. He wanted it almost as much as she did. Later, they let him stay with her through the nights. When she died at 5 a.m., he was asleep in his chair and couldn't forgive himself. He had woken to see someone pull the sheet over her face, and he became agitated. A Filipina nurse was firm with him. "She didn't wake, darling. We made sure of that." So that, he thought on the bridge, was also what they shared during 4 weeks and in the final moment failed to share. The kind nurse could not have been aware of everything. He had dozed off for more than an hour. He would never know if Daphne had woken and called his name as she felt herself going down, lifted a hand in hope of reaching his. He could not bear to think about it and had never spoken of it to the children. He didn't doubt that Lawrence would have something rational and comforting to say. That would have made it worse. He still had the bridge to himself. He turned round to look upstream and then up Lincove Beck, towards the waterfall where they had eaten their lunch. There was their happiness to consider yet. The right demanded it, but he was in no hurry. He could still remember what they ate. They never held with fussy sandwiches. Instead, they took a sharp knife to a hunk of bread and a slab of cheddar, with tomatoes, black olives, spring onions, apples, nuts, and chocolate. Exactly what he had in his bag today. When he turned back to the downstream view, he saw a hiker appearing round a slight bend in the river. Probably the person he had seen from the knoll, now a couple of 100 yards away. He watched, frowning, and then on an impulse bent down to take his binoculars from a side pocket of the backpack. He raised them, turned the focus wheel, and sure enough, there he was, Peter Mount, moving across the uneven ground with hesitancy and distaste. His natural surface was the pavement, or the pile carpet. Yes, here he was, Lord Posse Mount, formerly of Clapham Old Town, coming to reclaim Daphne from him by some tainted logic. "I met her before you did." He was minutes away. Roland knew that he could end all argument by consigning her ashes to the river now. But he was not going to be pressured or bullied. He was under instruction, and his meditation on their happiness had hardly begun. He put the binoculars away and crossed his arms. His dead wife's ex-partner, not husband, the father of his stepchildren, was picking his way along the path. It looked like brogues had not been suitable for crossing the various becks that poured off the fells into the Esk. For someone who lived in reasonable hopes of a peerage, assuming he'd handed across enough cash to the party, the baseball cap did not look right either. It may have been intended to convey a youthful look. It failed, for the face, as worn as Roland's, was that of an old buffer in the grip of irritation and distress. Roland was now eager, looking forward to the confrontation. The ceramic pot was safely wrapped in his pack, which sat between his feet, between his heavy three-season boots. He adopted a bright, welcoming smile as Peter stopped by the bridge and gazed up at him. "Well now, Peter," Roland called down, raising his voice above the sound of rushing water, "this is a surprise. Feet are bloody soaked, and I think I've pulled a muscle." He sat wearily on a boulder. He was carrying no luggage. "Poor you." Roland was seized with great joy. He slung the pack onto one shoulder and went down onto the bank. Peter took off his cap and mopped his brow with it. "Have you done the deed?" "No." "Good. Is this the right bridge?" "Absolutely." "Okay then, just give me a minute." It was impressive, the way Peter spoke, as though the conversation yesterday morning had not happened. He had always had that knack of getting his way. He just kept going, ignoring all obstacles until he got what he wanted. Useful, way back when they turned up at venues, always as the support band, and the sound system or the lighting was not right and the management was unmoving at first. Roland said lightly, "So where are you headed?" "Right here." In imitation of Peter, in tribute to his methods, Roland said, "If you cross over and head up to the left you'll get to Eschhaus. Turn east at the top and you'll have some fine views down into Langdale." His adversary got to his feet. He was smiling as he nodded at Roland's pack. "You've got it in there." "I think I'll wait until you're on your way, Peter. You know, you could stay on this bank, go up Linkove Beck there and see some rather lovely waterfalls, if you like that sort of thing. Then you could shin up Bow Fell. Come on, Roland, let's get it over with. I've booked a table for lunch at Askam Hall. It's quite a drive. Don't let me keep you." "I tell you what," Peter said reasonably, "I'll do it and you can watch." He took a step towards Roland with an arm outstretched as if to take the backpack from him. He stepped aside. "She didn't want you involved. She was quite clear about it, I'm afraid." Peter folded his baseball cap and pushed it into the inside pocket of his tweed jacket. He looked away, seeming thoughtful as he massaged his earlobe between forefinger and thumb. "I think it must have been in Stockholm. 35 years ago, she was pregnant with Greta. She told me what she wanted if she happened to go first. I told her what I'd like if it turned out to be me. We made solemn promises. Later, when we got back, she drew a circle for me on a map, which I've kept ever since." He pulled it partly clear of his jacket pocket, Ordnance Survey, an old 6th edition, 1 inch to the mile. "Long time ago," Roland said. "Before Angela, was it? Before Hermione, before you hit her?" To Roland's surprise, Peter took a decisive step towards him. This time he did not step back. Again, rather brilliantly, Peter continued as if Roland had not spoken. "And I always keep my promises." They were standing close enough face to face for Roland to catch the scent of Peter's cologne. "Me too," Roland said. "So the sensible thing is we do it together." "Sorry, old friend, I've told you why." Peter took hold of Roland's open-neck shirt just below the top button. He held the cotton material loosely, almost fondly. "You know, Roland, I've always liked you. I can see that." As he spoke, Roland brought up his right hand and encircled Peter's wrist. It was somewhat thicker than he expected, but Roland's forefinger just met his thumb as he tightened his grip. It was only now too late that he understood that they were going to fight. Incredible, but there was no way out of it. They were of equal height and the same age, given a month or two. He knew that Peter never exercised, whereas he had behind him thousands of hours on the tennis courts. They were well behind him, but he was sure he had retained residual fitness and strength. There was certainly power in his racket hand, for Peter gasped as he let go of Roland's shirt. At the same time, Peter brought up his free hand and gripped Roland's throat. So it was serious. As Roland knocked Peter's hand away, the backpack slid off his shoulder onto the ground. That was just as well, for now the two men scrabbled to get an arm round the other's neck and used their legs to try to pivot the other to the ground. Countering each other's moves, they went into a clinch. For a full minute they stood there, two old men swaying and grunting on the bank of the Esk. No other sounds but the rush of water. No bird song. No hikers came by to be baffled by the sight. They had the Lake District to themselves to settle their affair. Even as he struggled, Roland thought he had one disadvantage. He had time to think that what they were doing was absurd, to know it was disabling. Was he fighting or pretending to fight? Whereas Peter was driven by the blessing of absolute rectitude and a single purpose, which was to win the Ashes. Roland freed his right arm and drove the heel of his hand under Peter's nose and pushed hard, forcing his head back. At last he had to let go and step away. His nose was bleeding. Roland had his back to the river. He checked on his pack. Safe to one side against the wall of the sheep pen. Breathing heavily, they stood facing each other, about 12 feet apart. To his surprise, Peter made a grunting sound and suddenly bent low or crumpled up, as if his heart or some other internal organ was failing. Roland was about to go forward and help, but Peter was upright again, and in his hand was a rock about the size of a tennis ball. Only now did Roland understand that in this fight, as in all fights, there were unspoken rules, or there had been. They were about to be discarded. Peter wiped the blood from his upper lip. "Right," he whispered as he drew his arm back. "If you throw it," Roland promised, "I'll break your neck." He threw it clumsily, and Roland clumsily ducked right into its path. It struck him, not quite full on, high on his forehead, well above his right eye. He didn't go down. Instead he stood swaying, conscious but immobilized, aware of a continuous high-pitched sound. Peter saw his chance and ran at him and shoved him hard with both hands in the chest, sending him backwards over the steep rocky slope to the river. In a bad situation, he fell well, or not disastrously. Just before he lost his footing, he managed to twist round and hit the ground in the shallows along the whole length of one side of his body. His left arm broke some of the fall, and the water cushioned his head. He was under for only a few seconds and lucky to be away from the surging main current. Still, the impact was colossal, like an explosion, and he was winded, fighting for air. As he dragged himself up, he already guessed that he had fractured some ribs. He got the upper part of his body out of the water and lay on his side half on the bank, getting his breath back, listening to the sound in his ears diminish. It was only then that he remembered Peter. He twisted his head to look. He was on the bridge emptying the last of Daphne's ashes into the midstream tumult. He saw Roland, lifted the jar above his head football trophy style, and gave him a cheery smile. Roland closed his eyes. None of it mattered. Whoever put them there, her remains were in the river, heading towards the Irish Sea, just as she wanted. He could let himself go, float alongside her all the way. He got his legs out of the river and pulled himself into a sitting position. A few seconds later he heard Peter's voice above him at the top of the slope. "Got to rush. Late for lunch. Sorry we couldn't do the business together. Looks like you'll survive." Roland sat for half an hour recuperating and checking his arms and legs for breakages. He was fortunate, if that was the word, to be out here on a warm day. Finally he stood and made his way a few yards downstream where it was easier to gain the bank. The empty jar was resting against his pack, which he searched for painkillers, paracetamol, and ibuprofen. He took a gram of each with a long pull of water. It hurt, raising his arms to put on his fleece. He opened out a collapsible hiking pole and with difficulty and loud groans got the pack onto his shoulders. After 20 minutes he was making good progress. The path was easy and the descent along the valley imperceptible. His boots made a homely squelching sound. The painkillers were doing their business. What weighed on him was the fact of his defeat. He tried to fight it off. It was death that had stolen Daphne, not Peter. Various daydreams of revenge helped him along the path, but he knew he would do nothing. Back at the cottage, where there was no bathroom, no hot shower, he changed his clothes, lit a fire and sat before it, eating his provisions, nuts, cheese, an apple. Then he fell asleep. It took a long while to load the car the next morning. His aches had magnified overnight. Before setting off, he raided the pharmacopoeia in his backpack for more painkillers, along with some modafinil to keep him alert and focused on the road. It made the journey almost pleasurable. In tribute to Daphne, he played her magic flute selection on the machine he had brought and listened without being thrown back to the past. He was sustained by the prospect of dinner with Lawrence, Ingrid, and Stephanie. After 3 stops along the way, he was parking outside the Lloyd Square house in the late afternoon. He walked into a surprise. The hall was filled with balloons and cheering children. Lawrence and Ingrid had arranged for Nancy, Greta, and Gerald to be there with their families. In the kitchen, over a mug of tea, with Stephanie on his lap, he described how he had slipped from the path and tumbled into a river. The children gasped at the notion of an old man being allowed out on his own to risk himself on such a mad adventure. Before Roland took a shower, Gerald, now a registrar pediatrician, examined the injuries. He was recently married to David, a curator in the Department of Greece and Rome at the British Museum. The young doctor was not troubled by the lurid bruises and grazes down Roland's left arm and upper legs, or the heroic wound on his forehead. It didn't need stitches. He was, however, interested in the bruise on Roland's chest. The freckly little boy who used to come after school for a sleepover with Lawrence now possessed the bland authority of a seasoned medic. He recommended an X-ray. A fractured rib could puncture his pleura. Before joining the party, Roland bit off another fragment of modafinil to get him through the evening. They were 15 squashed around the dining table, as well as 2 babies in high chairs. Stephanie had asked to sit at his side. Now and then she took his hand and squeezed it to reassure him. She tugged his head down level with her lips and whispered, "Opa, ik maak meer zorgen dich. Granddad, I'm worried about you." Later, Roland gazed at the company, at the boisterous, good-willed family. A climate change mathematician, an oceanographer, a doctor, a full-time mother, a housing specialist, a social worker, a community lawyer, a primary school teacher, a curator. Perhaps they were all, in the spirit of the times, the newly irrelevant. For now, in this small corner of the world, it was Peter Mount and his kind who ruled. In an instant of dissociation, he saw the family members as figures in an old photograph, and everyone in it, including the babies, Charlotte and Daphne, had long grown old and died. There they were, those people from 2018, expert and tolerant, whose opinions were lost to time, whose voices had faded away until they had left hardly a trace. Lawrence stood to propose a toast, not only to his father on his 70th, but to the memory of his stepmother, and to all the children at the table. Feeling sharp twinges in many places, Roland stood to thank everyone, and lifted his glass to his wife and the grandchildren. He tasted the plummy richness of southern Europe, and there came to mind the hike he and Daphne had taken across the Mediterranean island, down to the beach with the bamboo grove and the still water in the dark blue bay. And on the return, the scent of wild herbs crushed beneath their dusty boots. When she was still strong enough to take the day's warmth and distance in an easy stride. His hand went involuntarily to his chest, to the sore constricted part below his heart, and he thanked them all again. 12 The fall, the second in 3 years, occurred in June 2020, not long before the end of the first lockdown, as Roland descended the stairs. He had finished a first draft of a piece, The Thatcher Legacy, for an American online magazine. $125 for 1,000 words. Why her, why now? He did not ask. As a part-timer at the hotel, he was not in line for furlough money, so his hip Japanese employers, keen for bebop and edgy blues, had told him. He had a state pension and less than £3,000 in savings. Relaunching as a journalist at any price was all he could think of. He descended with care, keeping one hand on the banister, as constantly reminded by Gerald. Falling in showers, out of bathtubs, on pavements, over carpet edges, off buses, down slopes was how many among the old started to die. Roland's destination was the kitchen and a late lunch, a can of sardines in olive oil on a toasted slice of pumpernickel bread with a cup of strong tea. Tastier than it sounded. On his way down the stairs, he was wondering how he might improve his article. It was plodding, earnest, lifeless. On the website, men and women 1/3 his age turned in copy with a joke and a jab in every line, and still managed a stern face of bookish or political know-how. Nearly 30 years after leaving office, her legacy, her mark on the country's psyche ran deep, so he had written. Her fingerprints were all over the present, and she would not be forgotten. A housing crisis due to the collapse of social provision, a deregulated and crazed city whose greed the country paid for with austerity, a disabling notion of national grandeur, a general distrust of Germans, of the French and the rest, medium-sized towns across the North Midlands, Wales and the Scottish Central Belt still comatose from her free market rigor, national assets sold off, shareholder frenzy, fabulous disparities of wealth, reduced fealty to the common good, workers without protection, rivers bubbling with privatized sewage. He was just an old labor hack. He was trying too hard with fingerprints all over the present. For all he knew, it was a cliché or a steal. He needed some jokes. On the positive side, brought down the fascist dictatorship in Argentina, rescued the ozone layer and briefly, before she turned her back on the subject, spoke to the world about climate change. Also opened shops on Sunday, reformed the Labor Party, lowered inflation and taxes, helped Reagan face down the Soviet Empire, busted some corrupt unions, granted homeownership to the many, showed women how to cow overbearing men in their pomp and entitlement. Equally unfunny, such striving for even-handedness must have disturbed his sense of balance. He was 2 steps from the bottom, and in that he was lucky. The transition was instant. He felt the pitiless steel lasso tighten around his chest, then a meteorite flare of pain streaked to the left of his sternum. His unlucky shooting star. He clutched at himself and tipped forwards. The wondrous automatic routine kicked in and his hands flew out from his body to protect his head as he landed with a thump and sprawled unhurt across the hallway tiles. When he sat up, pinpricks of starry light floated across the view, but the pain had gone. Not even an aftertouch. Not a thing. He got to his feet slowly, stood with his back against the wall, leaning forwards, knees slightly bent, and waited to see what would happen next. Nothing. It was nothing. He brushed the dust balls off his trousers and continued into the kitchen. As usual, he had left the radio on. A man was shouting in fury at a weeping woman, the Archers. Unbearable. He snapped it off and set about his preparations. It was serious work, not for the weak, pulling on the ring that would peel back the tin lid and let the light into his neat array of 3 sardines topped and tailed as if for a kid's sleepover. He could have broken his neck, but only a fool would show up in hospital at the emergency department, complaining about his heart, and go down with the plague inhaled from some unmasked moron wandering about the waiting room. Then days later taste the ventilator's cold nozzle on his tongue before the induced coma, and accept a 1 in 2 chance of return. Besides, it was not his heart. He was sure it was his ribs, a piece of bone somewhere poking into muscle tissue like a cocktail stick, though an anchovy. The X-ray had shown only hairline fractures, which were supposed to repair themselves. But he was the patient, and he knew his theory was sound. A microscopic splinter of bone was skewering a nerve end. When he moved in a certain way, pain and a sensation of tightness radiated across his chest, though never as severely as just then. Gerald, backed up by Lawrence, wanted to send him to a heart specialist, but Gerald was in pediatrics. Children's hearts were different. Roland took his tea into the front sitting room, unchanged since Daphne's day, but for the dust and a few thousand photographs spread across the carpet and 3 cardboard boxes with more pictures stacked inside. Inspired by her, one of his lockdown projects was to annotate and arrange the random heaps by date. Not easy. His progress was slow. Too many photos set off memories and sessions of wondering about dead or long-lost friends, or prolonged struggles to remember names and places. He wasted much time envying his youth. Too many shots from the time of his lost decade showed him with a backpack looking strong and cheerful against gorgeous backgrounds of mountains or desert, wildflowers or lakes. Where was that who pressed the button? What year? He was a stranger to himself, a stranger he envied. Now it looked precious, perhaps the best thing he ever did. After childhood and boarding school, before tennis coaching, Munch music and greeting cards, when had he ever been so free, so intent on celebrating life itself? Relax, he wanted to tell the young man staring up at him. Wandering among Indian paintbrush flowers across meadows, along streams, 2,000 meters up in the Cascade Mountains, high and dreamily joyous on mescaline in the company of good friends, the base camp 5 miles behind it had to be accounted as success. From 2004, for 10 years, his photography came by way of digital cameras. After that, it had come by digital phones. Cameras for non-specialists were now defunct, like typewriters and alarm clocks, and soon to be extinct, like valve radios and bathing machines. He had emailed large selections of his JPEG files to a company in Swansea to be printed up at some expense, ready for his annotations. Then he realized that he should have worked the other way round and digitalized a selection of his pre-2004 prints. Then he could have handed or emailed to his family the entire production, easily replicated. He was plausible within the digital age, like a man in cunning disguise, but he remained a citizen of the analog world. That single starting error was undermining his sense of purpose and slowing him down. Too late, too expensive to go back, boring to continue. He lacked Daphne's discipline, but she had worked to the ultimate deadline. His was softer, therefore he would never come near to finishing. Occasionally he went into the front room, picked up a photograph off the floor, gazed into it and faded into a reverie. When he came out of it, he jotted down a few lines on the reverse. Since the beginning of the first lockdown, he had written on the backs of 58 photographs. A ridiculous way to proceed. These days he ate less, drank more, and thought a lot. He had a chair, a view, a certain glass he favored. Among his subjects were other single starting errors that multiplied through time into a fan-shaped array. On close examination, the errors dissolved into questions, hypotheticals, even into solid gains. On this last he may have been deluding himself, but in surveying a life it was inadvisable to acknowledge too much defeat. Marrying Alyssa. Without Lawrence there would have been no Joy, no Stephanie, Roland's new best friend. If Alyssa had stayed. He had reread The Journey in February and early March when he and most of the people he knew locked themselves down 3 weeks ahead of the government. Her novel remained exquisite. Leaving school early. If he had stayed, Miriam, by her own admission, would have hauled him from the classroom and he would have been sunk. Even now that thought, as if in prospect, stirred him just a little. Abandoning classical piano and the chance of becoming a concert pianist. Then he would never have discovered jazz, would never have run free in his 20s or learned to respect manual labor or developed a snappy backhand. He would have been bound to 5 hours a day practice for the rest of his life. Not sending Miriam to prison. For as long as she was inside, the connection between them would have remained bleak and strong. That was one reason. There were others. Marrying Daphne just as she started to die he understood as inevitable, necessary, perhaps the best thing he ever did. Should he have stayed in the Labour Party to argue for its liberal and centrist traditions? He would have been driven miserable and mad after 4 consecutive defeats. So his life was an unbroken succession of correct decisions. Clearly not. Finally he came to the true turning point, the moment from which all else fanned out and upwards with the extravagance of a peacock's tail. The boy mounting his bike, mid-Cuban Missile Crisis, to present himself to Miriam for a 2-year erotic and sentimental education with its ludicrous finale, the pajama week, that terminated his schooling and distorted his relations with women. This was difficult. When he asked himself if he wished none of it had happened, he did not have a ready answer. That was the nature of the harm. Almost 72 and not quite cured, the experience remained with him and he could not part with it. Confined to quarters by a pandemic, grounded by fear of dying on a ventilator while fighting for air, sitting through the winter's late afternoons in the rocking chair he had brought it from the Clapham house, a chair for old folk and nursing mothers wondering how soon he could honorably pour himself the first drink of the day. He thought back often to his confrontation with Miriam Cornell in her Balham house, in her bare music room. Just as he had in the old town, he took up a position in front of French windows that faced onto a garden. 5 years ago, he had planted an apple tree on Daphne's lawn to make up for the one he chopped down in Clapham. It had not grown much, but it was alive. Miriam Cornell's place had grander French windows looking onto a lush designer planting. He remembered how weary he was by the end, desperate to leave. There was a hollowness, a void, a lie in which they were complicit. By silent agreement, there were two subjects they would not touch. The easier one first. They could not refer to the delight they shared in music, in playing the Mozart four-handers in her cottage, or the thrill of performing on concert grands the Schubert Fantasia in the Norwich Assembly Rooms, or the rowdy applause at the school concert when the mouse child brought on stage a flower and chocolate. Then the hard one. During that confrontation they dared not speak of what bound them, the obsessive, engulfing, limitless, repeated joy that was also illegal, immoral, destructive. They had been naked long ago, face to face in bed in the little sunlit room that looked towards the river Stour. She wouldn't let him go and he did not want her to. A lifetime later, a stout gent turned up at her splendid house to accuse her. She was a different person too. Fully clothed in all that they had become, they denied the real story even as they discussed it. They didn't touch, didn't shake hands as far as he could remember. He played the cool interrogator. She stood on her cold dignity at first and wanted to throw him out, then she confessed. Oh yes, he was a child and it was a crime, but it was something else besides, and this was the problem. She couldn't have said it and he wouldn't have listened. They lied by omission. She had loved him and made him love her. The hostage fell in love with his captor, the Stockholm Syndrome. On the rainy evening he made his escape with his trench-digging wages in his back pocket. He dragged the trunk containing all his possessions across her lawn, but he never got far. That was the damage, the forbidden matter, the attraction. The memory of the love remained inseparable from the crime. He could not go to the police. He stood and gazed at the photographs that covered 3/4 of Daphne's broad green Iranian carpet. Sorting them into chronological order, once a vital tidying project appropriate to a lockdown, now seemed pointless. Everyone knew memory was not like that. It was not in order. Here by his left foot was an old Polaroid, probably from 1976. He picked it up. It was a smudged, unexceptional picture of a round, muddy pond. It was laughable how remote it was from what he and his old friend John Weaver had seen at the time, a natural pond set in a cliff top, and beyond it the Pacific Ocean. Seen from 30 feet away, from its boggy fringes and right across its few inches of water, the pond appeared to be boiling, seething and writhing with motion. As they went closer they saw thousands of tiny frogs. All seemed to have emerged from their tadpole existence at the same moment. More frog than water. They slithered and wound themselves across each other, a great feast for the right kind of predatory bird. Behind the pond the sun was beginning to lower itself towards an immense plain of reddening cloud, lower than the cliffs and stretching to the horizon. They were still 3 miles from their camp on the Big Sur River, and they set off towards it at an easy run. At the age of 28, it was possible to lope for miles that way without effort. Their path through the Californian chaparral was hard and smooth and gently downhill. What a glorious half-hour that was, gliding through the warm, scented air, bare-chested in the weak sun. There his recollection blanked and picked up again when it was dark, and they were at an outside bar where people sat at tables near a heated swimming pool. After such a day, they were in celebratory mood. 5 years before, John had escaped the oppression of low-level jobs in England and found liberation in Vancouver. This was a reunion. Since freedom was their subject and they were in a high state of exhilaration, they slipped out of their clothes and took their drinks into the pool and drifted up and down, talking all the while, until they were interrupted by the bar's owner standing on the pool's edge, hands on hips, ordering them out with a pronouncement they liked to quote long afterwards. "It ain't right, and I know it ain't right." They obeyed and laughed about it once they were dressed. But it was a public place, a family bar after all, and it was only 8 o'clock. They had no business or need to be seen naked. The owner was right. His phrase, the way he had crisply deployed it at that moment, haunted Roland for many years. The categorical imperative. Hardly, for this was a matter of context and social convention. But when he thought of his own various errors through life, it seemed in long retrospect that he lacked that immediate hands-on hip's automatic and grounded sense of the right course. Who else but Roland had entered his 70s semi-impoverished, living in an expensive house that he owned by accident and could never sell a house paid for by a man he despised, recently ennobled and a junior minister in the Johnson government. It wasn't right, and he knew it wasn't right, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was too late. He let the photograph drop from his hands. He didn't feel like writing on the back of it, too much to say. He went upstairs to his study. The lockdown was coming to an end and all his other unfulfilled projects were in here. The usual thing read all of Proust, learn another language, another musical instrument. In his case, Arabic and the mandolin. He had resolved to read all of Musil's The Man Without Qualities in German. So far 79 pages in 3 months. Another ambition had been to improve his understanding of science, starting with the 4 laws of thermodynamics. His assumption was that basic principles elaborated during the age of steam should be easy enough to grasp, but simple starting positions blossomed into such complexity and abstraction that he was soon left behind and bored. Still, in the second law, which was the third because they started at 0, he was reminded of a truth obvious to all householders. Just as heat bled out into cold and not the reverse, so order bled out into chaos and never in reverse. A complex entity like a person eventually died and became a disordered pile of disparate bits which must begin to move apart. The dead never sprang into ordered life, never became the living, whatever the bishops might say or pretend to believe. Entropy was a troubling and beautiful concept that lay at the heart of much human toil and sorrow. Everything, especially life, fell apart. Order was a boulder to be rolled uphill. The kitchen would not tidy itself. The house was disordered though not quite squalid. He did not mind, but soon restrictions would be lifted and the children would come to visit. Lawrence and family first, then Greta, her husband and children, along with Gerald and his partner David, and after them, Nancy and her family. Roland could not be seen to dishonor Daphne's memory by despoiling her spacious, welcoming home. He couldn't afford to keep the cleaning lady on. The children had offered to cover her wages and he was too proud to accept. One person can clean up after himself. Now the price of pride must be rendered. He was obliged to wrench himself from his habitual dream state and get to work. Today, the day of his fall, he had marked down to begin. He was to approach the top-floor bedrooms first, the easiest. The vacuum cleaner and materials were already up there thanks to a false start the week before. He opened the windows in both rooms, wiped surfaces, stripped the beds and remade them, vacuumed the floor. 90 minutes passed before he started on the bathroom. He was on his knees, scrubbing the sides of the bath when he paused at a sudden thought. He was oddly content, thinking of nothing but the next task, lost in the present, delivered from intro and retrospection. He couldn't do it for a living like some had to, but as a form of escapism it ranked high. He should have been doing it all the while, every day. Good exercise. If there ever had to be another lockdown, he was at the point of resuming when the phone rang. Reluctantly, he put aside his brush and went next door to pick up. It was Rudiger. They had Zoomed a couple of times since March. At that point, Germany was ordering its plague more efficiently. Roland did not like to hear about it. He was glad that Germany was doing well, but he was a patriot at heart and liked to think his country could face down a challenge. In late February, he had watched video clips of exhausted medical staff in northern Italy overwhelmed by COVID cases, working only on patients likely to survive. They were running out of ventilators, oxygen, medical-grade masks. Undertakers could not cope with their backlog of corpses. There was a coffin shortage. Austria closed its border. How could the disease not spread here when there were dozens of daily flights from Italy? The UK government dithered. 2 weeks later, in mid-March, thousands gathered in Cheltenham for the festival horse races. Tens of thousands were at football matches. The government held out for another week. "It's in the national unconscious," he had tried to explain to his German friend. "We feel we've already left you. We no longer catch your European diseases." Now Rudiger, who lacked small talk, said without preamble, "I have 3 things to tell you. Go ahead. One good, one bad, one could be anything. Start with bad. Yesterday Alyssa had her left foot amputated." Roland was silent. There was a story about Sartor he was trying to remember, probably untrue, whatever it was. He said, "Smoking, Janow, distal neuropathy, then the gangrene, it went okay," they said. "You saw her. Very drugged. She said she was relieved it was off. When I told her that she had smoked for her art, she laughed. So, now the good news. On my chair here I have a bound proof in English of the new novel. Wonderful, what's your view? A copy will go to you today. And the other thing, she wants to see you. In a month or so if you can. Clearly you must come to her. She'll pay for your flight." "Okay," he said it automatically. He was being summoned, commanded to board a plane, inhale recycled coronaviruses. To dispel these thoughts he said, "Yes, I'll come." "I hope so much you would say that. I'll tell her right away. I'll pay my own flight." "Fine. Does she want to see Lawrence?" "Just you." He carried the housework material down to the floor below, ready for the next day's work, took a shower, then sat in the garden to eat a sandwich. Alyssa without a foot was no more alien to him than Alyssa the chain-smoker of 30 years. If she was dying, Rudiger would have told him. But there was nothing in the prospect of visiting her that appealed to him. Not even curiosity. His savings would shrink a little. Thanks to lockdown, he had come to prefer going nowhere. Alyssa Eberhardt was accepted as Germany's greatest writer. Bigger than grass had been, with no fall from grace likely. Almost as big as man. The strongest personal feeling he had about her was anger, long outworn for her rejection of her son. It rarely crossed his mind. In his mental landscape she was fine as she was, a grand mountain scene from afar, someone famous he used to know when she was obscure, a superb writer, possibly a great one. There was nothing between them, nothing he wanted to tell her, nothing he wanted to hear. She did not need to know from him how much he admired her work. So why go? Because she had lost a foot. Yes, by way of her chosen addiction to a ridiculous substance. No real high. A deadbeat's drug that people smoke to ward off their craving for it. Like an ugly Cleopatra making hungry where most it satisfied. If Alyssa needed to speak to him before they were both simplified and dispersed by entropy, let her grow accustomed to a prosthetic foot, then visit him in London, here at his old garden table. So phone Rudiger now and inform him of a change of mind. No. She would already know that he had said he would go. So he would go. He would answer her summons because it would be more effort not to. Her book took 10 days to arrive. By then, though Daphne's house did not gleam as it once had, the rooms were in order. It was July, the lockdown was over and the nation was at play. But nothing changed for Roland. He took the novel, Her Slow Reduction, from its package and began to read. It was longer than anything she had written. Here it was at last. Here he was at last in Chapter 1, pulled through the looking glass of her art to become the oppressive bullying and sometimes violent husband that the protagonist, Monique, walks out on one morning, leaving her 7-month-old baby daughter behind. That husband, Guy, is English. The house that Monique quits is in Clapham, South London, in a neighborhood rendered detestable by its congested squalor. She is of Franco-German parentage, fired by political ideals that motherhood had been threatening to obliterate. Back in her native Munich, recovering from the pain of separation from her daughter, she embeds herself in local politics by working for the Social Democratic Party. She becomes a specialist in low-cost social housing. Here, Alyssa seemed to draw on Daphne's experience of various tenants, from the reliable rent-paying hard workers to the chaotic drunken defaulters. All must be housed. Monique changes her name to Monica. Then, for honest reasons, but a brilliant move nevertheless, she becomes an environmentalist and changes party. Her rise through the Greens is rapid. Within 5 years, she is victorious in the local elections and wins a seat in the land parliament. She falls in love with a fashionable chef, dieter, who is heading a revolution in German cuisine, from its sodden base to lighter Mediterranean flavors. The novel's title refers in part to a cooking term. 10 years later, she is a well-known figure in Berlin, tactically adroit, heading to the top. But in a surprise move, she shifts her allegiance from stronger to weaker figures within the Greens. By now it is 2002, and at this point the novel becomes a counterfactual history of German politics. Through a series of mishaps among colleagues as well as political opponents and ruthless maneuvering, Monica becomes chancellor. She will hold office for more than a decade, but she does not resemble Angela Merkel. From the moment Monica holds the highest office, the erosion of her political ideals, the slow reduction begins. Perhaps, the narrative suggests, her descent began long ago. To enable the slow reduction in the country's carbon emissions and to tame its powerful coal interests, she becomes the champion of nuclear energy. Her party hates her for it but cannot dislodge her. To encourage inward investment from powerful American tech industries, she enters a clandestine agreement with the US government to provide military intelligence and other assistance during the invasion of Iraq. To keep the alternative Für Deutschland party at bay, she closes Germany's borders to immigrants. In order not to offend the important Turkish Muslim vote, she is ambivalent on certain freedom of expression issues. In Brussels, she always gets her way. The French are reduced to the status of junior partner as they do her bidding. Monica ensures that Berlin will host the Olympic Games. She determines that Germany must become a full member of the Security Council at the UN. To that end, within a mere 8 years of holding office, she has made Germany a nuclear power, with 5 submarines miraculously extracted from the French. Whatever the odds, she never seems to lose a fight. The various political elites of the Greens, the SPD, and even a large minority of the right-of-center CDU come to loathe her. There are massive student demonstrations against her, but in the country at large, among the voters, she is adored. She is beautiful, witty, she has the common touch, and she wins elections. The country is thriving economically, with full employment, low inflation, rising wages. National pride soars after a successful Olympic Games, but in private she is tormented. The cruelty inflicted on her by her ex-husband still haunts her. So does guilt about her daughter, whom Guy prevents her from seeing. Monica is sexually enslaved to Dieter, who refuses to marry her and makes her wretched with his many affairs. She knows, but can never admit, that to achieve success she has had to play one lobby, one interest group against another, and reject everything she once believed in. The reader understands that this is an Icarus story. When Dieter finally abandons her, it precipitates a dramatic nervous collapse. She makes a series of spectacular political errors. They culminate in a scandal about kickbacks from the auto industry, which she badly mishandles. She is seen to be protecting the wrong people. She suffers debilitating depression, made worse when a former close aide writes an exposé of a masochistic sex scene he had stumbled across, which involved manacles and whips. Dieter gives a press conference and confirms the article and adds some spice of his own, including the much-quoted, "She is vulnerable and deranged." Her opponents in Berlin know that their moment has arrived. Icarus is plunging earthwards. A motion passed in the Bundestag, and then the Bundesrat invokes a clause in the 1949 Constitution and declares the Chancellor mentally unstable and unfit for office. And she is. Monica's rise and fall is expertly narrated. The novel was quite clearly brilliant, but Roland was bound to take exception to the finale. A year has passed. Driven from office, scorned by the media, rejected by allies, the ex-chancellor travels to London as a private citizen. Guy is still living in the same Clapham house, a decrepit figure, stooped and crippled by gout. He is amazed when he opens the door to Monica. He invites her in. A lifetime in politics has taught her not to waste time in meetings with small talk. Their conversation in the kitchen is brief. She has come to murder him. She takes a knife from Guy's magnetic rack and stabs him in the neck. She washes the blade, checks there is no blood on her clothes and leaves. She is back in her Berlin apartment that evening and Guy's murder is never solved. By the end of the novel, Monica is living in obscurity, further reduced, in a cottage near the Saxon-Switzerland National Park, still tormented by her demons, her guilt, her lost love, her discarded ideals. Roland lay along the length of the sofa where he had been reading. The last of the summer evening's sunlight, filtered through a plane tree, rippled on the wall above him. He should feel honored that she cared enough about him to need to kill him. She had taken her time. Better to have done with him in her first novel. In the so-called echo chamber of the quarter-century-old Internet, in scores of author profiles, it was routinely noted that Alyssa Eberhardt had once lived in Clapham, London, and had abandoned her husband and baby to begin a literary career. Scores of female journalists had wondered in print if this was the only way a woman could dedicate herself completely to her art. The profiles to accompany the new novel, there would be dozens in many languages, would assume that Alyssa had identified him as violent, that it was not only for her writing that she had left him. It would have cost her story nothing to have made Guy a Frenchman, turned London into Lyon, given the family 3 children, none of them 7 months old. Her novel was a lying accusation, an act of aggression, a fiction, and that was where he knew she would hide, behind the conventions of make-believe. That evening he called Rudiger. Over the years running Lucretius Books, the retired publisher had learned calm in the face of all kinds of anger. "I told her you might be upset." "What did she say?" "She told me that's his right." Roland took a deep breath. "It's an outrage." To this Rudiger remained silent, waiting for more. "I was never violent towards her. I'm sure of it. I was the injured party. I've never criticized her in public. When Lawrence was little, I encouraged her to see him. She did everything her own way." "Yes," he struggled to suppress his exasperation. "You tell me, Rudiger, what's going on?" "I don't know. It's still in proof. You could persuade her to change it. I'm no longer her editor. When I was, she didn't accept what she called my interference. You can tell her how upset I am, if you want." Both men were silent for several seconds, both wondering, Roland thought, how to end the call. Finally he said, "Why would I bother to go and see her?" "Only you can decide." When he put down the phone, Roland remembered that he had failed to ask about Alyssa's foot. He spent the rest of the evening moodily improvising at the piano in his Keith Jarrett style. Lawrence and family arrived the next day in the late afternoon. It was an exuberant reunion of the kind being repeated around the country. He had not seen the family since Christmas. Paul regarded him with suspicion and hid behind his mother's legs. Stephanie, almost 8, seemed to have grown 2 inches. She was circumspect at first, then grew warmer through the evening. When they sat at table for tea, juice, and cake, and she rested her chin on her hand and appeared to slip into a daydream, he imagined he could see the young teenager in her. The children's supper, then their protracted and separate bedtimes, took up most of the evening. Roland had half an hour on the sofa with Stephanie. She was a shy girl who came to life in a one-to-one. Until she was 7.5, she was averse to reading books on her own. She preferred talking, listening, fantasizing. Then the miracle occurred, as Lawrence described in a lockdown call. At bedtime, he recited to her from memory The Owl and the Pussycat. He had forgotten the effect it once had on him. It was like a sort of pole vault of the imagination. She wanted it again, and again the next couple of nights. Then she read it for herself, memorized it, recited it at breakfast. Now she's reading. A transformation. As soon as she had Roland to herself, she spoke to him in German and corrected his, just as he had asked her to. She started, as she usually did, with, "Opa, tell me something." He described how long ago 2 German girls in Berlin used to give him language lessons. "Tell me about the olden days." He obliged with stories of Libya, of going into the desert with his father to find a scorpion and finding one straight away under a stone. She had heard that one before, but she liked hearing it again. "Would it kill you? I think it would have made me ill for a while." In return, she told him the names of some new friends and described their characters. She had decided on a career as an organic farmer. Her method for swimming the backstroke was one she had devised herself. He told her about the photographs he was trying to organize. Before she went to bed, he took her into the sitting room to show her the spread. He put in her hands pictures of Lawrence on holiday in Greece. She thought it amusing and paradoxical that her father could ever have been 4 years old. It was not until 10 that the 3 adults sat down to the supper Roland had cooked. They talked about the children first, then, inevitably, about the pandemic, whether there would be a second lockdown, the race to get vaccines tested and manufactured. The new age of social media unreason was promoting fake cures, encouraged by the American president. Angry and phobic conspiracy theories were everywhere. When Roland broke the news of Alice's amputation, Lawrence said, "I'm sorry to hear that." But it was clear that it meant little to him. Roland had remembered the famous story about Sartre, told by Simone de Beauvoir. He smoked 60 a day and philosophized at length about the pleasures of tobacco. His habit was ruining his health. When his legs gave way and he had a heavy fall, he was told frankly by a doctor in the hospital that if he continued smoking, first his toes would be amputated, then his feet, and ultimately his legs. If he gave up the habit, his health could be restored. It was his choice. Sartre said that he would need to think it over. The joke, if it was a joke, was lost on Ingrid. Lawrence was amused. Next, their work. Both were helping with papers for the 2021 IPCC report, due in 10 months. The indices were bleak. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was up to 415 parts per million, the highest level in 2 million years. The forecasts of 7 years before had proved too conservative. They thought that some processes were irreversible. To hold warming to 1.5 degrees was now impossible. They had recently gone with a team and overflown, with Russian permission, vast areas of Siberian forests in flames. Local scientists had shown them shocking data on methane release from antiquated oil wells, and had said that passing the news upwards through the bureaucracy could threaten their science funding. The ice melt data from Greenland, the Arctic and Antarctic were depressing. Governments and industry, for all their rhetoric, were still in denial. Nationalist leaders were living in a fantasy. Forest fires, floods, drought, famine, superstorms this year would be even worse than last but better than next. It was already here a catastrophe. Lawrence was pouring the wine they had brought with them from Germany. He said, "I think it might be too late. We're stuffed." The windows were open to the warm night air. The three spoke and listened easily, intimately. It often happened like this, Roland thought. The world was wobbling badly on its axis, ruled in too many places by shameless, ignorant men, while freedom of expression was in retreat and digital public spaces resounded with the shouts of delirious masses. Truth had no consensus. New nuclear weapons multiplied, commanded by hair-trigger artificial intelligence, while vital natural systems, including jet streams, ocean currents as well as pollinating insects, submarine cliffs of coral and the biological churn of rich natural soils, and all manner of diverse flora and fauna wilting or becoming extinct. Parts of the world were burning or drowning. Simultaneously, in the old-fashioned glow of close family, made more radiant by recent deprivation, he experienced happiness that could not be dispelled, even by rehearsing every looming disaster in the world. It made no sense. Later in July 2020, there was a funeral for a family member, and then in August came another death. First, his sister's husband, Michael, a gentle giant, gifted amateur magician, former medical orderly in the army, then an industrial chemist. A man in command of all kinds of strange and useful knowledge. Only 2 weeks later, Roland's brother Henry died. Of Rosalind's 4 children, he had lost the most in childhood. He had been clever at school and head boy, like their new brother Robert. There was not enough money to let Henry stay on and move to a grammar school for the 6th form. Robert and Rosalind should have intervened, but Henry never complained about the course of his life. National service, then many years in a men's tailoring shop, an unhappy first marriage, retraining as an accountant, and then his major piece of luck marrying Melissa. The funerals were secular, and at both Roland read a poem by James Fenton, For Andrew Wood. It asked what the dead would want from the living and answered the question by proposing a bond. And so the dead might cease to grieve and we might make amends, and there might be a pact between dead friends and living friends. Melissa heard it at Michael's funeral and asked to have it at Henry's. After the second funeral, when the immediate family had retreated to a corner of a dark pub near the crematorium, Susan said that the poem made it possible for Michael and Henry to remain in their lives as living presences. Melissa started to agree but was overcome by weeping. Just so. The difficulty lay in reading the poem without cracking up, especially, Roland found, when the poet says of the dead, after they had become less self-engrossed, and time would find them generous as they used to be. Even thinking of the lines caused his throat to tighten. It was Daphne, generous Daphne, still raw 9 years on. As much as the poem's sentiments, it was the tone of calm and playful reassurance that did for him, and the knowledge that none of it was true. The dead could want nothing, and not all of them were once generous. The poet was being kindly and consoling. It was the artful kindness that moved Roland. The trick, when the occasions to recite came round, was to put his left hand deep into his pocket and pinch his thigh. The bruise from the second funeral overlay the first. Over half-pints of ale, Roland, Robert, and Shirley, Susan and Melissa went through the family story. The baby on reading station, the lifelong secrecy, the fractured family. Robert, not long out of hospital after a heart operation, was thinking of writing a memoir. He had already done more than anyone in the family to recover what could be known of its past. He was thinking of using a ghostwriter. There was nothing new in the story now, but they needed to talk about it together as they had a few times before. The mood, influenced by Fenton's poem, was of forgiveness. That 2 of the family had gone to join Rosalind and Robert in oblivion softened their judgment. As they were turning over the past Susan said of her mother and stepfather, they got themselves in a terrible mess, and in those times and in their situation, we might have done the same and covered it up forever after. A sympathetic silence followed. Finally, Robert said, "They gave me away to two wonderful people. I don't hold any grudges." Was it possible to make friends with the memory of their dead parents, as Fenton proposed? Perhaps not, for just before they broke up Susan said angrily, "But there was something he did and I'll never forgive him for it." "Never," they pushed her to say more. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned it. I'm never going to talk about it." Then she repeated, "I'll never forgive him." When he phoned her that evening and asked again, she changed the subject. The two deaths and visits from Daphne's children and their families occupied him through August. He had not told Rudiger that he had changed his mind about the visit. He learned from him that Alyssa was in a wheelchair. As the summer weeks passed, he was not sure what he wanted to do. Perhaps it was cowardice not to meet her. Perhaps his curiosity about her was greater than he thought. But he dithered. In the middle of the month, Lawrence phoned from Potsdam. Over several years he had read all his mother's novels, and he had just finished Roland's copy of her Slow Reduction. While they were discussing it, Lawrence asked abruptly, "Did you ever hit her?" "Absolutely not." "Did you ever stop her from seeing me?" "Never. She all but names you. It's upsetting." Lawrence must have thought it over and discussed it with Ingrid. On a second call he said, "Dad, you can't let this stand. Write to her." "I was thinking of going to see her." "Even better." In that way the decision was made. By then he thought he might be too late. The best scientific advice was indicating a September lockdown to head off a serious second wave of infection. Cases were rising in the familiar way. But he was playing at the hotel again and could not find a substitute acceptable to the management until the last day of August. He need not have worried. An acquaintance, Nigel, an old friend of Daphne's who worked at the Financial Times, came by the hotel one evening, and they had a drink after Roland's set. The libertarian right of the Conservative Party, many of them die-hard Europhobes, privately referred to the health minister and his advisers as the Gestapo for their faith in enforced lockdowns. Temperamentally, the Prime Minister was inclined to the libertarian tendency. According to Nigel, the word was that he would hold out against a September lockdown. Then, of course, the cases will keep on rising and he'll have to do it anyway. He hasn't learned his lesson from March. For the flight to Munich, Roland wore a medical-grade mask donated by Gerald and sat tensely through the journey, refusing food and drink, aware that everyone around him was half his age and likely to survive a dose of COVID without even knowing about it. He had a window seat with a view of a trembling wing, risking his life in order to deliver a self-serving rebuke to a long-ago love, now crippled. Madness. He spent that night at Rudiger's. For many years he had lived alone in a large apartment in the Bogenhausen quarter. In all that time, Roland had never heard him refer to a partner or a lover, man or woman. It had never seemed right to ask, and now it was too late. He was rich from his publishing empire, supported the opera and the Lenbich House Gallery and various local charities, and in retirement had made himself an amateur lepidopterist. He was also a fly fisherman and tied his own flies. What a life! Rudiger's cook served dinner. Aware of the remote sound of dishes being washed in the kitchen, Roland had a rare moment of regret that he was not rich. It might have suited him well. He would have needed a different attitude, different politics. But Rudiger had always been a man of the left, gave generously to Amnesty and other charities. Generous. The word prompted Roland to describe the two funerals. Death led them next to the pandemic. Germany's figures were still relatively low. Chancellor Merkel had shown on TV how well she understood virology as well as the mathematics of risk and was riding precariously high in the polls. The Chancellor was a conduit to Alyssa's novel. It was due in the shops in 4 weeks. There had been some advance reviews. Some declared her Slow Reduction another masterpiece. Others grumbled. "She's our greatest novelist." Teenage school kids are made to read her. But she's white, hetero, old, and she said things that alienate younger readers. Also, when a writer has been around long enough, people begin to get tired. Even if she does something different every time, they say she's doing something different again. But so far no mention in the press of Roland as wife-beater. You might get away with it, Rudiger teased him. Later he left Roland in the library trying to resume his struggle with Musil's masterpiece and went away to write emails. He came back an hour later and said, "I've been thinking. I should go with you tomorrow. It could be difficult. I wouldn't want that. At least let me drive you there. Very kind of you, Rudy, but I'd prefer to make this journey without you. Then let my driver take you. Phone him when you want to come back." In the morning, when they reached the village, Roland asked to be set down on the main road by the bus stop. He assumed that this was where 16-year-old Lawrence had got out. Roland waited for the car to draw away. He could see Alice's road 100 yards ahead on the other side of the road. He had seen it before through his son's eyes. It was as if he was in the location of a half-remembered dream. Memory and present perception tricked each other to create an illusion of return. Her road rose steeply to where the first of a dozen houses began, a set of minor variations on an architect's forceful idea. A low, brooding, protected look of glass and shuttered cement. As if a giant had vengefully flattened a Frank Lloyd Wright creation. There may have been an architectural proscription of trees and shrubs to lay bare the purity of horizontal lines. 30 feet down a very steep slope, virtually a cliff, traffic on the main road rushed in and out of the village. He knew from Rudiger that she had bought the place in 1988 on the proceeds from the journey. Perhaps on an impulse, before the house was built, and without visiting the site. Whatever she thought about it when she settled in, her routines would have kept her here. All those books, papers, research materials. A move would have been disruptive. It did not look like a neighborly place, and she may have liked the anonymity. He slowed after the second house as he thought his son had. Like him, Roland now felt that he needed more time when he'd had weeks to reflect. He could remember the insult she had delivered in her book, but he could not at that moment summon his anger. What came instead was a mess of anachronistic memories, a bolus of undigested feeling and recollection that he had not touched or tasted in years. Their late-night champagne on a boulder in a burn near Mount Sullivan, typing up her novel, her appearance at his Brixton place with a bag of food, the candlewick bedspread on which they decided to get married, Alyssa on her knees in paint-streaked jeans, spray stenciling a junk shop chest of drawers in their bedroom in the Clapham house, their angry row about East Germany, and sex on the Danube Delta, in French hotels, on a hard bed in Lady Margaret Road, in an orchard by a Spanish farmhouse just once. Quietly in Liebenau and the frightening, magnificent birth that followed. There was more, and they came as if tightly rolled or hammered and compressed by engines of time into a single object. What was it? A shapeless stone, a golden egg? More like a wisp, a fiction, exclusive to him. It would not be shared with her, and that was one measure of loss that couldn't touch him now. But there was that essence everyone forgets when a love recedes into the past, how it was. How it felt and tasted to be together through seconds, minutes and days, before everything that was taken for granted was discarded, then overwritten by the tale of how it all ended, and then by the shaming inadequacies of memory. Paradise or the inferno, no one remembers anything much. Affairs and marriages ended long ago come to resemble postcards from the past. Brief note about the weather, a quick story, funny or sad, a bright picture on the other side. First to go, Roland thought as he walked towards her house, was the elusive self, precisely how you were yourself, how you appeared to others. There was a small white car parked outside her place, and he paused by it. It was pitiful that he had to remind himself of the obvious, that he was not the agile creature of his thoughts. He was an old man visiting an old woman. Alyssa and Roland lying naked in the undergrowth, in a copse of holm oaks near where the Danube divided to meet the Black Sea, existed nowhere on the planet but in his mind. Perhaps in hers. Perhaps those oaks were pines. He approached the squat front door. Ignoring the sign in Gothic script that told him to use the side entrance, he rang the bell. A small Filipina woman in a brown housecoat opened the door and stepped aside for him. For such a large house, the hall was cramped. He waited while the woman shoved the pneumatically assisted door closed. She turned to him with a shrug and a disarming smile. It was not her kind of door, and they didn't share a language to talk about it. In those few seconds he recalled his visit to Balham to see Miriam Cornell, and he imagined someone like himself, a self-righteous fool, journeying around Europe to make accusations against the women of his past. He forgave himself. This was only his second reckoning in 18 years. He was shown into the sitting room that stretched the entire depth of the house, and the door closed behind him. The room was as dark as it looked from outside. The air was rich with the scent of strong tobacco. Gaulis's, perhaps. He didn't know they still existed. She was at the far end of the room in a wheelchair, seated at a large table in front of a flat-screen computer surrounded by several high piles of books. All he saw at first was the gleam of her white hair as she wheeled out from behind the table and called, almost at a shout, "My God, look at the paunch on you, and where's your hair?" He approached her, determined to smile. "I've kept both feet," she laughed gaily. "Einer reicht, one is enough." They were off to a crazy start. It was as if he had come to the wrong house. Jocular insult was never her style. A life of public pronouncements of being a national treasure had set her free. Expertly she steered her chair right up to him and said, "For Christ's sake, you can give me a kiss after 30 years. He did not know how to refuse her, and he was intent on seeming composed. He leaned down to press his lips against her cheek. The skin was dry, warm, and like his own, deeply creased. She seized his hand and gripped it tightly. "The state of us, we'll drink to it. Maria's bringing a bottle." It was just past 11. Roland usually held back until 7. He wondered if Alyssa was under the influence of disinhibiting painkillers. Some opioids had that effect. He said, "Sure, we've nothing to lose." She waved him towards an armchair. While he moved aside copies of the Paris Review, she lit a cigarette. "Chuck them on the floor. It doesn't matter." They were old copies from George Plimpton's time as editor. Someone had told Roland that since then a younger generation had taken over. They might not be sympathetic to Alyssa's mix of acerbic rationalism and 70s feminism. She had made unnecessary enemies in the trans debates when she said on an American TV chat show that a surgeon might sculpt a kind of a man out of a woman, but there was never enough good stuff to carve a woman out of a man. It was said provocatively in the Dorothy Parker mode, and got a quick bark of laughter from the studio audience. But these were not Parker's times. Kind of a man brought the usual trouble. An Ivy League university withdrew Alyssa's honorary degree, and a few others canceled her lecture engagements. More institutions followed, and her speaking tour collapsed. Stonewall, also under new management, said she had encouraged violence against trans people. On the internet, her remarks pursued her. A younger generation knew her to be on the wrong side of history. Rudiger had told Roland that her American and UK sales had suffered. Maria came in with the wine and 2 glasses on a tray and left. Alyssa poured to the brim. When they raised their glasses, she said, "I know from Rudiger that you've liked my work. Generous of you, but don't talk to me about it. I've had enough. Anyway, here we are. Cheers. How was your life? Good and bad. I have stepchildren, step-grandchildren, and 2 grandchildren, as do you, and I lost Daphne. Poor old Daphne." It was said lightly, but he did not speak. Instead, to conceal his irritation, he drank deeply, more than he had intended. She was watching him closely and nodded at the glass in his hand. "What are you on?" "Down to 1/3 of a bottle a day. Then a scotch last thing, I start around now and keep going till late, but no spirits. And those, he gestured towards the cloud over her head, down to 40. Then she added, or 50, and I don't give a fuck, he nodded. He'd had different versions of this conversation with friends his age or in their 80s. Nearly everyone drank. Some had taken up cannabis again. Others, cocaine that delivered in a 20-minute package a vague reminder of how it was to be young. Others, even acid in microdoses. But as mind-altering drugs went, alcohol in the form of wine was hard to beat, especially for taste. Whenever their eyes met, he added to a proper impression of her face. The features he remembered were in there, locked within a puffy enlargement. He had to imagine that the beautiful look of the woman he had loved had been painted onto the surface of an uninflated balloon. If he blew as hard as he dared, he would have it, the familiar eyes, nose, mouth and chin fleeing apart, like galaxies in the expanding universe. She was in there somewhere, staring out, trying to find him among his own wreckage, the bald and porcine nonentity with the disappointed air. He had claimed to drink less than she did, then emptied his glass when she had hardly touched hers. What had bloated them both was not food so much as carelessness or surrender. They were letting go. She at least had another book or two to write, but he was drifting and she was speaking. I've told them. I'm not stirring. She said it loudly in protest, as if he too had insisted that she must. The stump at the end of her left leg was encased within a mannish sock and rested on a white cushion balanced on the footrest of her wheelchair. She had no need to stir. He had sometimes heard successful writers complaining in public about their lot, the distractions, the pressures. It always made him uncomfortable. She continued, I said, one interview. One. Syndicated, translated, print, broadcast, internet, whatever, all at once. The subject was her slow reduction, how it should be publicized. He thought he would get started and try to stay calm. It's a fine novel, you don't need to do a thing, but Alyssa, it seems you're calling me out as a wife-beater. What? He said it again. She stared at him, amazed or pretending to be. It's a novel, not a memoir. You've told the world many times. You left your husband and 7-month-old baby in Clapham in 1986. So it is in your novel. She runs from domestic violence. Why not from Streatham or Heidelberg? Why not a 2-year-old? To the press the implication will be clear. You know I never hit you, let me hear it from you. Of course you didn't, Jesus. Her head lolled back and she stared at the ceiling. Both hands lay fidgeting on the larger wheels she used to propel herself. Then she said, yes, I used our house and I had every right. I remember that shithole well. I hated it. You could have used some invention. Roland, really. Did a future German chancellor live in our house? Have I been secretly running the country for the past 10 years? Has your throat been cut? Will I be arrested for murdering you with a kitchen knife? The analogies don't hold. You've been laying the ground in interviews for years. The abandoned husband and baby were, oh, come on. She said it at a shout, but her anger did not prevent her from splashing wine into their glasses. Have I really got to give you a lesson in how to read a book? I borrow. I invent. I raid my own life. I take from all over the place, I change it, bend it to what I need. Didn't you notice? The abandoned husband is 2 meters tall with a ponytail you wouldn't have been seen dead with. And blonde from the Swedish guy I knew before you, Carl. Sure, he hit me a couple of times, but he didn't have a scar and nor do you. That was from a farmer near Liebenau, an old Nazi, friend of my father. And Monica, the chancellor, is drawn a little from me 30 years ago. Also from your sister, Susan, who I loved. Everything that ever happened to me and everything that didn't. Everything I know, everyone I ever met, all mine to mash up with whatever I invent. She may not have been angry at all, Roland thought, just talking at an insane volume. He said, then listen to my humble request. One tiny extra step of invention. Move that shithole house out of Clapham. Didn't you notice how you were missing from my memoir? I'll tell you what I've been doing for 35 years. Not writing about you, Godamnit Roland, I protected you. From what? From the truth, Jesus, she fumbled as she tried to extract another cigarette from a small hole in the top of its soft packet. When it was lit, she drew heavily and was calmer. She had thought about this. She had a list. From the memoir I could have written, how you stuffed me, eyes, ears, mouth, with your needs. Not only your God-given right to some ecstatic union of minds and bodies in the clouds, but your oh-so-cultivated version of what you might have been. That refined sense of failure and self-pity for what life had stolen from you. The concert pianist, the poet, the Wimbledon champ. Those three heroes out of your reach took up a lot of room in a small house. How was I to breathe? Then you invented fatherhood, parenthood, and couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, all around you, junk, squalor, piles of your unwanted crap everywhere. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. To get free, I paid the highest price, and that was Lawrence. You were a great subject, Roland. Something about men I could have told the world, but I didn't. I never forgot that you were the only man I ever loved. This startled him. While she was laying out her charges, he had fixed his gaze on the spill that had formed on the glass-topped table. His patient tone was a fake. Your sexual needs were also pressing. Those rejection slips made you howl, Roland, stop, stop, stop. At each shouted word, she thumped the armrest of her wheelchair. What remained of her cigarette flew out of her hand and landed on a rug several feet away. But she had not lost control. She waited while he got up, gave the cigarette to her, and sat down. We're not here for this. Let me say it for you. Around the house, I was a slob too. I wanted you to help lots looking after the baby. Then I accused you of stealing him from me. I wanted lots of sex and got it and pretended I was only meeting your needs. Having my novels rejected drove me nuts, and sometimes I turned on you, even after all your editing and typing. I turned my son away when he came looking for me. So, my novels are filled with stupid, demanding, contradictory women who run away. I used to get it in the neck from feminist critics. But I have stupid men too. Life is messy. Everybody makes mistakes because we're all fucking stupid, and I've made lots of enemies among these young Puritans for saying so. They're as stupid as we were. The point is, Roland, for you and me, it no longer matters, and that's why I hoped you'd come. We're still here and we haven't got long. Me especially. I thought we could eat and get drunk together and remember everything that was good. Soon they'll start printing finished copies. If it makes you happy, I'll change Clapham and the baby's age and anything else. It's nothing. None of it matters. As he gazed at her amazed, he at last lifted his glass but did not drink from it straight away. In all her outpouring, what still held him was the news that he was the only man she had loved. True or not, it was extraordinary that she should say it. He could not say the same to her, not quite. Instead, he proposed a toast. Thank you, to eating and drinking together all day. He had to stand and lean across the table to touch her glass. As he did so, she murmured, "Excellent." At that moment, Maria came in with another bottle. Alyssa may have summoned her with a buzzer. Roland said, "Okay, how about this? When I was coming along your road, I was remembering various places we had sex." She clapped her hands together. "Now that's the spirit." He ran through the locations for her in roughly the order they had come to him. So sharing after all. With each summoned place, her mirth grew. "You remember a bedspread, men. And then, in that wood in the delta, you trod on a thorn and convinced yourself it was a scorpion. Only at first. You went 10 feet in the air." It surprised him that she had only a faint recall of the day she came to Brixton with her shopping. "You said the food was for afterwards." That word. I almost passed out. He too had forgotten certain events that still glowed for her. She said, "We had stayed the night at your parents'. We went upstairs in the late morning, I think to strip the bed. Before we knew it, we were having a quick one very quietly. I was tense because I thought they could hear us downstairs. The bed squeaked. They always squeak when there's someone around. They squeak the truth. Don't you remember when we were done you couldn't get out? Out of the room. Out of me. I had some kind of spasm. Vaginismus, it's called, never had it before or since. We were both in pain and your mother was calling up the stairs that lunch was ready. I've torn this one from the record. How did I get out? We sang silly songs, almost in a whisper to distract me. The one I remember was I'm gonna wash that man right out my hair. And a year later you did. Suddenly she was serious. The second bottle was already half empty. Come here, Roland, right beside me. Now listen. I never got you out of my hair, ever. If I had, you wouldn't be here. Please believe me. Okay, got it. He leaned over and they held hands. And so the day went on. They had lunch in the garden. They were too old or too experienced to get helplessly drunk. Later he could recall most of what they said and wrote it in his journal. In the afternoon they talked about their health. You first, she said. He missed nothing out. Open-angle glaucoma, cataracts, sun damage, high blood pressure, a fractured rib causing chest pains, the potential, given his girth, for diabetes too, arthritis in both knees, prostatic dysplasia, benign, malign, not yet known. He was too scared to find out. They were indoors by then. The lowering sun did not bring more light into the sitting room. She told him she had lung cancer and that it had already spread extensively. The doctors thought she was right to refuse treatment. Her other foot would probably have to go. She would not put herself through the stress of giving up smoking. I'm done, she said. I have a novella to write, then I'll sit here and wait. Next, she insisted, there was to be no more talk of illness. They talked of their parents as they had many years ago. It was a form of elaborate summing up in which there was nothing new to tell each other beyond the stories of their decline and death. They did not talk about Alyssa's memoir and the rift with Jane. They played some old songs on the hi-fi but weren't touched by them. It was not possible to regain their pre-lunch exuberance. The retreating effects of alcohol dragged on their spirits. Her defiant claim that nothing mattered now seemed puny. Roland had a plane to catch that evening. Everything mattered. He phoned Rudiger's driver to arrange his ride to the airport. When he was sitting near her again, he said, I almost didn't come and I'm glad I did. But there's still a shadow and only you can do something about it. We've avoided the subject. You have to see Lawrence. You have to talk to him. You can't avoid it, Alyssa. Given everything you've said, for both of you it has to happen. She closed her eyes while he spoke and kept them closed for her first words. I'm scared and I'm ashamed of what I did and of how I kept it up for so long. I was a fanatic, Roland. I ignored that kid's beautiful letter. Do you know, I actually binned it. I was cruel when he came looking for me. He can never forgive me. It's too late to make a relationship of any sort. It could surprise you just as today surprised me. She was shaking her head. I've thought about it. I've left it too late. It would change how he thinks about you long after you've gone for the rest of his life. She continued to shake her head. He laid a hand over hers. All right, then just promise me this, that you'll think about it again. She didn't reply. He thought he saw one last shake of the head, but so very faint that it might have been a nod. She was asleep. He sat watching her while he waited for his car. Her lips were parted, her head tilted to one side, and she breathed heavily. He did not doubt that she was dying. The pale and slender, large-eyed young woman had become a loud grotesque, some might think. But the more time he had spent with her today, the clearer it became, the face of the woman he had married in 1985. It touched him, or touched his vanity, that he was the only man she had loved. If it wasn't true, he was pleased that she should say it. If it was true, then she paid for her dozen books with 2 loves, a son and a husband. Now she had no one, no family, no close friends, according to Rudiger. She lived in a dark cement bunker of a house, waiting to die alone. Time had degraded him too, but by all conventional measures, he was the happier. No books though, no songs, no paintings, nothing invented that would survive him. Would he swap his family for her yard of books? He gazed at her now familiar face and shook his head for an answer. He would not have had the courage to break out as she did. even though men paid a lower price. The literary biographies teemed with wives and children abandoned for the higher calling. Too quick to take offense, he had forgotten that the man in her novel that he mistook for himself was 2 meters tall, blonde, with a scar and a ponytail. She had delivered at full volume her tutorial in how to read. He heard the bell and the sound of Maria's quick steps as she went to the door. He got to his feet slowly, careful to avoid another of his dizzy moments. As he was leaving the room, he turned towards her for one last long look. In the new year, 2021, in a post-solstice eclipse, the third lockdown began. The US president was replaced amid turmoil, and at midnight on 31 January, Europe was left behind. Roland, alone again in the big Lloyd Square house, was liberated from 2 obsessions and could devote himself to fretting exclusively over the science and fractious politics of epidemiology. The new lockdown had been delayed, as had the first and second. In deaths per million, the country ranked high in the world, and the Prime Minister was popular. More so when vaccinations began with good-natured efficiency, while Europe, Germany especially, fumbled. Nothing was simple. The national confinement stretched into a long winter and an icy spring. The harm done by it was beyond measurement. Estimates were conditioned by local experience and political opinion, but all agreed the damage was severe to minds and bodies, childhoods, education, livelihoods, and the economy. Suicides were up, as were marital breakdowns, as was domestic violence generally, code for men hitting women and children. But dying of suffocation without family or friends, tended by overworked strangers in masks, was worse. Most thought and most, including Roland, knuckled down. By mid-February he had annotated the 100th photograph himself and Daphne on the banks of the Esk, taken, he remembered, by a lone and obliging Japanese hiker. With that the project ended. The selection was across a lifetime in his mother's arms at 6 months, short-trousered and jug-eared in the Libyan desert. Then most of the rest of his cast. His parents and siblings, 2 wives, son and family, stepchildren, their families, lovers, his close friends, the separate universe of bare-skinned holidays, backpacks, the Frog Pond, his London hotel people, the Khyber Pass, the Himalayas, the Costa Larzac, arm in arm with Joe Coppinger on a glacier in the upper Engadin. Lawrence at 2 months in his mother's arms, Rudiger when he still had an earring, and more. He excluded his one photograph of Miriam Cornell, blurred, standing by the shed where presumably his trunk was locked at the time. Then he changed his mind and added her to the 100, writing on the back, "My piano teacher, 59 to 64. Otherwise everyone was named and full contexts were given. The rest, obvious enough or a mystery forever, even to himself, he piled back into 3 large cardboard boxes, taped the lids down and carried them up an unstable ladder to the attic. Through February and March he began and concluded the reading of all his journals, usually 1 a day, 40 in all. He heaped them on a bench in the kitchen. That evening he glumly watched a tennis tournament whose contestants were elderly stars of 30, 40, even 50 years ago. From a distance these men and women looked lean and strong. The eldest was 81. They played doubles from the baseline mostly and a few steps in, but their strokes, smoothly tooled over a lifetime, were fast and low. They loved life and therefore still minded about losing. There were tantrums around the umpire's chair. By modern standards, as Roland knew, he was old before his time. There was nothing he could do about it. This time round he felt part of the lockdown communality. He did what everybody did, noted that the days were passing too fast, went online to book a holiday he thought he would never take, made resolutions he did not keep, was in touch with family by phone or internet video. Alone in the house he led a crowded social life. Daphne's side of the family, regular exchanges with Lawrence and Ingrid in Potsdam, then separately with Stephanie. He bubbled up with Nancy, who drove over from Stoke Newington, usually without her 3 boisterous sons, at which he expressed routine disappointment but felt relief. In voice, mannerisms, looks, Nancy closely resembled Daphne youthfully risen from the dead. The virus had brought his past to life. He was in touch at last with Diana, who ran a maternity clinic on Grenada in St. George's and refused to be pensioned off. Carol had been head of a vast fiefdom within the BBC until she retired. Muriel had followed her father into the French diplomatic service, and she also was retired. They mostly talked about children, grandchildren, and the pandemic. He suffered a hot knife pain in his knees when he took his daily walk. The knock-on effect of arthritis in his knees was weight gain through lack of exercise. Alyssa was right, his paunch was ludicrous. There was one minor recurrence of the chest pain, but nothing like the attack that had thrown him down the stairs. He thought about replacing the cat that had wandered off, and was still wondering about it when restrictions were lifted in mid-May. He chatted once a week from behind his mask with the merry Sikh lad who delivered the internet groceries. But Roland occasionally entered a state of catatonia, a black and white world of emotional neutrality that could last an hour or even 2. Then, if he had been told he would never see or speak to another human again, he would have been neither sad nor happy. In this state, it was after several weeks he managed what he'd always considered impossible, except for yogis in a state of grace: to sit in a chair for half an hour and think about nothing. Those were the hardest times, returning to his shrunken state. Silence, solitude, pointlessness, perpetual dusk. The names of the days of the week meant nothing. Nor did modern medicine, even after his first shot. We are all one with history now, subject to its whims. His London was of the plague year, 1665, of the diseased wooden town of 1349. He felt old, dependent on his family. To stay alive he had to shun them all, and they him. To resume his small existence he would force himself to some trivial act, like standing to return to the fridge a bottle of milk before the central heating soured it. Somehow he had carelessly let slip, probably to Lawrence, a reference to the pain in his chest. In late February the entire family was on to him, Lawrence constantly, Ingrid gently and from time to time. On one visit Nancy gripped his hand while they were standing in the garden. She was urging him, like the others, to see a doctor. It was as if Daphne was speaking to him. On another occasion Nancy brought Greta along illegally, and the sisters made their case together. He reminded them of the tumble he had suffered in the Lake District and how he had never been the same since. It was his ribs. One lunchtime Gerald phoned from Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. He had a 10-minute break. As he spoke, Roland could hear the rustle of his plastic protection suit. His voice was flat with exhaustion. "Look, I don't have much time. A man in his 70s with chest pains who doesn't get it checked out is an idiot. Thanks, Gerald. Awfully kind. But I know exactly what it is. I took that fall walking in the lakes, and I'm not going to say any more. We've just lost another kid on the ward to COVID, 12-year-old boy from Bolton. In a minute I have to go down and break the news to the parents. If you can't look after your own health, well, that's too bad." He hung up. Chastened, Roland stood in the kitchen by his half-eaten lunch, the receiver in his hand, the embodiment of an old fool. Upstairs in his study, he wrote Gerald an email apologizing for his frivolous attitude in dire times, and praised the young man's courage and dedication. Yes, he promised, he would see a heart specialist as soon as lockdown ended. He followed the pandemic news and daily consulted the Johns Hopkins dashboard and the Gov. UK sites to watch the rising numbers of the third wave. Among those tested for COVID in the previous 28 days, deaths peaked at 1,400 a day. Then there were those who died without a test. Everyone said, even the right-leaning tabloids, that Johnson should have gone for the September lockdown. Roland believed the figures. How common was that around the world to trust official data? Then it could not be so bad, he told himself in better moments. The instruments of state, its institutions were greater than the government of the day. He and everyone else who was interested had already learned the pandemic lexicon. R, the fomites, viral loads, the furin cleavage site, heterologous prime boost trials, vaccine escape variants, case rate hospitalization uncoupling, and most resonant and sinister of all, original antigenic sin. There was nothing novel in another lockdown, nothing to hope for but the lowering of the figures and the lengthening of the days when the clocks leaped forward the week after the spring equinox. What sustained him was his discovery during the first lockdown that he did not mind a little housework. Physical movement was good for him, and keeping his cage in order made it seem larger. Holding entropy at bay pleasantly emptied the mind, though there was often little in his. By extension, he began to find pleasure in throwing things out. He started with clothes, armfuls of sweaters, many with moth holes, jeans that chafed and chided him for his change of shape, shirts of bilious color. He did not need more than 10 pairs of socks and did not think he would ever wear a suit or a tie again. He lingered over his hiking gear, then left it intact. Books he would never read or read again, old tax papers, old invoices, irrelevant charging cables. It was hard to stop. He filled a spare room with bin liners and boxes. He felt lighter, even younger. People with eating disorders, he thought, must be aiming for this giddy feeling as they cast off weight to lift from the ground of their existence, float away, freed from themselves, from the burdens of past and future, reduced or elevated to pure being, happily unencumbered like small children. The process of purification brought him to the 40 journals. His most recent entry was the previous September, a 1,000-word account of his hours with Alyssa. There he had decided it must end. They had exchanged a few emails, but both his and hers lacked what exactly? Energy, invention, purpose, a future. Their business with each other was concluded. She did not mention her health, but Rudiger let him know that her decline was steady. Reading back since 1986 did not bring him any fresh understanding of his life. There were no obvious themes, no undercurrents he had not noticed at the time, nothing learned. A grand mass of detail was what he found in events, conversations, even people that he could not remember. In those sections it was as if he was reading of someone else's past. He disliked himself for complaining onto the page about living hand to mouth, not having the right kind of work, not making a long and successful marriage. Boring, no insight, passive. He had read many books. His summaries were hasty, without interest. How weak compared to Jane Farmer's journal. She had something to write about. European civilization in ruins. Heroic young idealists beheaded, while he was a child of a long peace. He remembered the lift and twist in her prose. Hers, like his, was unrevised last-thing-at-night stuff. Her way of setting or unfolding a scene was far superior. So were the logic and tension that lay between one sentence and the next. Her knack of knowing how one good detail could illuminate the whole had the gleam of vital intelligence. This was also the way of Alyssa's prose, where he simply listed experiences, mother and daughter gave them life. That was one good reason to act. When he thought of Lawrence or a remote descendant reading his journals, he knew what he must do. Nancy and her family had given him a fire bowl at Christmas. On a dull mid-afternoon in late March, he filled it with kindling, slender logs, and barbecue charcoal. When it was burning, he sat close in long overcoat and woolly hat, and with a mug of tea in one hand, fed the poorly rendered second half of his life to the flames, one volume at a time. It came back to him then how he had thrown school copies of Camus, Goethe, and the rest onto a bonfire in Susan's garden, 57 years ago. Bookends, the end of books to frame a life. Had John Dryden's All for Love really burned quicker, brighter than the rest? On that his memory was poor. He hoped it had. When the fire bowl held only dying embers, the cold drove him indoors to his usual chair. He held more in memory and reflection than he could have found in his journals. There were currents, plot lines, developments that no one could have predicted, but in those vanished pages he had not even posed the questions. By what logic or motivation or helpless surrender did we all, hour by hour, transport ourselves within a generation from the thrill of optimism at Berlin's falling wall to the storming of the American Capitol? He had thought 1989 was a portal, a wide opening to the future with everyone streaming through. It was merely a peak. Now, from Jerusalem to New Mexico, walls were going up. So many lessons unlearned. The January assault on the Capitol could be merely a trough, a singular moment of shame to be discussed in wonder for years, or a portal to a new kind of America, the present administration just an interregnum, a variant of Weimar. Meet me on the avenue of the heroes of January 6th, from peak to midden in 30 years. Only the backward look, the well-researched history could tell peaks and troughs from portals. One great inconvenience of death, according to Roland, lay in being removed from the story. Having followed it this far, he needed to know how things would turn out. The book he required had 100 chapters, one for each year, a history of the 21st century. As things stood, he might not get a quarter of the way through. A glimpse of the contents page would be enough. Would a catastrophic global overheating be headed off? Was a Sino-American war woven into the pattern of history? Would the global rash of racist nationalism yield to something more generous, more constructive? Might we reverse the current great extinction of species? Could the open society find new and fairer ways to flourish? Would artificial intelligence make us wise or mad or irrelevant? Could we manage the century without an exchange of nuclear missiles? As he saw it, simply getting through intact to the last day of the 21st century, to the end of the book, would be a triumph. The temptation of the old, born into the middle of things, was to see in their deaths the end of everything, the end of times. That way their deaths made more sense. He accepted that pessimism was the good companion of thought and study, that optimism was the business of politicians, and no one believed them. He knew about the reasons to be cheerful and had sometimes cited the indices, the literacy rates, and so on. But they were relative to a wretched past. He couldn't help himself. There was a novel ugliness about. There were nations run by well-dressed criminal gangs intent on self-enrichment, kept in place by security services, by the rewriting of history and passionate nationalism. Russia was just one. The USA, in a delirium of anger, delusional conspiracies, and white supremacy, could yet become another. China had refuted the claim that trade with outsiders opened minds and societies. Now the technology was on hand. It might perfect the totalitarian state and offer a new model of social organization to compete with or replace liberal democracies, a dictatorship sustained by a reliable flow of consumer goods and a degree of targeted genocide. Roland's bad dream was of freedom of expression, a shrinking privilege, vanishing for 1,000 years. Christian medieval Europe did without it that long. Islam had never much cared for it. But each of these problems was parochial, local to a mere human timescale. They shrank and tightened into a bitter kernel contained within the shell of the greater matter, the Earth's heating, the disappearing animals and plants, the disrupted interwoven systems of oceans, land, air, and life, beautiful and sustaining entanglements barely understood as we force change upon them. From Daphne's living room, the house would always be hers. He watched the dusk descend on London. If, by some stroke of epiphenomenal luck, he could get his hands on the phantom book, he might or might not be reassured. At the least, his curiosity could be satisfied. How soothing it would be to read that his pessimism was out of control. There was one emollient nostrum he liked. Things will never be as good as we hoped or as bad as we feared. But imagine showing a well-meaning Edwardian gent a history of the 20th century's first 60 years. The combined megadeaths of Europe, Russia and China would cause him to buckle and weep. Enough. Those angry or disappointed gods in modern form, Hitler, Nasser, Khrushchev, Kennedy and Gorbachev, may have shaped his life, but that gave Roland no insight into international affairs. Who cared what an obscure Mr. Baines of Lloyd Square thought about the future of the open society or the planet's fate? He was powerless. On a table at his side was a postcard from Lawrence and Ingrid. The picture showed a luminous yellow beach backed by sand dunes and Sparta grass. The family was taking a cold and windy break on the Baltic coast. The handwriting was Ingrid's. Just before the joint sign-off, she told him they would come to visit him as soon as restrictions were lifted, which they hoped would be May. This was good news. Roland closed his eyes. Between himself and his son there was an unresolved matter. No unfriendliness, but they needed to talk. It began last year in September when Roland had been back a week from Alice's. He phoned Potsdam and Lawrence picked up. Roland gave an account entirely benign of his time with her. He said, "I think you should go and see her. I know she'd like you to." There was silence. Then Lawrence said, "Rudiger gave her my email. She wrote to invite me." "What did you say?" "Nothing yet. I might not reply." Roland realized how much he wanted his son to visit. He needed to proceed carefully. "You know she's ill." "Yes." Roland could hear in the background Paul and his mother chanting, "Es war einmal ein Mann, der hat einen Schwamm." Alyssa used to sing it to baby Lawrence. Once there was a man who had a sponge. Could be important for you, otherwise you might always regret it. She wants us to make everything okay. It never was and it can't be now. You sound bitter. Going could be a way of dealing with that. Honestly, Dad, I'm not. She never crosses my mind. I'm sorry she's ill or whatever. So are lots of people I don't know. Why should I care about her? Roland said the obvious stupid thing. Because she's your mother. Rightly, Lawrence did not reply, and nor did he when his father added, "She's Europe's greatest novelist." They talked of other things. In a later conversation, Roland said, "At least reply to her." "I might." When the family came in May 3 days after the general lockdown ended, his impression was that Lawrence still had not written. In her hesitant, lilting tone, Ingrid had told her father-in-law on the phone that she thought he should let the matter drop. He said he would, but later he considered it his duty to try one last time. Pushed, he would have found it difficult to explain why this business mattered to him. His own visit had settled something. His son thought he had nothing to settle. The family arrived and quarantined in the house, while Roland kept apart in the basement flat. When the 10 days were up, Lawrence borrowed a car from Gerald and drove Roland to his appointment at a dedicated heart clinic south of St. Albans. A semi-retired consultant, there was a former mentor of Gerald returning a favor. Roland disapproved of private medicine but was assured, as if it made any difference, that no money had changed hands. On the journey, assuming it was his last chance, Roland raised the subject of Alyssa. "I guessed you'd bring it up, so I wrote to her." "Told her to get lost." "You didn't." "No, I was very polite. I said I saw no purpose in our meeting now and wished her better health. I attached a picture of her grandchildren." "Ah, well." "I also asked her not to write again." "Okay." But Dad, a few days later, a big package arrived. Inside was a wooden case, and on it was a note saying, "I understand, but please have these." Inside was this Blau Reiter Almanac, 1912. Wonderful. We had it authenticated. Amazing. And it's beautiful. Kandinsky, Munter, Matisse, Picasso. We'll keep it for Stephanie and Paul. But also in that box were these 7 journals written by Oma. 1946. Did you know about them? Yes. Beautifully written. I agree. It took me a week of free evenings to scan them all. Then I beamed the whole lot to Rudiger. He didn't even know they existed, and he's excited. Lucretius Books are going to bring them out in German in 2 volumes. A London publisher is interested too. Roland closed his eyes. Brilliant, he murmured. Rudiger thinks it will be important to scholars as a source for the journey. He's right, Roland said, but it's a lot more than that. The clinic, in a Queen Anne country house with a disused hockey pitch and 2 neglected tennis courts, resembled a boarding school. Lawrence stopped in the car park but did not get out. He was visiting a friend in Harpenden and would come back as soon as he received the call. Father and son hugged clumsily in the constricted space. As he approached the building through a stand of trees that concealed the cars, Roland's mood dipped. Sad for Alyssa facing death, getting Lawrence's email whatever she deserved, then packing up the treasure she had hoped to put into his hands, and publication at last for Jane. Redemption, but too late. As he pushed through the glass double doors of the clinic's reception, he was no longer so sure that his heart was sound. An entire institution was dedicated to discovering that it was not. How could he face them all down? Even the gray-bearded receptionist at the desk had the grave manner of a specialist. As he waited to be called, he wondered if his son had delivered him, by agreement with the rest of the family, to make sure he kept his appointment. Here was a taste of old age, the possibly paranoid awareness that matters were being settled behind his back. The terminus being, we'll have to get him into a home. At the start of the morning's ordeal, he spent a brisk 15 minutes with Gerald's mentor, Michael Todd. The consultant was a huge pink fellow, with a head so bald and polished it showed a faint tinge of green reflected from the shrubbery outside his window. Mr. Todd ran through the schedule. They would meet again when it was complete. The results of blood tests had already arrived. When Roland was asked to describe his chest pain, he did not mention his rib theory. 2 minutes with the stethoscope, then he was led away. Though he was the object of friendly expert attention and nothing hurt, these were 2 disagreeable hours. An X-ray, a thunderous MRI scan, treadmill ECG. On an ultrasound screen, he saw in real time his heart busy in the dark on his behalf these past 70-plus years, precariously squelching. The machines and their skilled minders could not be for nothing. He was ill at heart. He was shown back into the presence of Mr. Todd. A pile of printouts was on his desk. He was reading through them as Roland sat down across the desk to wait. Hard not to feel that the judgment about to be delivered was moral, not medical. Was he a good or bad person? The heart in question picked up pace. This was a school moment. His future was in the balance. At last Michael Todd looked up, removed his glasses and said in a neutral tone, "Well, Roland, may I call you that? As far as I can see, there's nothing wrong with your heart. I'm looking at the culprit here, an osteophyte, a tiny spur of bone on a rib pressing on a nerve. Hence the referred pain. You might have had a fracture there. I had a bad fall 2 or 3 years ago. Tell me. The current junior minister of health pushed me into a river. Not Peter Mount, Lord Mount, how about that? We were at school together, and he went for you. I'm not surprised. Always a frightful bully. Anyway, my colleague will deal with your osteophyte." He passed the scan across. Roland could see nothing but handed it back with a nod. "You should live well into your 80s, but first you must do something about your weight and lack of exercise. Stop drinking every day. Get yourself some new knees. The rest will follow." He did not immediately phone Lawrence. Instead, he went for a slow shuffle round the perimeter of the hockey pitch. The fantasy was irresistible. Here was his school. The headmaster himself had just given him his results. He had passed, just as he knew he would. 11 straight A's. He stood a chance of reading chapter 35. At home that evening, he phoned Gerald to thank him. "It's a weight off our minds, Roland. I know a brilliant surgeon for you. She works out of Utch. 1 knee at a time, of course, but you could be on court by next Easter." Greta, then Nancy, phoned. Ingrid and Lawrence came into the sitting room to clink their wine glasses against his lime cordial. He felt fraudulent. Beyond not being ill, he had achieved nothing. But he graciously behaved as if he had. While Lawrence put Paul to bed and Ingrid cooked, he had Stephanie to himself. Now she was reading, there was even more to talk about. They spoke only German. Outside, it was a bright evening, but the French windows were shut against a temperature of 4 degrees and a sharp wind. Roland was in place in the rocking chair, and she stood at his side. She had lost another tooth lately and had put it under her pillow. In the morning there was a €2 coin. Ich weiß, das Mama sei dort hingelegt hat. I know that Mummy put it there. That afternoon she had read Tommy Ungerer's flicks about a dog born to parents who are cats. Roland, without her knowing, had read it too, a moral tale but funny and clever. Stephanie leaned against his shoulder as she explained the plot. Opa, muss gebreiten Maus essen und lernen, auf Bayum zu klettern. He has to eat fried mice and learn how to climb trees. Flix is an ugly little fellow, adored by his parents, and grows up in a cat's world. He learns that his feline great-grandmother had been secretly married to a pug. The canine genes have resurfaced. Luckily, he has a dog for a godfather who teaches him canine ways, including dog talk. But it can be tough, torn between two cultures. Eventually, he becomes a politician and campaigns for mutual respect, equal rights, and an end to cat-dog segregation. When she had finished her account, he said, "Do you think the story is trying to tell us something about people?" She looked at him blankly. "Don't be silly, Opa. It's about cats and dogs." He saw her point. Ashamed to ruin a good tale by turning it into a lesson. That could be for later. It was a short step from cats to the poem that had brought her to reading. Together they chanted in English The Owl and the Pussycat. He told her how her papa, when he was little, wanted to hear it night after night and always shouted out, "You are, you are. His nose, the moon," she said. "Und was least do, Opa. And what are you reading?" "Well, there's a pretend book I want to read. It's very interesting and so enormous that I don't think I'll ever get to read it all." "Who's in it?" "Absolutely everybody, including you, and it's 100 years long." "Und was passiert da drin? What happens?" "That's what I'd love to find out." She looped her arm around his neck, keen to join the game. As usual, she wanted to make everything all right for him. "I'll get to the end, Opa," she thought, then she added, "Ich word ease lesson, when ich erwachsen bin und ease dire sagen. I'll read it when I'm a grown-up and tell you. By the last chapter you'll be as old as me." The outlandish idea made her smile, and he saw again that she had on each side innocent gaps where permanent teeth soon would come. It was a mistake to have mentioned his imaginary history of the 21st century. It was not a children's book. He loved her, and in the liberated moment he thought that he hadn't learned a thing in life and he never would. He turned and lightly kissed her cheek. "My darling, one day you can tell me all about it. But now your mama's calling us to supper. Will you sit next to me, please?" He rose from the chair, but far too quickly, and there came upon him one of his reeling, vertiginous episodes when he seemed to float through a dense black medium that rippled faintly. His hand found the chair for support. "Opa." Yes, a mistake to mention such a book when he was passing on to her a damaged world. Then his head cleared, but he still gripped the back of the chair, determined not to fall and alarm the girl. "I'm okay, mein Liebling." She spoke softly in the coaxing sing-song voice she sometimes heard her mother use on her little brother. "Come, Opa, higher lang. Come on, Grandpapa, it's this way." Frowning with concern, she took his free hand in hers and began to lead him across the room.